people in my servers. If you, all right, so it's starting.
Yeah, please. We'll give it a couple of minutes. So, give it 5 minutes. Let's ping some people so that more people tune in and stuff like that.
Sure. Could you put it on? I don't know, your Twitter. Is this going live? YouTube and all the rest of it.
Yeah. I'm
very,
posting
very
up
good,
I'm posting up the link now and everything.
And again, this is nothing personal. Obviously, I'm not a fair weather friend, like I said. Collide Rule is here, saying hi.
Collide Rule, cool. We've got someone here. That's good.
I'll ping people on my. I'll ping people as well on my servers.
Yeah, cool. I put up a link on my Discord and on my YouTube and Twitter.
All right. Well, Tommy Robinson in the UK politics debate.
Yeah.
Well, let's start with the Tommy Robinson stuff.
This is a good point. This is a good point by Malachi.
The grand final is on.
I forgot about that. I'm not being a good Aussie right now. I should be watching the Broncos instead of doing. We've got two people watching live on YouTube.
And saying, hello, Fluffster. Hello. No, Fluffster isn't here.
We've got Debate Gilgamesh. So we've got like 130 on Twitter, but we've only got like 5 on YouTube. So if you're on Twitter, go to my YouTube, please, guys.
Yeah, and I'll tell some people in my that I know in real life as well as my people in Young.
Yeah, no, that's good. Just send it around. We'll give it a minute or two. Hello, Dodo.
No, that's no worries. That's no worries at all.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Absolutely no worries. I'll let's see.
It's I think we've got starting to get some people joining. Guys, leave a like, please, on the YouTube. It helps us reach more people. Very important. Leave a like on the Drew Pavlis Show. This is episode 98 of the Drew Pavlis Show.
Yeah, and
almost 100 streams.
To leave a like as well, so that more of them can hear what I have to say on this call. I'm very wise.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's good. Hello, El Perot.
Hello,
good to have some people joining.
UK's got to be the biggest disappointment in the history. Yeah, I'd agree with that sentiment. But I'll elaborate on what I think went wrong with the UK, and I think
Britain is a disaster right now.
Yeah. It's a disaster, all right. But it's been sort of, what's the word, bogged down in every turn. But we'll get to that when Drew thinks it's time to start the actual debate proper.
Yes. We'll go into it soon. I'll share some of my screen while we wait. I think this is a funny tweet by Leo Kurz. The same people who cry about the environment also want to bulldoze pristine countryside to house infinity Bungalians. They don't care about either. They just want to destroy Western civilization. It does seem to be the case, in my view. It does seem to be the case.
Leo Kurz? Sorry.
He's like a funny British conservative comedian. There's a guy, Will, who says, when I tried to get work in the UK as a programmer, I was offered less than people I know that work at Coles, mate. Yeah, it's like a disaster. I think there was a stat that people going into nuclear power as like specialists in the UK, like they're making like 30,000 a year, which is crazy.
Let's see. Robinson, let's see. Kemi Badenoch is making a new tweet. By the way, who do you even support in the UK, Drew? I think
at this point, I like unironically support reform.
Look, at this stage, I'd probably support Shabana.
Which one's Shabana?
She's the anti-immigration one, I think, in Labour.
You're talking about Shabana, like the Home Secretary.
Yeah, even though I really, really find some of her views to be quite off. I think I've heard she supports restricting free speech, which I could never get behind, but I think off the slew, probably Shabana. And also I've heard that she has views against trans people, and I'm obviously all for the trans people. I'm all for free speech.
She's a conservative Muslim woman.
But from what I've heard, let's see. I'm getting some very good traction from Mr. I am Gough Whiplam over here.
Yeah, he's a funny guy.
No, Fluffster's a very, very wise man. That's a different topic. Well, can we start the actual debate now?
How about we give it 1 more minute just to see if we can get any
one more
more
minute.
people joining?
All right,
Please
let's see.
send them through to some of your friends as well.
Let's see. Zara Sultana.
This week.
I really don't like Gary's economics. Someone says Zara Sultana will deport you. True. Yeah, sure, dude. Sure. I live in Brisbane,
Let's
Australia.
see. Is Fluffster speaking on behalf of I don't know why you guys keep mentioning Fluffster.
Quokka can join the debate as well if he likes.
What? Why? No.
Okay, we'll do that another time. Okay,
No,
we'll do
yeah,
that
do it
another
another time. Do it another time. Mind you,
We'll do that
I
another time.
like Quokka. Let Quokka have his go. Let him speak sometime else. What's
Okay,
oh
okay, we'll
god,
do
Kulak's a lapper.
Which one's Kulak?
Oh, the one whose tweet you were just looking at.
Oh yeah, no, it's okay.
Yeah.
All right, I mean we can get into it.
Well, let's start with the Tommy Robinson stuff sort of again. I don't think I think I just skimmed the context of that one more than anything. If there were people saying that you should care more about promoting Tommy Robinson and how this is going to lead to more Tommy Robinson support, then I guess then the actual outrage against beheadings. And yeah, I don't think that was probably right off me. I think I skimmed through that more than anything of all that was.
Let me get back. I'll actually get up the tweet that caused this.
What terrifies me the most about.
Okay, I'll play it for everybody. It's a bit satirical.
Yeah.
What terrifies me the most about Jews being beheaded by jihadists in the streets of Britain is that this could lead to more popularity for Tommy Robinson.
So yeah, I think
it's very much gallows humor. I was just pointing out that there are some leftists who seem literally more outraged by Robinson going viral on Twitter than like literally Jew beheadings in the streets of Britain.
And if that's I probably should have stayed more in the loop then if that's what was going on and there were people out there literally killing people and then saying, oh, well, then this might lead to more outrage against more support for Tommy Robinson because he's against the
I'll give you an example. There were some tweets like this, so I'll give you an example.
If that was the sentiment, then I probably shouldn't have gone ahead and condoned that sentiment. No, I think that was probably
So this is actually the tweet that prompted me to make the satirical video. So Jessica Seymour.
So Jessica is saying, what exactly do you even hold dear about the West? There are jihadists beheading Jews on the street of Britain. I wager that it would be more important to address the Jew beheadings, probably worth more energy than attacking Tom Robinson.
That's what I think. I think Tommy Robinson's obviously done a lot of dumb shit over the years. I don't think he's perfect individual. But
now
I think the Drew beheadings are worse.
But I don't think that's a direct comparison. I don't think Jessica was out there saying, "No, I don't care about the Jew beheadings." I think she was just making a tweet against Tom Robinson in isolation.
I know that. I'm not saying that she doesn't care about it. I'm sure she's outraged by the attack. But I genuinely do think that like placing your energy right now, directing your energy towards attacking Tommy Robinson, that's very misplaced when there are literally we're 2 days after a really heinous terrorist attack.
But isn't that the sort of against how something's coded more than the actual sort of content itself? Because surely if Jessica is out there going against Tommy Robinson. And let's see what a Drew and Mr. Curtin. I don't know what John Curtin thought about the Fabian Society. Lee Kuan Yew was a member.
Yeah, you know what I like about Lee Kuan Yew, Quokka? Lee Kuan Yew imprisoned all the communists in Singapore. He did Operation Cold Store and literally rounded up the communists and imprisoned them. I like that part of Lee Kuan Yew. So he can be part of the Fabian Society. I don't mind. He rounded up the communists.
Look, Lee Kuan Yew was very, very illiberal. I think Singapore is basically dictatorial.
I don't agree. I think Singapore is still a democratic society. It's not totalitarian. They just don't tolerate communism and jihadism.
Well, they go out there and have these strict rules that say no, you can't protest. No, not more than 3 people can protest at once. And they've got the same sort of dominant party state where they've got this one little People's Party. I don't know what it's called. And it's been a while since I've looked into Singaporean politics. Well, let's now jump straight, I guess, into the UK, the second sort of portion of the title.
Okay, let's go to
Debate-
Tommy Robinson. I'll go to Robinson.
Okay, let's see. Tommy Robinson.
Okay.
Mr.
here's Tommy
Gooden
Robinson.
appreciate. I don't know who Mr.
Follows
Gooden
Drew, which is
appreciates.
very funny. I've never talked to him, but he follows me, which is funny.
Let's see, Tommy. I know he's got that one little dickhead called Sir Shoaib who's out there going for him with his little Motability BMW running around the streets wild. I've listened to Tommy Robinson speak. I don't think he's very hinged. I think he's the least hinged British person that I've heard speak. Maybe I guess just when you listen to British people speak, they seem a lot friendlier. But when you listen to Tommy Robinson, he seems like one of the few unhinged people from Britain.
Well, look, I think he's not a polished speaker because he comes from a working class background. He said a lot of things that I disagree with. I don't like how he fails to draw a distinction between Islam as a religion as a whole and Islamism, the political ideology that I oppose. So obviously, I don't agree with him.
I'm obviously, look, I'm not a religious person myself. Okay, let's see. Why do I sound like John? How do I
You do actually sound like John Howard, my friend. You do.
What? You're people say this about me like a bunch of times. They say
we will decide who comes to Australia and under what circumstances they come. Under what circumstances they'll arrive.
Look, let's see. Islamism, and I'm not a religious person myself. I don't have a positive view of religion in general, but I wouldn't call myself an Islamophobe more than I'm, I don't know, against organized religions in general, but I don't give any undue support. And I don't support Islamism, the ideology, obviously far more detestable than the religion. Sound like a John Howard Groyper.
John Howard Groyper. There was a guy on Twitter in the right-wing circles who created an account called John Howard Groyper, and he went on John McGowan's stream, and just for the whole hour, he was like impersonating John Howard and just talking in his voice. It was very funny, and he was just talking like, "We will decide under what circumstances people come to this country and under what circumstances." It's a good bit. It's a good bit.
Yeah.
Who is this? Curtin Appreciator is a bloke on Twitter. He's like a Labour supporter. So tell us about your ideology. Tell us about your ideology, Curtin supporter.
Look, I've always called myself Hawkite, Hawkism, and that obviously doesn't mean that I'm in favor of some unrestricted free market. But I think, as a general rule, the move towards globalism and the move towards, I think, deregulation and financialization was probably a positive shift in the 1980s. I think we have a more efficient, and I'm obviously for the social safety net. Look, it has it all in there: technocratic, populist, and neoliberal socialist.
Beauty.
Let's see. And on social issues, I'm all for social cohesion. I don't believe in, I don't believe in, I don't know, unfettered immigration without any integration policy behind that. I don't believe in that, but I do believe in a fair go for people, all multicultural backgrounds, all people, all, I'm all for women. I'm all for LGBT as well.
What do you reckon is the ideal immigration mix in Australia? Like, what do you think is an ideal sort of demographic mix for the country?
Look, demographics. I'm not someone who's particularly obsessive about demography in the same way you could find from, I don't know, Malcolm X or whoever. But what I want, or no, not Malcolm X. No, not Malcolm X. Who was the other idiot on I think it was Mr. Z or something. Monsieur Z, I don't know.
I don't know who you're talking about.
But I think who should we be? At the end of the day, people who are coming in there who are skilled on higher incomes, even from these countries, would generally speaking understand our sort of norms and values far more than a lower income person from another country. I think
Oh, sorry. Could you say that again? I didn't hear you. Sorry.
what I said was that I think people who are higher income, in other words, people who are higher income who immigrate here, and people who come from a sort of skilled family and a better sort of more affluent family background from the third world probably understand our values and our way of life far better than, I don't know, someone from the third world or whoever who's sort of lower
No, I
income.
appreciate that you can accept that.
And at the end of the day, cultural integration is important. Look, we can agree on that. We can agree that, for example, if you immigrate someone who's got no understanding of our way of life, who just sort of comes in here, and then you obviously have no. That's obviously not workable. But at the same time, I don't think I've noticed any real that major disruption.
I mean, there is
in my community.
There clearly is.
I mean, I know I have a lot of Muslim friends in real life, and these are good people. I don't think you could.
I know some. I want to say I know some good Muslim people who are good people. Unfortunately,
I don't think any Muslim person I know I don't think any Muslim that I know is a bad person. I think they're all good people.
I unfortunately did lose some Muslim friends though, because they endorsed October 7th, and that was a very disturbing thing for me. That was extremely disturbing. Like these were people that I thought were normal people, and they fully endorsed like the massacres. That was extremely disturbing for me.
And I guess when you come from that background, it's to be not justified, and I think it's obviously an appalling thing that they support October 7th. But I guess you could make that sort of critique of the Muslim community, and I need to know.
Well, I think there is unfortunately too much extremism. I think there's unfortunately too much extremism. For example, in Britain, there are more than 35,000 people who are Islamic extremists on the terror watch list. 35,000 people. The guy who carried out the terrorist attack the other day was not even on the watch list. So he wasn't even considered to be among the 35,000 worst. So that is a huge problem for
and I guess
any
that
country.
shoots us down to now from Australia to Britain. Well, let's just go over I think immigration policy in Britain.
Code word. You can, by the way. And also, CJ said it's nearly October 7th day. Yes, it is in 2 days. I'm aware. And people they're planning celebrations in Australia for it, which is like literally mentally.
And if you're planning celebrations for that, I think that's bad. But I also, at the same time, I don't know how I could support what Israel's doing out there and bombing them left, right, and center.
So, do you reckon? Under what circumstances would you support, say, deportations, like people who are Islamic extremists and stuff like that?
Look, if someone's out there and they're out there saying they're killing people or committing lots of crimes, and they're doing it in the name of saying, I don't know, if someone's out there committing crimes and they're saying that they're doing it in the name of their God, and they're doing things that are very antisocial, and they're saying I'm doing it in the name of God, and every basic religion should teach you your God doesn't want you to do this. But if people are out there saying that, then absolutely, in my view, deal with them. If they're born here, lock them up. If they're otherwise, you could, I don't know, get them out. And that's, by the
way, guys, we've got a couple dozen people watching between Twitter and YouTube. If you're on Twitter, go to my YouTube. If you're on YouTube, leave a like and helps us reach more people. CJ asked you, what are your thoughts on the corporatist model of economic management? This is the question he loves to ask every single person in the Labour Party.
Yeah, no, because no, I'm not going to answer anything CJ asked me. I think CJ is an idiot.
He's pretty funny. I think CJ is very funny, to be honest. I reckon CJ's going to end up right wing. I reckon CJ will end up as a chud like me.
I don't know. No, I don't know. I think CJ is too much of okay.
I reckon CJ will go chud like me.
Well, there's a pipeline, there's the Trotskyist to neocon pipeline,
which is me, which is basically what happened to me. I wasn't ever a Trotskyist, but I was very lefty though at one point. I was like a Greens member at one point.
You're a member of the Greens?
At one point, I was a member of the Greens in like 2020. I was fully lefty at some point.
No, Jesus Christ.
I'm extremely embarrassed by that now, obviously.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Going back. Well, let's going back. I think let's look at again Britain's immigration policy. When I talked about immigrants needing to be higher income and this and that, let's look at what Britain. There was first, I think, the initial sin, and that was austerity. In other words, there was the GFC, then austerity, then about very, very minimal GDP growth. And I think with a sort of contraction in GDP comes stagnant wages. And then people don't really want to take up certain forms of employment. I don't even remember what the career itself was.
Hang on. Can we just ask this? So Braden says we need more low-income immigrants. Can you explain that, Braden? Like literally, what is the justification? I'm actually interested. What is literally the Green justification for that? I don't know. I'm actually fascinated.
No, I think Braden was being facetious, but
I don't think he's being facetious. I don't think he's joking. I think he actually believes. I think he probably justified it on the grounds of utilitarianism or something. I think Braden would probably say like, "Oh, this is good because it'll raise global welfare or something like that."
Oh, for fuck. Look, so you end up, and I think when people don't want to take on these forms of employment, where they're going, why am I earning this little above the minimum wage, and I'm still could you hear me then? Sorry, why am I earning this little much above the minimum wage for this job which has this many responsibilities? Then comes Boris Johnson with it. So they've got their regular visa, their little work visa. And then there's Boris Johnson saying, no, you could come here on, I think, if you earn £25,000 a year, which is obviously ridiculously low. And you end up with a scenario where where immigrants are coming in, and they're not net fiscal contributors. They're
check out the comments here. So this is. I want people to know this. This is literally what the Greens thinks. He wants to have mass low-wage immigration as reparations to the nations we have neo-imperialized through immigration of asylum seekers and law. That is so unbelievably.
No, I don't think he. No, I don't think. No, I think he's.
Braden, a real question for Braden. Do you think, Braden, by framing migration as basically punishment to the West for the sins of colonization, do you think that will make people in the West support migration? Do you think that's a good idea, Braden?
Yeah, I mean, I know he's kidding, but
no, he's not. He's genuinely not kidding, dude. Like he believes this as like a utilitarian thing.
No, okay. Well, let's say he does believe it. Obviously, that's insane. You can't just immigrate. I mean, you can't just immigrate for the purpose of them being on welfare or on And you say, well, not exactly welfare, but going back to Britain, when you're on that income level, you're not a net fiscal contributor. You're using services like infrastructure. Everyone uses those services, immigrants or non-immigrants. But when you're using these services, anyone on that wage is not a fiscal contributor. They're a fiscal sort of I'm not going to say what's the word? A fiscal drain, and that's not to be dehumanizing to anyone, immigrant or non-immigrant, but they're not fiscal contributors at that low wage. And so when you
Braden says the imperial court is not like admitting its wrongdoings. I believe in the first world first. I believe in Western civilization, and I'm not going to do reparations. I'm sorry, Braden. I'm really sorry. Nobody agrees with you. Literally no one agrees with you. Sorry, you go on. Sorry for ruining your flow.
Yeah, so when you immigrate a bunch, and I mean a bunch, I mean many people, because they weren't doing the jobs in the Britain, and you immigrate low-income people, what you're doing is generating a fiscal loss. In other words, one person comes in, it's a minus. It's red numbers, down. Every single one of these low-income immigrants. And I'm all for high-income immigrants if they come from I don't know where. It doesn't matter the nationality to me. In other words, my immigration policy is far more classist than it is racist.
Okay, that's good. That's good to hear. I'm glad to hear.
In other words,
But Braden, so Braden
And
says nobody
then-
agrees with me.
and then so you end up immigrating what? I think about 800,000 people down in 2022, and then 1 million in 2023, and then I think it goes down in 2024, and I think in 2025 it's going to either stagnate or barely reduce. The point of the matter is get rid of the visas beyond the regular work visa. In other words, keep the work visa at about £38,000 a year. Keep that visa, and by all means, let anyone all around the world come on that visa. But simply cancel the lower visas. And now, how do you go about doing that without having labor shortages? That's the second issue.
Can I send a join link to Braden so he can argue his ideas about low wage immigration?
Absolutely not.
It'll be good. It'll be good. I think just 10 minutes of Braden, please. I need to talk to him about the low wage immigration thing.
2 minutes of Braden. 2 minutes of Braden.
Okay, Braden, I've sent you an invite link. Please join for 5 minutes. I want to talk to you about your policy of mass importing low wage workers as like punishment to the West for colonization. Get CJ in. I would love to get CJ in as well.
Colonization. I mean, at a redistributory perspective, if you simply, one of the easiest ways to, I guess, take money from the global rich and take it down to the global poor is you seize Russian assets, but that's beyond the point. You immigrate as many people as you want, and you immigrate as many unskilled people as you want, and allow them to take welfare. And then, if you simply tax the wealthy by after doing so, and return it to a balanced budget, then what you're doing is sort of redistributing money, I guess, from the rich to the global poor.
But that is fucked up. Like that is
no. I'm not suggesting it.
Yeah.
I'm just suggesting that if you were truly in favor of redistribution, and that was your ideology, then simply immigrating people and allowing them to not even be on low income,
hello, Delbs,
to be on welfare, then simply allowing them to be on welfare, that would be something that you would support. It's the easiest way to send money to the global, or the easiest way. Beyond that is foreign aid.
I think that's what literally Braden agrees with. I think he thinks that this would help the global poor by letting them come to this country and then just giving them welfare. But that actually eventually destroys your own economy, and then you can't help anyone. I would actually massively favor foreign direct investment, foreign direct aid, than doing what he's suggesting.
Let's go down to Sertoni. Sertoni raised, I think, the foreign aid budget to about 0.7% of GDP. In other words, and he didn't have a conservative immigration policy by any means, but it was certainly to the right of what Boris wanted. It was certainly to the right of letting in people on a wage as little as the equivalent of less than 50,000 AUD a year, and letting them and their 15 kinderen come into the country.
It's interesting though, when it comes to Blair, there was a Labour minister who said, who boasted in a book, he said, our plan was to rub the right's noses in diversity. So I think stuff like that was pretty bad for social cohesion. Braden, I sent you the link over Twitter DMs.
I'm sure some Labour minister made a joke about that, but Sertoni's immigration policy was probably there was Sertoni's, then there was David Cameron's, and then there was Theresa May's. Basically the same adjustments all the time, obviously, and then you get down to Boris with his little immigration policy that was basically socialistic, economically socialistic.
Well, I don't even know what he was trying to do. I think he just thought I think he was doing it for the big businesses who wanted low wage labor.
You could say it was to the big businesses who wanted low wage labor, but what it was it was a direct fiscal transfer, and per immigrant, the government lost money.
Yeah, I know massively.
I mean, you're not. You're not even spending money. You're just generating a loss. You're just generating a loss for the government when you immigrate people at that low wage. You're just you're literally generating it without much of a benefit. You're just clicking your fingers and saying, "Yep." And then I think it was Yvette Cooper who closed it off once and then you then find the idiots who then claim no, it wasn't Boris's fault at all. It was actually COVID and how it was just post-COVID. That would work in a country like Australia, maybe, but it wouldn't work in a country like the UK where it was an intentional policy. It was a where that purposefully.
I think Braden's here. Hang on, I think Braden's here.
Okay. Now, hello, Braden.
Braden, are you there?
How are you?
Hi, it's your good friend.
Braden, put on your video, please.
No, I don't have a fucking camera on this computer. What are you trying to do to me?
Can't you do phone? Use your phone or something like that.
Why does this sound like Alan
I'm not
Smith?
doing that. Frankly, it's already a disgrace that I'm not being paid for this. Because I hear the Drew Carey show is a money-making enterprise. I'm here to eat you in his bag.
I think
It's
this
a
is some
huge
other
money-making
idiot
enterprise.
called Alan Smithy pretending to be Braden.
It doesn't sound like Braden, actually. Braden, put on your camera, otherwise I'm going to have to remove you. I need to verify that it's really Braden.
No, I was sent on behalf of Braden to debate him.
It's Alan
all right,
Smithy.
all right.
Yeah,
I don't know who
Alan
that is.
Smithy.
So
Get rid of this guy. Get rid of him.
That's very sad. I removed Alan Smithy. I want to debate Braden. I don't know who this Alan guy is.
Alan, I remember Alan. He was making fun of CJ's dad a while back. Very, very, very.
A very sad and sick person. Braden, I want Braden to join. Braden,
I don't.
I call on Braden. I call on Braden to join the stream and debate.
Look,
Otherwise,
will the real Braden J. Smith please stand up?
Braden, I call on Braden to defend his ideas in the chat. Otherwise, it's over and communism is defeated forever.
And then you get down to So why are they labor short? You have a period under David Cameron. Now, Gordon Brown's policy is fiscal policy, which was post GFC, which recognized that they took on debt and realized that there was a requirement for a spending cut afterwards. Was, in my view, the right one. And then there was David Cameron's view, which was just mass austerity. Let's see. Oh God! Then there's what's this idiot saying? Shabana Mahmood is one of the more anti-immigration people, I think, in the Labour Party. And here
she is. I mean, she had some pretty terrible takes on Palestine and everything back in the day, but
but now this idiot is getting mad at her because they don't like her for being a Muslim. I mean, it's, in my view, very, very racist of her.
Palestine Republic looks so much better. Oh my God, these people hate life so much.
I think the Tory party has distorted British politics to the point where I'm not sure which party ideologically believes in what. I think the Tories.
I mean, that's true. That's a good point.
I think the Tories are probably at this stage more right-wing than Reform UK.
I don't even know. No, I'm not sure about that. I think Reform are to the right of them.
We'll hear a Reform calling for the nationalisation of steel, and hear a Reform saying we want to go back to Blairite immigrate. Nigel Farage.
Oh, Braden is here. Apparently, Braden is here. Yes, we've got Braden. We've got Braden. Okay, beautiful. We've got Braden.
All right, so we've got Mr. Braden J. Smith.
Okay. Braden.
I had to get the bag. He offered.
Okay, Braden. So, Braden, please explain to us your view that
so look, it's ideologically consistent with what I mean, I'm not dunking on it, but surely
let's go to Braden. Let's go to Braden.
Surely, why not just increase the foreign aid budget if that's your objective?
Okay, no. Let me first clarify with Braden. So Braden says that the West, as a form of reparation, should have mass low-wage labor importation.
Surely.
So,
I mean,
so explain that.
Look, I know he's not serious.
No. Okay. No. But hang on. Okay, Curtin. Let him talk for a bit. I want to hear him.
Yeah. No. By all means, speak.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. There wasn't much positivity in the hi. Come on, smile.
Okay, Curtin. Okay, let's let him talk.
I'm letting you speak. Sorry.
Okay. Well, the Western nations, such as Australia, but other countries too, and not just the Western nations, actually, like imperial powers such as Russia and China, enforce largely upon the rest of the world systems of extraction and exploitation that transfer wealth from their nations to the imperializing nations, to the imperialist nations. And I think one of the many arguments in favor of migration is that it is humanitarian. I know you like to think of yourself as a humanitarian, Drew. It is.
I don't know if I think of myself in that way anymore. I think of myself.
Yeah. Well, you never tweet about the Uyghurs anymore, so that makes sense. So
I still care about the Uyghurs. Unfortunately, I knew quite a few Uyghurs who endorsed October 7 and quite a few endorsed terrorism.
I'm not surprised that people being oppressed by China and subject to a system of Islamophobia and ethnic-based repression have sympathy for the people of Palestine. But carrying on.
Well, there's a distinction between having sympathy for the people of Palestine and having sympathy for a race massacre of Jews on October 7th. Would you agree?
The point.
Would you agree with that?
I thought you had me on about migration.
Oh, just quickly though, like would you say there's a distinction between
October 7th?
Come on, Drew. Braden obviously doesn't support October 7th.
He just defended it essentially.
Braden's a good person.
We go on. Okay, let's go back to your migration thing. Okay, go back.
So we've extracted, we've exploited, and one of the many arguments in favor of migration, not just the whole sorts of positive benefits for our own country, is that we have brought the wealth of the world to our own nation, and the nations aligned with us. And if people from other countries who we have imperialized now come chasing
imperialized, is that a word? I've never heard the word imperialized.
I don't know. You get what I mean, though, right?
Look, words get invented.
I hadn't heard it using it as a verb before, but it's going on. Yeah, going on.
It has been extracted and exploited. If then they come chasing that wealth, does that not follow? Is that not reaping the fruits of our extraction and exploitation regime?
So just to clarify, do you think that Australia should have a border at all?
Yeah, under capitalism, yes.
Okay. So what's the ideal level of migration to the country then? If say 1 million people wanted, say 50 million people decided that they wanted to move here tomorrow as reparations for colonialism, is that acceptable?
No, because I don't believe that 50 million people moving here would benefit really anyone. It would.
But I thought it would be. I thought it was going to benefit them because it was going to allow them to, improve their life.
It would be better off here than they were back there.
The people coming here would not be able to reap the benefits of.
They'd be able to reap the benefits here far better than they would be in their own country.
I don't know. I think tripling a population.
Hang on, Braden.
No tripling of population. Look, at the end of the day, I get what you're saying. You don't have the the infrastructure to accommodate that sort of influx.
I don't necessarily. By the way, someone in chat says he means colonize. I don't necessarily mean colonize. There's multiple forms of imperialism.
Okay. Let me ask.
Colonization, imperial.
Okay, Curtin. Curtin, okay. I need to ask. So, if 50 million people wanted to move here, though, right, and it would be better than their conditions in the third world, what moral basis do we have to reject them?
Well, but you've just created a fantasy. If their conditions would be better than they would be elsewhere, I mean, I guess you could say like if you talked about people that were in like very like war-torn areas, but if you're talking, it's a fantasy scenario because there are much more feasible options that are better for everyone involved. So you're basically saying an option is less feasible and worse outcome-wise. Having safe and legal routes and obligations for various nations all across the world to take in migrants, as was attempted to be, brought across EU nations or all that sort of thing. That is a way that is both more feasible and better outcomes-wise. So I don't think that 50 million people coming here tomorrow.
Well, let's say
a fantasy scenario.
Well, let's say for one, feasibility. There's obviously we lack the infrastructure, the housing, the the bureaucratically. That being said, would those 50 million, after all of this, after all of this, let's say we fixed up any bureaucratic mistake, whichever means, and let's say that we let them come in over a period of however many years you could practically fit them in a plane, would the 75th million Australian be better off here or better off in the fucking Congo?
They would be better off. They would be better off here, but the thing is that I don't believe that is. You're saying 75 million.
Okay, philosophical question.
I don't think that's feasible.
No. 75 million, including the ones that already exist.
Okay, Curtin, I need to ask Brent a question, so I'm gonna mute you for a second. So okay, do you think that the task of the Australian government is to place the interests of citizens above non-citizens?
No. I think that the task of any, I mean, I'm a leftist and I believe that a government should be a left-wing government. And I think any left-winger should value all workers and all proletarians equally.
So say this,
not prioritizing non-citizens over citizens, but prioritizing them equally.
Okay, so if there are 20 million people voting in Australian elections, why is it that they are not the priority of the government? People who might even be living overseas, not even in the country, they should be given equal moral desert as the 20 million people who vote directly for the Australian government.
Because the working class has no borders. I don't care about this.
So do you believe in Australian nation at all?
A worker in the Philippines or in Vietnam or in Canada, Mexico, wherever, they are equally a worker and equally deserving of human dignity and of can
you just explain
the roots of capitalism?
Can you just explain? Okay, can you just explain to me though, like a certain group of people founded Australia as a nation, and then there's a certain group of people who built up that nation over 150, 200 years, and then there are now there's the electorate of 20 million Australian voters, and you're saying that all of that should just be cast aside in favor of just like basically full moral universalism, all things. Where do you draw the line between who should get the government's priority and just random people across the world? Where do you actually draw that line? Because obviously the resources of the government are scarce. You don't have infinity resources. So how do you actually draw the line over who gets the moral claim over the resources of the Australian government?
Who can you more effectively benefit? I mean, the reason why 90% of my policies, the actual policies I want to see implemented, concern the citizens of Australia, and that's because the Australian government has the most power to benefit the lives of Australian citizens.
But if you could theoretically, if there was theoretically a way where the Australian government collects about $500 billion in tax revenue every single year, if there was theoretically a way that, say, $300 billion, that's 60% of the government budget, could be directly given to the poorest people in sub-Saharan Africa, would you support that? Because it would create global net utility.
I think that okay, first of all, I think we had this conversation last time, and I said that you would get voted out if you did that, and also you would make life demonstrably worse for Australian citizens. Like the government would collapse if you took half of its revenue away. And also like just donating it to just like a bunch of people in sub-Saharan Africa, I don't think that is a feasible. I don't think that's like going to change much systemically. I don't know. I don't think that.
This is a good question. Okay, so
mine, no.
So Jean-Luc Mélenchon, the French leftist politician, who a lot of Greens support. Yeah, you like him. So he says that the Great Replacement theory is real, it's happening, and it's a good thing. What do you think about that?
Oh my God, Lion.
So it's good. Do you think we should have that for Australia?
He's making look. The replacement is that of a generation coming after the other, which will never resemble the previous one. He's this basic like progressivism, like
okay. Basic progressivism says we should do the Great Replacement theory. Just trying to clarify.
Well, you can read that he's being clever, right? Like he's being like, oh, all right, well, there is a great replacement. It's the replacement of your generation.
So he has talked about, for example, he says that the ideal with France should be creolization. So he's actually said that they should rename the French language so that it should be less centered on the French ethnicity. He wants to rename the French language. He wants to have a creolization policy that would basically transform French culture into a Creole type culture. What do you think of that idea? Should we have that type of policy in Australia?
Well, I mean, I'm not familiar exactly with Jean-Luc Mélenchon's cultural policies with regards to language and creolization. What exactly are you asking me that I would? What policies do you think? Map this onto Australia and ask me if I support them.
Okay, let's map this onto Australia. So you say that the task of the Australian government should be basically to maximize global welfare. There's no distinction between a worker.
This is a very NGO term. Maximize global welfare.
Okay, but you said in this debate, your exact words was that there's no distinction between an Australian worker and a Filipino worker or a worker anywhere in the world. And you say that we should bring in low-wage migrants.
Drew, I'd like to quickly, before you ask this question, because you've asked a few questions, I'd like to flip this on you for a second. Do you think that a Filipino is worth less than an Australian?
No. I think there's a metaphysical claim and then there's a political claim. So I think in terms of metaphysics, I am a Christian. I believe that all human beings on the planet are equal in moral value. But then there is a political question. And the political question is essentially that the way that I see it is I think the Australian government needs to absolutely prioritize Australian citizens above everybody else, because that is the only task that a government can do. Otherwise, a government collapses. How can you have a country? How can you have a nation if you don't have concentric circles of sort of like moral respect? If you care for every single person on the planet, then everything collapses. You have to have concentric circles. You have to first look after your family, then you have to look after your local community, then you have to look after your nation. That's the only way to do it.
That's the only way to do it? Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, what's your argument in response? You think that it should?
You look at the some of the greatest accomplishments of history were by people prioritizing the needs of others, of their community, of the world, of their above like their family or themselves or their own nation.
Yeah, and that's all good, dude.
That's the greatest strides in human development and accomplishment.
I agree with you. But then again, we're talking.
Don't you support Rojava? Aren't you meant to support Rojava, or are you?
Yeah, Braden. Let me explain to you. It's one thing to say, yes, as an individual, let's have a grand goal of curing, random diseases around the world. That's a great thing as an individual to do. But we're talking right now about what should the priority of the national government be. And the priority of the national government should be the preservation of the nation.
Do you think so you're saying that your priorities as a national government are immoral?
Australians. The priority of the Australian,
contrary to your individual morality, is in controversy to
the priority of the Australian nation.
It is therefore
it's not the priority. the priority of the Australian nation is to preserve and protect the Australian people and improve their welfare as much as possible. And then as we develop, then we might have more wealth. And then at that point, we can actually do things like global aid as charity, etc.
Well, I'm back. Sorry, I was gargling with salt water because I thought I might get a sore throat.
Is that
CJ? God.
Yeah, it's me, CJ. It's me, CJ. So I have a
Wait,
question. Why are you
no, that's actually, hang on, that's not
Oh,
CJ.
for fuck's sake,
Hang on,
Alan.
that's not
Let
CJ.
him,
That's
let him
CJ.
stay. Let him stay. Let him stay. Oh,
Okay, let him stay. I'll let him stay for a minute.
He's
Okay,
an insane
I have a question
person.
about the
He's
Mass
an
Deport,
insane
like,
person. This is really such good
so like
content.
you always go on about Western civilization, but how does that balance with free speech? If you're demanding that citizens who've born here live their life here, are
Well, I don't
deported
believe-
to wherever the fuck they should be.
So it's very clear. I believe in the Karl Popper paradox of tolerance, and essentially, basically what I'm saying is, I believe in liberalism in one country. I believe in freedom of expression, freedom of speech for the Australian people. I don't support bringing foreigners to this country who hate the country, who want to kill us, and then letting them have free speech to advocate killing us. I don't agree with that.
Okay, so
I think anyone who does that is suicidal.
Interesting.
I think anyone who does that
is someone a foreigner? If they grow up here, if they go to school here, if they get married here, they're a foreigner. Like, come on here.
It depends. I think it depends if they've assimilated or not. Some people, you have to admit, have
What
not
does assimilated mean? Like, if you're born here and you go to school here, you learn here. You speak English is your first. You're a product of Australian
Let me explain.
society.
I'm trying to explain it to you.
Okay.
Assimilation means that you put the Australian nation first as your number one loyalty above foreign nations and above other religions. You have to have your loyalty to the country first and foremost. So, for example, the Hizbut Tahrir activists in Sydney, who are literally talking about like overwhelming police lines and stuff like that in order to defend Palestine and stuff like that, they have not assimilated. They believe in sectarian violence in pursuit of Palestine.
Okay, so anyone who believes in political violence at all should not be in the country. If it is,
Come on, right?
By your definition, you support a military intervention in the case of a Chinese takeover of Taiwan. Isn't that
No, that's not political violence. No. This is a 12-year-old rebuttal. This is the rebuttal used by a 12-year-old. I'm talking about literally defending Taiwan in the event of a military invasion of Taiwan. That's not me advocating random political executions in public of random political opponents.
You said like political violence in support of Palestine. Wouldn't that be like war is the continuation of politics?
I don't support political violence in the case of Palestine. What are you talking about? Do you think I support?
No, but you said no. You said they did. You said they did. And two, you support the IDF's response. So that is necessarily political violence. War is inherently political.
There's a distinction. There's a distinction between believing that nation states have a right to defend themselves and people advocating random terrorist.
Okay, so it's the wrong political violence. Okay.
Wrong type.
There's a distinction between self-defense and random political executions and assassinations and terrorism.
And this should not be debated in public.
Does Palestine have
And
the right
if you do try to argue for the legitimacy of one form of political violence, you should be deported. But you should not be.
Yes, you should, because I don't want jihadists. I don't want jihadists trying to say, "Oh, it's actually legitimate to stab Jews at synagogues in Manchester." I don't want jihadists like that in my country.
You don't want jihadists like that in your country. But do you think that but it undermines the principle of free speech? If someone's a citizen,
but let me explain to you. Let me explain to you. I don't care about free speech for jihadists. They want to kill me. They want to kill everybody in this chat, essentially. So why would I support their right to free speech?
Do you care about free speech at all?
I believe in free speech. I believe in free speech for people who will offer to extend that reciprocal right back to me. So everybody in this chat, we're having an interesting political debate. Everybody's peaceful. I support all of our rights.
Let's say you restrict free speech. Well, let's say we do what you do, Drew, and restrict free speech for.
But that's inherently my argument.
You were aura farming, Brayden. Why don't you keep reading? You were aura farming. Keep reading the book, but
I'll go back to it.
Good.
Newspaper. Like the way I see it is that you don't want to deny free. You want to deny free speech to others.
I want to
I-
deny
I-
free
I-
speech to jihadists. Let me clarify. I want to deny free speech to jihadists in particular. Jihadists, communists, and neo-Nazis. I want to ban neo-Nazi groups. I want to ban communist groups. And I want to ban.
Well, let's say you didn't say we deny
But
free speech
I'm
to
arguing that,
jihadists. Would that extend to denying free speech to anyone who's pro-Palestine? That you could go down the
No, it wouldn't, Curtin, because I'm talking about people who explicitly support Islamist extremist violence.
Yeah,
like
but
Hamas
let's say you
and
support that
Hezbollah.
policy.
You
That
think
could
I
extend very
support
easily.
Islamist extremist violence? You think that anybody that supports
You do a lot of
Palestine
you do a lot of apologia for Hezbollah and Hamas and shit like that, Braden. But you haven't explicitly supported it, but you do apologia for it. So you do the you go close.
Come on, Drew.
What do
You're
you,
slandering
Drew?
me for no
I have a
reason.
question. What do you
No,
think
Braden's
about
a
the
good
United
person.
States' First Amendment? What do you think about the First Amendment in the United States? Is it
I
bad? Is
support
it
the
bad?
first. I support the First Amendment. I don't think that they should extend it
Do you
to
think
random
we should-
foreigners in their country, though.
Okay, but that is the First Amendment. The First Amendment is literally anyone in the United States. There's no but.
Yeah, but I
laws.
think it should be
It's-
for citizens. I think it should be for citizens. That's my
Okay, so
take.
you don't support the First
But what if-
Amendment.
but what if-
Like, that's the point.
I don't
is that anyone in the
believe in I don't believe in extending freedom of expression rights to people who don't believe in freedom of expression themselves.
Okay, sure, but that means
Okay,
that you don't
but
support the
Drew,
First Amendment. 'Cause
I have
that's
a
not what it
question. I have
says.
a question.
Okay, Braden. Yeah.
You think you say you don't support extending free speech rights to people that you don't believe in free speech, and then your mechanism of determining whether or not they believe in free speech is if they were born in another country?
No, not necessarily. It's based on what they say. So if you're just a random,
Wait,
migrant,
okay, so free speech rights depend on what they say.
yes.
So,
for example, I'll give you an example. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. An example would be if a foreign migrant moves to the United States and then gets up there and then says that they support Hamas and they support killing Jews, then straight away I think deport them. That's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, Drew, I have a question though. You said you
Okay,
don't
Brandon.
support extending free speech rights. You think free speech rights should be for Australian citizens and it should not be extended to random foreigners. So, and then
No, they can have free speech. They can have free speech. They can have free speech, but it does not extend to political violence incitement. So if they then incite political violence,
Well,
then
but
that's
regular
that's
Well,
the
okay,
point
what's
of
your
it.
standard for
violence
incitement? What's your
either.
standard for incitement? What's your standard for incitement?
Standard for incitement is direct calls for violence, direct calls for assassinations, and also support for prescribed terrorist groups like Hezbollah, Hamas, etc.
Is this imminent lawlessness? Now, this gets into a philosophical discussion. Why? What are your thoughts on the issue with terrorism laws? Like this is because I philosophically disagree with the idea of terrorism to begin with, but more importantly, terrorism laws in the United States and in most countries.
Here we are. It's full left-tardism. They're literally telling us. The guys in this chat are telling us that they don't believe terrorism exists.
I don't believe there's a useful
Can you just explain? Can you just explain though? How do you define what happened at the Manchester synagogue the other day when a guy went to kill Jews with a knife, random stabbing attack? How do you define that?
He's a criminal. It's a serious
But it was a
crime.
political terrorist act. It was a terrorist act. It was an act
But, okay,
designed.
you can describe it that way. I describe
terror.
it as a criminal. It's a terror. But I don't believe in this.
This is where you're retarded.
This is where you're retarded because Islamic extremists will literally say, "I believe in killing you for my ideology," and you'll be like, "Oh, they're just normal criminals." That's stupid. That's stupid. They're literally
If you want to say it's politically motivated, sure, but I don't believe in terrorism. I don't believe in. Okay. I'll give you an example. So let me give you an example. 2 weeks prior to the Manchester synagogue stabbing attack, 2 weeks prior, ISIS came out and ISIS literally put out a proclamation where they called on people in the West, Muslims in the West, to go out and kill Jews wherever they could find them. They called for them to do stabbing attacks. They called for them to do mass car rammings, all these sorts of things. This was a direct incitement to terrorism. And you're saying, terrorism doesn't exist. Well, I'm saying I don't believe in defining terrorism as a.
Okay, should we define hate crimes? Okay, good question by Miha in the chat. Should we define hate crimes then?
Yeah, I think that would fit a hate crime if you're committing a crime against someone on the basis that they're just Jewish.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay. So we will define hate crimes, but we won't define political terrorism. I don't understand it. Why? What's
The distinction between a hate crime. Well, are you saying like every hate crime is a terrorist attack?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying why are you saying that you're willing to call something a hate crime but not a political terrorist act?
Because the issue is that terrorism in law is selectively used. It's selectively used based on what the executive is unhappy with at the time. Like you can
use. Tell me who in Australia was unfairly sentenced under terrorism laws.
In the
Let me explain. In the United States, the way that the terrorist group is defined, they have to. I think this is like a half-assed remembrance of this. But basically, it's all they can either meet a certain criteria or they don't. But regardless, what is designated as a terrorist organization is solely determined by the executive. The groups that don't meet that criteria do not have to be put on the list. It's based on what do we want to apply this to. So it's just whatever the fuck you want. It's just whoever you have an axe to grind with, basically.
So Al Qaeda should not have been.
Bad law.
Do you think Al Qaeda should not have been defined as a terrorist group?
No, I never said that. I never said that.
I'm just giving you examples. I'm going to list a couple terrorist groups for you. ISIS, should it be considered a terrorist group?
No. I mean, yeah, sorry. Yes. Fuck. What I was trying to say is that, like, I believe
so you
that
agree Al Qaeda and ISIS should be considered terrorist groups. I'm guessing you're going to say next that Hamas and Hezbollah should not be considered terrorist groups.
Hezbollah, no.
Okay, explain that to me. Why?
I don't believe that they pose a threat.
Are you aware of the Amir bombing attack? Are you aware of the Amir bombing?
I'm aware of the Amir bombing attack. I'm not aware of any substantial evidence that Hezbollah was behind it. It's
perpetrated. Suspected Hezbollah and Iranian involvement. 86 people.
It's suspected.
Killed. If you read we shouldn't call them a terrorist attack. We shouldn't,
because I don't believe that there's any significant evidence that they did
it. In 2024, an Argentine court ruled that Iran directed the attack and that it was carried out by Hezbollah. The ruling also characterized Iran as a terrorist state. That's not good enough for you.
I haven't read that ruling because I knew about this before that. I knew about this before that happened, but Gareth Porter wrote quite a bit on it.
Okay, we've got an Argentinian court saying that Hezbollah did it. They literally just targeted a Jewish community center, killed 85 people, and you're saying, "Oh, Hezbollah's not a terrorist."
It's a horrendous thing to do. I just think it was. I don't think they did it. I don't think there's substantial evidence that they did it.
Okay.
That's
Can
what I'm arguing.
Explain to us why Hezbollah is not a terrorist group.
Well, they're a product of the conditions in which they were created.
Okay,
this would not exist.
This is apologia. This is full on apologia. Hezbollah is a Lebanese group.
What?
Hezbollah is a Lebanese group. Why do they still exist in the year 2025?
You could say that.
I don't know. What are your thoughts on fucking Israel? Can you define Israel's borders for me? Because Israel does not seem to want to do that.
I agree with the 1967 borders. The borders after the 1967 conflict. West Bank and Gaza should be a Palestinian state. The rest should be Israel.
Okay, but unfortunately, it does not seem like the Israeli government wants to say something like that.
Well, unfortunately, it's also the case that for about 50 years, Palestinians have been carrying out massive terrorist attacks against Israel. So it's pretty much radicalized Israeli society against a two-state solution. Unfortunately,
you can't say that one way.
Can you say the same about October 7th? That you could say the same about October 7th. That it is it's Israel's
they had to rape people because of radicalization.
They were radicalized.
So they had to do the rapes. They had to do the rapes.
Does Israel have to invade and occupy the West Bank? Is that also like you're like?
I don't know.
October 7th, all Palestinian violence is all never can be attributed to anything except the rabid hate demon within the Palestinian people that you believe exists. And then
explain to me.
The only way that you can, but then when we talk about the Israeli state committing war crimes, going over, invading and displacing Palestinians.
He's Googling.
You say
can you explain
by a massacre in 1929?
Okay, can Braden and co explain to me why the Palestinian militants in 1929 decided to try and massacre non-Zionist Jews in mandatory Palestine prior to the creation of Israel? It's almost like there's been 100 years of race war against the Jews in Palestine in mandatory.
100 years of race war. Hold on, but do you believe that October 7th happened for no other reason than that the people that they killed were Jewish? Do you?
Yes, 100%.
Really?
And I'll explain to you, right? If the occupier was not Israel, if the occupier was the Ottoman Empire or an Arab state, they would not have carried out October 7th. 100% true.
If there was,
and I'll prove it to you. I'll prove it to you, Braden. Are you okay? What powers occupied the West Bank and Gaza from 1940,
Drew,
late
do
1940s
you
to
think there is a
1967.
difference?
It was
between
Egypt and
something
Jordan.
being occupied by
Wasn't-
somebody and being like fenced in an open air prison?
Hey, Braden, why did
It's
the
the
Palestinian
size
militants...
of like
Hey,
two
can
state
you
electorates?
explain to me-
Gaza is the size
can
of
you-
like two
can-
state electorates.
Hey, Braden, can you explain to me? Why is it the case that the Palestinian militants never carried out an October 7 against Egypt and Jordan, who occupied them up until 1967?
Was Egypt and Jordan ethnically cleansing them?
Egypt and Jordan was much
They-
better treating
they-
them than what Israel treated them.
They didn't have a problem with them because they were Arab, but they have a problem with the Israelis because they're Jews.
Did
come on now,
Did
come on now, that's
Egypt
not
and
fair,
Jordan
That is
fence
true. That is
in the
literally
Palestinian
factually true.
people to
That
the
is
size of
factually true.
two state electorates and bomb them for a period of like 30 years? Is that something that Egypt and Jordan
That
did?
is actually very incorrect, because what happened was Israel actually fully withdrew from Gaza. They allowed the Palestinians to have independence in Gaza, and then
Oh
unfortunately,
my God! They
Hamas.
allowed them to
They,
hold
wait,
state
no,
electorates.
no,
How
hold
did
on,
they
no,
build
that's not the case. I'm going to need to interject there.
They withdrew.
That's
They
not the
withdrew-
case.
they
Literally,
withdrew from Gaza.
one of the
They
prime
withdrew
minister's
from
top
Gaza.
advisors. One of the prime minister's top advisors said that the point of withdrawing from Gaza is the freezing of the peace process.
Okay, listen. They withdrew from Gaza.
Yeah, to freeze the peace process. That was what the government said.
No. You know, the peace process only froze when Hamas took over Gaza.
Okay, then why did
Hamas carried out a
say
coup.
the purpose
Hamas
of it?
carried out a coup in Gaza. Hamas carried out a coup against the Palestinian Authority, and they took
Yeah,
control
I
of Gaza.
agree that
in a
they
coup.
did, but what are your
And
thoughts on why if you're saying that the peace process was only frozen by the coup, then why would prior to the coup, during the withdrawal, one of the top advisors to the Israeli Prime Minister would say it is the freezing of the peace process?
I'm not aware of that exact quote.
Okay, do you want me to find it for you, just for you, my best friend?
People have said there are plenty of Israeli ministers who've said insane, retarded, psycho things, but it doesn't.
Yeah, and you don't think the Prime Minister has any bearing on Israeli policy?
Here's the fundamentals. There was a really good chance of a two-state solution under the Oslo Accords, and unfortunately, the Palestinians responded to the Oslo Accords with Hamas's militant suicide bombing campaign, and they destroyed the Oslo Accords. They elected Netanyahu in 1996.
So you don't think that the Prime Minister of Israel
the only reason
bragging about how he fucking took the Americans to
hang on,
might have
hang
anything
on.
to do with it?
Oh, come on now.
Hang on.
That's not a fair
Let me
counter-argument.
answer.
What are you saying?
Hang on. Let me, Curtin. I need to finish my point. The only reason Netanyahu was elected in the first place was because the Palestinian militant groups responded to the Oslo peace process, which was initiated by the Israeli Labour Party. They responded to that with suicide bombing attacks, which destroyed the credibility of the Israeli left. That is a fact. There would be no Netanyahu government, and there would be no right-wing shift in Israeli politics, and there probably would have been a Palestinian state created 30 years ago if the Oslo peace process had not been sabotaged by Islamist terrorist groups like Hamas with suicide bus bombing attacks.
What are your thoughts? Okay, but you can say all the same thing about all the stuff that Hamas has done.
By the way,
You
let's
can
go
say
back to
exactly the
Australia
same
stuff.
stuff, in my opinion.
We should go back to Australia stuff.
Look, Drew, I thought
I want to
this
go.
was
I do want to
supposed
go
be-
back to the migration. I do want to go back to the migration thing.
Yeah, I thought
which
this was
not
supposed to be
started on
10 minutes, but beyond that, Alan. Now, look, Drew, how can you then go ahead and say that nothing provoked radicalization among the Palestinians when Israel's out there making settlements and taking their land that was supposed to be under their authority?
Let me explain to you. I do think that Israeli actions over the course of the past couple of decades have been bad. It has actually, of course, made peace more difficult. Sure, but there's a limit to radicalization. It doesn't mean that you should go out and rape and kill people. My family, for example,
I'm not.
Let me explain.
Curtin,
Let me explain to you. My extended family members lost property in Cyprus when Turkey invaded Cyprus in 1974. You don't see me going out there and just doing Hamas terrorist attacks everywhere. Okay, so at a certain point, there's no excuse for radicalization.
The only thing
there's no
that
Hamas attacks in
property.
There's no Hamas attacks in Australia
over the past 80 years. Is that?
Sorry, what was the? I didn't hear. Sorry, Brandon, say that again.
Do you think that all of the Palestinians lost with the formation of Israel and the ongoing occupation? Do you think all they lost was property? You don't think anyone died? You don't think they killed anyone? You don't think that they
Okay, are you aware? Let me ask you this. Let me ask you
this.
this, right? This is actually a good question. Have you ever heard of the Arab Liberation Army? Just tell me, Brandon, have you actually heard of them before?
Who are these guys?
Have you ever heard of these guys before?
Oh yeah, I have.
Okay, what do you think this emblem means? There's a big machete going through a Star of David. I wonder what that means. Now, I wonder who the leader was. Fawzi al-Kawuji. Let's see what he did in World War II. Nazi Germany. Oh no, he was a colonel of the Nazi Wehrmacht during World War II. Served as the Arab Liberation Army field commander during the 1948 Palestine War. Now, what do you think?
This is irrelevant to what I was saying.
No, you're saying it's irrelevant. No, it's not irrelevant, and let me explain why.
I asked you a very straightforward question about whether the Palestinians have lost anything other than property, and then you just like bring up.
Listen, no, you're talking about the Nakba.
With like Hezbollah as well. This is what he did with it. To be clear, the reason
You
why
two
he's
shut the fuck up. Let Drew
he asked me
speak.
about
Drew
like
speak.
Israel Palestine.
Let me speak.
He asked me like what the hell.
I'm muting. Let me speak. Now, the Arab Liberation Army. The reason that I bring this up, right, is you're saying, oh, you don't think that the Israelis killed Palestinians that led to the Nakba, the catastrophe, all these things. What do you think would have happened if they had won in 1948 and one of the military forces that was fighting the Israelis in 1948 literally had as their emblem a machete going through the Star of David, and their leader was a colonel in the Nazi military during World War II? What do you think their plans were for the Jews of mandatory Palestine, Braden, if they had won that civil war? They would have pushed the Jews into the sea, which is what they boasted. They would have massacred and genocided the Jews. It would have been a second Holocaust right after the first Holocaust. So when you talk about
you're
the disaster of 1948,
doing it to the Arabs then.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying there needs to be a bit more understanding of what happened in 1948, because you have a very simplistic narrative. You just completely ignore the fact that there was literally an Arab paramilitary force led by a Nazi colonel with the machete with their emblem being the machete through the Star of David. And you just think, oh, if they had won, everything would have been fine and dandy. But I think we should go. I think we should go to. All right, like, what do you think would have happened? Just tell me, Brandon. What do you think would have happened if they had won in 1948, the Arab Liberation Army?
I don't think really any like national liberation movement ended with like sunshine and rainbows. Like, did any? Like, can you name one? But do I'm you just support...
saying, like you've got. All I'm saying, right, is you've got a very clear narrative about the Nakba. Of course, there was ethnic cleansing. There was dispossession of Palestinians. That is undeniable. It is wrong. But you cannot deny at the exact same time that there were major sections of the Arab militarist forces who, if they had won in 1948, would have tried to push the Jews into the sea and genocide.
Okay, so your argument is instead of like primarily opposing the actual existing apartheid ethno-state, instead of actually opposing the actual
because the alternative that you want is an Arab ethno-state.
Of the other side of the Civil War. We're going to look at one faction and then wait.
No, it's not one faction. It was a major force.
We don't have to. No, it's not. We don't have to wonder what if with the Palestinians because it's happening to them right now. It's been happening to them since 1948.
Braden, let me explain to you. No, Braden, let me explain to you. You don't want justice. You just want an Arab ethno-state, and you're sad that the Arab ethno-state lost in 1948.
Yeah.
And you want a permanent jihad
really
to try to
into ethno-states. Braden,
that's what you want, though. That's what they're fighting for. Okay, let me ask you.
Okay, look, the issue, Braden, do you support like mass deportations of Jews? Is that a yes or a no?
No,
just
no. Actually,
okay, so you have it here first. Braden Smith does not support an Arab ethno-state. We have it here first.
Okay, but the reality is, if they have
who's this third person? Who's this fourth person?
No, it's like Drew. People like you going about like blood libels against Jews, and then say like Palestinians want to like massacre every Jew, and that's why they can't get a state.
Okay, can I just wonder what happened over the what have they been doing for the past 70, 80 years? There have been constant massacres. My understanding of the conflict is it's constant attempts to massacre the Jews and then they respond.
Well, but you don't think there's been any like attempt to like massacre like Palestinians and then they respond to that? You don't think there's hang
on. I'm hearing somebody said in the chat that there's an active shooter in Sydney. Hang on.
Active shooter in Sydney. What?
Oh my God, Alan Smith is on the panel for active shooter in Sydney.
Can you go back to
this is
why gun control never works.
Okay,
this is why gun control never works, guys, because fucking there's still guns.
How do we go from immigration to this? Well,
John Howard's 1996 National Firearms Agreement is the biggest disgrace this country has ever had.
Exactly?
Why do I have 12-year-olds in my call? Why do I have 12-year-olds in my call? I don't understand. Why are there 15
I'm
12-year-olds
19.
football right now? I'm sorry. I don't even know who the latest person is.
fucking 19.
Typically, I'm in my
Phone word
20s,
is
Drew.
trouble.
I'm in my 20s.
Jesus Christ.
I study at university. I'm not a 12-year-old. Code word is 12. He needs to be kicked out. To be clear, you're debating
Wait,
a
okay,
15-year-old.
code word.
Fuck off,
Curtin
Alan.
is like
I'm 19.
15.
I'm
How old is
19.
code word? Okay, I just want to. I
I'm
don't want to
19.
be. Okay, fine. All right. Okay, code word. Who are your friends here? Are you on Braden's side? Just tell us a bit about yourself.
Oh God.
Well, I'm on no one's side here. I'm a rogue agent, motherfuckers.
He's a
Are you
rogue
sure
agent
you're
ticket.
19? You sound like a 12. I don't know. I've got 12-year-olds in my fucking debate. I don't understand why.
I'm fucking
To be clear,
on
like,
fire.
you're
Like
not
that's why my voice is
against.
high pitched.
To be clear, like Drew,
You know,
you say this like you're not
people in
against
the chat are
debating like
asking why you're
kids.
debating
Curtin
12-year-olds.
Enthusiast is a kid. Curtin Enthusiast is a
I'm
Who is
not
kid.
it?
12. I can
Wait,
show
how
you
old
my
is Curtin
driver's license
Enthusiast?
if you fucking want.
How old is Curtin Enthusiast?
Ageless, nameless. Okay, I'm 17, but
Oh, what the fuck? Why is everyone 12 years old here?
I'm not 12 years old, to be clear. I'm pretty sure I'm older than Braden. Is that the case?
I think Alan's the
How old
oldest
are
one
you,
in this
Alan
call.
Smithy?
21?
Yeah, you are older than me. There you go.
You're shitting me. Okay.
I don't know. Why am I debating
I'm
fucking
19.
15-year-old? I don't know. I didn't even. I thought
I was born November 18, 2005.
Curtin sounds like John Howard. I thought he was fucking like 30. I thought Curtin was fucking 40. He sounds like John Howard.
Drew, Chad is saying you're losing the debate to 12-year-olds, Drew. I think this is.
I legit thought that Curtin was like 40. He sounds like John Howard.
Jesus
Jesus
Christ.
asked, why is Drew debating small children?
Look,
No.
Drew, this has
Fuck
gone
off.
far
Anyway,
beyond.
like
the
John
point
Howard.
is,
Do you guys
You're
want?
right.
Do you guys
The
want
point
my
is,
Palestine
Drew-
stance?
Look, I
The
think
point
this
is
has
that
gone
Drew
far,
is against free
beyond,
speech.
what the
Drew
purpose
is
of this
against
call
free
was.
speech because of something that
What
happened in the
happened to this being
1940s.
the UK politics stream? What happened to that, Drew? Come on, let's.
Are
Okay.
you going to
See,
continue
this is the
your
fucking 12 these
UK politics
cunts.
stream with the 15-year-olds?
Who was
Why
shot in
people-
Sydney?
This
Why
is
were
the
they
12
shot?
years.
What's the shooting?
5 people shot in Sydney. That's fucked up. I actually have no idea what's happened. 5 people shot.
Then why don't you Google it? You should go to the live blog. I'm sure Guardian, the best news
Monash
outlet in the country, will
posting
have
wants
it.
to join the debate.
No. Okay, we
Can
already
we
have
just
enough people
admit
as it is.
Can we just admit that the National Firearms Agreement was bad?
No.
Okay.
The National Firearms Agreement was bad. It was Port Arthur was done by the government.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. Why do I have a 12-year-old defending the Port Arthur massacre? I'm removing.
He's not defending.
I'm
He's
not
saying it's
12.
bad
I'm
because it was done
19,
by
and I'm not defending it. It was a tragedy because the government did it. Anything the government does is a
Yeah,
tragedy.
see, I told you that's what he thinks.
Why do I have 13-year-olds saying that the Port Arthur massacre was a government inside job? Why the fuck is
He's
that?
not going to
I'm
correct you on his
19.
age every time.
Alan Smithy's been reading the Australian Light
I'm
Sermons.
removing
Look,
this.
look. Could we remove? Look, Drew.
No.
Remove Cody.
Remove
Full
all
stop.
fighters.
I'm removing Code Word. I don't even know why I had a fucking 12-year-old there.
Drew, this was supposed to be a British politics stream. Well, what happened to that?
Okay.
Drew, come
We'll
on.
go
Now.
back.
Come on.
Okay,
Now, let's make this one-on-one.
Okay, we'll go back to Curtin, but like last one, we're just gonna quickly talk. I just want to sum up the whole thing with Braden.
You spent the
Because
last
we
40
never-
minutes
Okay.
on Drew v. Curtin.
Okay, last one. Okay, last one. Okay, last one.
Okay.
La-
He wants to.
last question.
Curtin, you're forsaken. Go on, Drew.
Okay, last question. Okay, so you were talking about migration being reparations for the third world. I'm just asking you, at what point does it stop? At what point have we given reparations enough? What level of demographic change do you want to see happen in Australia? Would you like to see European Australians driven into a minority within the next 15 years?
I'm neutral on the question.
You're neutral on the question of white Australians becoming a minority,
Yeah.
but you
I don't
support
think
policies to do
yeah,
that.
it's neither a good nor bad.
But
because
you
I'm not a
support
racist.
policies to do that, though. So it's racist
Right.
to say that the culture of Australia should be at least somewhat recognised.
No,
over a
you
100
didn't say
year period.
culture,
No,
which is
like,
also
the
kind of
culture of
questionable.
Australia is always changing. Let's be honest here.
Hold on, Alan. You said culture.
Yes.
You're
Well,
saying
there's obviously
you're saying racial makeup. You said white Australian. You said white
obviously,
Australian.
yeah,
Is
I'm
white
talking about
Australians
them being a
integral
minority.
to the cultural makeup of Australia? Do you believe that?
Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. Do you think it's not?
Well, I don't believe in any. I mean, to the extent that it is, it's a bad.
Do you actually
thing.
think? Can it, no,
You-
no,
you
but
don't-
you just
you
explain
think
to
there
us.
is an
Do you
essential
actually think
racial
that there's no such thing?
characteristic?
But do you actually think that there's no such thing as like a white Australian culture and that they don't exist as a like they exist? Obviously, well, you're fucking white. You're whiter than me. Like, how do you understand it? How do you not understand this?
That is true. That is true, actually.
He's
Yeah, but
got
like,
that
I'm
last
just trying
name
to work this
Smith.
out, like,
It's
how does
very
it work?
concerning.
But how does that work? Like, you actually say there's no such thing as white Australian culture. Like, that is insane.
Well, there is culture that exists among white Australians and is common to white Australians, but you are mapping that onto Australian culture, the culture of the entire country, and you're saying that that is necessarily white.
I'm not saying that the only culture in Australia is white. I'm just saying, like, historically, the majority.
You're saying
population of Australia
Australian culture. You're
Let me
saying
say.
that
Let me
you-
say. Okay.
Australian or no?
Would
This
you
is
say
Aboriginals are part of
Okay,
Australian
Who
culture?
do you?
Drew?
Okay. Let me ask you this, Brandon. Who do you think? Okay, who's been the majority population of Australia for the past 200 years?
Who's in the majority population? I mean, yeah, Anglos.
Yes.
White
And
people.
so obviously, there's a very strong core component of Anglo culture to Australia, right?
But you're not saying that there is commonality. There's not correlation. You're saying that the
You say white, it's like a
part
skin
is
colour
a part
thing.
that needs to be preserved. In the
I don't care about. It's not
preserved in
skin color per
Australian
se. I'm
culture.
talking about European Australians. The skin color is just a proxy.
You
We're
okay?
talking
No,
about
hold on,
European
no,
Australians.
You've been to Europe, Drew. You know that all these countries are very different places. You know that. You know.
Yeah, but you
in the
would
distance you
would
can
you
go.
really okay? But would you really try and argue that there is less cultural Would you? Okay, here's a good thought experiment, right? Where is there more cultural difference between, say, an Italian and a French person, or an Italian and a Somalian person?
Oh, who the fuck just joined?
Oh, that's like
Italians.
Nazi. Who's the Nazi editor guy?
Who's the fucking?
I'm not a Nazi.
producer? This is like his Discord mod.
He's one of the.
I'm
He's one of
not
the.
a bot anymore, but I'm not a Nazi. But I do want to speak on the culture thing. And the thing is that why it matters that it's white is because culture.
I don't
This is
want
like
to debate some random white supremacist, man.
Not a white
He's
It's
not a
random
white
white- no, this
supremacist.
is
He's not
from
even
Drew's
white.
Discord. He's from Drew's Discord. He's
but
this is like
just to be clear,
moral backup.
every time I see this guy, it's in like my replies saying something about how white Australia is good or some shit. The
Well, do you
Listen,
think
we
do you
could-
think white Australians are bad? Just out of interest, do you think it's bad? Do you think
I
white
said white
Australians are
Australia.
racist? Do you think white Australians?
I
are
think
bad
Australia
people,
being
Brandon?
white is good. Is
No.
that racist?
What is a rule?
For goodness sake.
Yeah,
When I was
but
posting asked what's Drew's opinion on Taylor's new album.
she made
I haven't heard it yet.
But like this all goes back down to basically if I'm just saying, like, we have all these Anglo Australians like saying that we need AUKUS, we need this horrendous thing with the UK, and all of a sudden,
Yeah,
like,
I love that.
like,
I
it's-
love that. I'm glad. I want Australia to become I want Australia to be part of Western civilization. Do you think Australia is part of Western
Yeah,
civilization?
no. I don't. I think Western civilization, it's made up. It's bullshit. Like,
There
Australia
you
is
go.
Australia.
Leftards don't believe in anything. They hate life. They hate civilization. they hate their own culture.
Can I just
No,
butt in here?
I
Can I just butt in
hate
here for
my
a
own
second?
Culture. I like Australia. I'm trying to defend myself. I like Australia, and I don't think we should be permanently tied to some failing fucking sinking island, the United Kingdom. I don't
Okay,
believe
that
that we
is
should be
such
tied to some
self-hatred.
like insane
Because
failing.
You're
the
such a
reality
black
is-
nationalist, Alan Smithy. It's kind of
The
embarrassing.
reality is, the reality is that Britain built
Australian
Australia.
culture. Yeah, Australian culture is derivative of British culture. I mean, it was created by the
That is
British.
a fact. That is a fact. They
I don't know
built
how you can
Australia.
deny this.
The institutions of our system are British in nature. The parliament.
Okay, I guess we should
the Constitution.
perpetually tie ourselves to the United States and United Kingdom. Then
Yeah,
But then,
why not?
do you,
Well, I mean,
why not?
wait.
They're
Just
brother
to
nations
be,
to us.
there are other arguments for why we should.
they're
just a
horrendous.
better-
They're
better
criminals. They spy on us all the time.
They're literally our
I'm sure
brother
China
nations.
never
We've got the
spies on
exact
us.
same-
so-
Yeah, they're our
Yeah.
brother nations. We should be so glad that they
They are.
spy on us and.
They're,
Um,
they're literally the closest.
Five
Like
Eyes.
every single person in this chat could seamlessly move to the United States or Britain and just fit in so easily culturally. We are so obviously very closely tied. So I hate this stupid shit on the far left of Australia going like the real people slaving us are America and Britain. It's like, no, they're literally like almost indistinguishable culturally from Australia in so many different
Okay,
ways.
so I
Every
guess
single
that
person.
means we should be militarily tied to them.
Wait,
Yes,
why
I
not?
guess
Yes,
that
it
means
does
they have the
mean
right
that.
to.
Yes, it
Can-
does
That
can
mean
means
you
they
tell-
have the
can you
right
tell-
to spy on. That means they have the
Can you
right to
tell us
spy
why
on
not?
They don't spy on us. They don't spy on us.
Can you-
They
wait,
don't
can you
spy
tell
on
us
us.
why-
We're
can
literally
you-
in the, What do you think the Five Eyes Alliance is?
Wait,
We literally have
wait,
joint
Drew.
The Five
intelligence
Alliance
agencies.
is a
They're not
mass
spying on us,
surveillance
they're joint.
alliance.
Yeah, wait.
The Five
Well,
Alliance,
it's
no,
joint.
hold on.
Why
You
would
keep
you
denying
say
the
it's a
existence of mass
joint?
surveillance.
If not America, then who? If not America, then who?
If not America, then I think we don't have to let anyone spy on us. It's amazing.
Yeah,
They don't
but
spy on
that's
us.
not how. That's the wait, That's not how the world works. It's a
What is-
multipolar world. We have to choose a side. It's not.
No, we don't. Okay, yeah.
Yes, we do.
No, what do you? Okay, but no, Drew denies the existence of mass surveillance. What do you think the?
It
prison
doesn't
program
matter,
is?
mass
Just wondering.
surveillance or not. It's about if it's negatively used against us.
I have a
don't
link
think-
to this. No. Hold on. Drew is denying the existence of mass surveillance.
Who gives a shit
No,
if
no,
it's?
Alan Smithy, you
We-
should ask.
we
Drew,
have
you
the
should
same
tell
whole-
Drew your opinions on veterans.
I don't like
Well,
them. I think they go to they pop up this. It's horrendous. They go to Vietnam. They
Okay,
shoot
stop
people.
squeaking.
They burn down the
I
forest.
hate
based,
communists. I hate
based,
communists like
based,
I'm
based.
not even a communist.
Vietnam, they defend, they
Drew-
fought communism. They
For
fought
God's
communism.
sake.
Yeah, they
Fuck
fought
communism.
communism in Vietnam.
Fuck
I don't give a
communism.
shit. Yeah. Australians need to be conscripted. This is like what people
They
like
do
Drew
need to
think.
be conscripted.
People-
They be conscripted
People
to
like
kill communist
Australians
overseas.
citizens
They were
need to
fighting
be
against
conscripted and sent to their
communism.
death. So
Look.
they can set fire to
They were
forests in
fighting.
Vietnam.
They were fighting to stop communism. They were fighting to stop.
Okay, so
this
Australian
country
citizens need to die to
from
stop communism in Vietnam. This is Drew's take.
That's
What do you think
interesting.
communism
that-
will stop
that you
itself, or what do you think the
prioritize
solution is?
the interests of apparently capitalist Vietnam over the interests of Australian citizens who you want to send fighting
Yes,
back?
yeah.
That's
Some nationally,
not the case at
I
all.
think like Drew,
Interesting.
Drew's own
I don't care.
standards.
I
No,
don't
no,
care
no,
about. I
no,
don't care about the
no,
economic
no,
system. Here's where you don't understand, Braden. I'm not. Oh wow, Vietnam needs to be capitalist. I don't give a fuck whether Vietnam's capitalist. I'm interested in stopping communism, regardless of capitalism or not, because communism believes in shooting people like me. So I don't give a
What's-
fuck about.
No,
What's-
So
I
What?
believe.
Drew, what? I'm sorry, Drew,
I'll
what?
say it to you.
Telling
I'll
me
say
that
it to you.
if- no,
I'm trying.
so
Let me
if
fuck
you will
off.
get
Let me
shot-
explain. Let me explain. Let me explain.
Okay.
Wait, what
So
did you say?
feudalism over communism.
What did Cobra
what
just
you're
say
saying.
about me being shot?
Code
Huh?
word, he's not in the call.
CJ.
No, I
what did
said
CJ
no.
just
So
say
you think
about
you will
me?
get shot if Australians did not fight in Vietnam?
If
Yeah, it's
communism
called
came
domino
to
theory.
power-
It's called domino theory. If Vietnam
if
fell, then
communism
so
came
would
to
other
power-
countries.
If
and they
Vietnam,
did.
yeah, if Vietnam falls,
And
then
Let me-
Australians
Vietnam
will fall.
did
That's
fall
right.
and nothing happened.
Yeah, it did. More countries
Let
became
me.
communist. Obviously,
yeah,
at the
they
end of the
contain
day,
communism.
the communists lost, but we can't say that in retrospect. We can only say that in retrospect.
Drew, have you been to Vietnam? They're not going to shoot you.
Let me answer.
Yeah,
let
today
me
obviously
answer.
not. The stand of
Let me
Congress.
answer. Let me answer. I don't actually give a fuck about the direct economic policies of the Vietnamese government. I don't care if they have communism. I don't care if they have capitalism. What I am against, what I was opposed in the Cold War, was Marxist-Leninism as a system. So, oh wow, Vietnam has socialized industry. I don't give a fuck about that. What I'm interested in is stopping communists from getting to power, because communists want to destroy Western civilization. I'm primarily interested in this from a cultural perspective. Communists hate Christianity. They hate Western civilization. They want to overthrow our governments. They want to overthrow our states. People like Braden want to abolish our borders. So I don't give a fuck. I don't actually care whatsoever really about, Vietnam has to have socialized industry. I don't care about that. I care about the cultural element of communist soldiers, the communist governments. They wanted to basically overthrow. They want to overthrow everything I hold dear culturally, and that's why I'm anti-communist.
Drew. Well, I think that's
why.
Just to get it clear, you're saying that not that we should fight and die for capitalist Vietnam.
I don't care about capitalism.
Australian soldiers should fight and die for the culture of Vietnam.
Not even the culture of Vietnam.
Western aligned
for
Vietnam.
Western civilization. Yes.
Vietnam was an outpost of Western civilization.
It was essentially it was vital to stop communism in Vietnam, because if it wasn't stopped in Vietnam, it would have gone to Singapore and it kept on progressing, and eventually we would have been threatened ourselves.
Essential to preserving Western civilization.
No, it wasn't. Yes, no, it wasn't. And Braden, that's why I say I don't actually support anything the Vietnamese South. I don't support any policy of the South Vietnamese government. I'm just anti-communist.
You don't support any. You don't support any policy of the South Vietnamese government, which is why you support Australia fighting on behalf of it.
I would be
conscription
fighting
on
against
behalf of it.
communism. Let me explain to you. I'm fighting against communism, not in favor of South Vietnam.
Okay, so
not in favor of capitalism, not in favor of South
so are
Vietnam.
the people
It's
that
fighting against
fought on
communism.
behalf of do you believe that the people that fought for South Vietnam are bad people?
No, I don't think that. They were defending their own.
So they commit all these crimes, but no, they can commit all these crimes.
The North Vietnamese carried out the most horrific atrocities throughout the entire war. The North Vietnamese carried out massive atrocities.
But listen, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
I'm saying like
It
Australia
doesn't
supported
matter.
South Vietnam.
The
South
atrocities
Vietnam
don't.
committed crimes.
The atrocities don't
No,
matter. War is not pretty. War has never been pretty. Sometimes you have to do things that.
The atrocities
Vietnamese
don't.
carried out
I
more
disagree.
atrocities.
Hold on, but no, Drew is
The
arguing
communists
that
have
the
always been more
atrocities
brutal.
do matter.
The communists. No, let me explain. The communists have always been the king of atrocities. They killed 100 million people in the last century. They would kill every single person who's not leftist. If they came to power in Australia, I would be lined up against a death pit and shot into the mass grave. So
Well, no, I mean,
against
Drew.
communism.
He's talking about atrocities within the war itself, not as the byproducts of it.
Yeah, I'm against atrocity. I still think that the communists carried out.
Yeah,
more
but
atrocities.
I think
You're against atrocities. I don't think you meaningfully are against atrocities if you support the Australian soldiers fighting on behalf of a
No, absolutely no. You can every side in the war commits atrocities.
I love the Anzacs so much. I'm never going to condemn the Anzacs. I'm never going to condemn the Anzacs.
They are suckers. They're criminals. They suck dick.
You are a communist. You are communist scum.
I'm not a communist. I am awesome. I love this country and I'm sick of these suckers.
Hey, calm down, boys.
You are subversive communist scum.
I'm subversive communist scum.
Can you calm down, guys?
Subversive
We
communist
need to be civil.
If you hate Australia, if you hate the Anzacs, you hate Australia. You hate
I love Australia, which is why I don't like the Anzacs.
How dare you pretend to love Australia when you spit on the graves of men who fought and died for our country?
They didn't fight and die for our country. That's what I'm arguing.
You can never claim to be a person who loves Australia. You can never claim
I'm doing it right fucking now.
or a nationalist.
I'm doing it right now. I'm doing it right
when
now.
you spit on the graves of the Anzacs, you are communist subversive scum.
Look, I think me and Brayden are the only people
are you
worth
shitting me? Are
listening
you
to right
telling me that a
now.
bunch of Australians
You
should die
are
on
a
a British
communist
beach?
subversive scum, and you sound like a 12-year-old with fucking a high voice.
This was supposed to be about
Yeah,
Britain,
you sound
Drew.
like that, and you know
This
what?
was
You know what?
supposed to be
It doesn't
about
fucking matter.
Britain.
Subversive 12-year-old scum. You should go back to school.
What the?
Yeah, calm down, Drew. Calm down.
No, but seriously,
Let's keep it civil. Let's keep it
this
civil.
is a legitimate question. What do you?
This is
in what
supposed
way
to be
is fighting-
civil, Drew.
Get back to us when you.
Wait. Let's keep
I'm
it civil.
older than
Let's keep it
Brayden,
civil.
just so you know. But I'm just saying, like, in what way?
12-year-old
did
in a
fighting-
helium factory condemned Anzac soldiers. You are scum.
You didn't even make that up yourself. Your fucking viewers have to do it, just so you know. But the point is that what do you think? Like, what do you think? Like, how did Australia benefit from fighting on a Turkish beach and conscripting people to fight on a Turkish beach?
They were fighting for Western civilization.
They were fighting for Western civilization.
The Ottomans literally carried out the worst genocide in World War I against Armenians and Greek Christians. And you think that I should condemn the Anzacs for fighting against them?
The Ottomans suck ass.
You want me to condemn? You want me to condemn the Anzacs for fighting against the Ottoman genocidaires who committed massive atrocities and genocide against Armenians and Greeks? No, I'm not going to do that. I think it was a just war. I think it was a just war.
Wait, CJ.
Here's the difference between me and like Drew. Like I like this country that I live in. I like the place.
Can I ask you something?
You don't like the country that you live in. You hate the country you live in. You hate Australia. You spit on the graves of people who fought and died for this country.
Drew.
But like people who died
CJ,
a stupid fucking reason.
You're getting rage baited by a 12-year-old, and
But the point
me and
is
Brayden
that
are the only people worth listening to.
CJ, calm the fuck down.
It's not CJ.
CJ.
No, it's not CJ. It's not CJ.
It's not. Well, his name is CJ on the fucking thing. So
my name is CJ on the thing because I'm it's this covert operation.
Well,
but
I'm going to call you CJ. Okay.
Like I tie Australia to Australia itself. I tie it to my fucking neighbours.
Can I ask you something?
The gay race communist theory of nationalism.
Drew, shut the fuck up! I want to ask you something.
No, but yeah, okay.
Gay race communist. I can't get a word in. is your problem with Gallipoli that there was the casualties, or the fact that it happened at all?
Well, I fundamentally disagree with the premise of going to defend
imagine the
Western
Anzacs.
civilization.
Yeah, no, imagine the Anzacs went there and like the Turks immediately surrendered. There was no casualties. Would that still be a bad thing?
No.
Okay, so you're talking in retrospect about something that no one could have seen at the time, and you're like, this shouldn't have happened.
No one could have predicted that Gallipoli would have went bad.
I mean, why? They predicted it went bad, and they did it anyway. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah. So I don't like the army, and I don't like the people
you're saying
that
in retrospect,
did
you're
not
saying
resist
that they're
conscription.
bad because they lost. Like that's essentially.
Yeah, that's literally his argument. His argument is that the Anzacs are bad because they lost. He's scum. He's fucking.
Well, I wouldn't have much of a
from-
leg to stand on if they won.
What about from an ideological position of what they did? Like in theory, or you could say, like the idea of fighting the Turks is a bad one or a good one?
Oh no, I completely disagree. The idea that Australia has to be going to completely different continents in the search of defending Western civilization—that's stupid. I believe in Australia. I believe in Australia.
So you're not for the liberal democracies in World War One. You're not. What would happen if Germany won that war?
I'm sorry, I'm not here for like this debate on like whether it's important that we fill out a piece of paper every few years. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, but you're some sort of like isolationist who thinks we should never do anything.
Isolationist? No, I don't say isolation.
Yeah,
I believe we should trade with people. I believe that we should do all this fucking shit. I don't believe
we
that
live
we
in.
should. I'm sorry. Okay, if I don't want people to die, if I don't want this country's soldiers to die for stupid reasons, I'm an isolationist.
Or we can never do anything around the world because someone might die. Oh no, someone might die. That's the end of the world when one soldier dies. It's like Jesus Christ. We live in an international world order. Sometimes people die.
This is why the West is done. This is why the West is done. These little communist.
What do you mean? This is why the West is done, Drew?
I'll explain it because you've got.
You're the one who invited.
Communists.
This was supposed to be about Britain, Drew.
You've got 18-year-old communists who are like, oh no, one Western soldier might die in a war, so we must preemptively surrender to every single person who hates us and wants to kill us.
Surrendering to the Ottomans. Let's be honest here. You're surrendering to the Ottomans. Come on.
We were a British ally. We have to help them.
Yeah, British. I but that was how the argument started. I fundamentally disagree with the alliance with the Anglos.
Yeah. Okay.
Why though? Because they built the country. They built the country of Australia. That is a fact.
Yeah, Yeah, now I'm building it. I live here now.
I mean, Australia isn't.
The people that live in Australia are building Australia, not people in the ocean away.
So who should we be allied with if not the Anglos?
Australia is impossible to invade. It's a fact.
Yeah, but
Are
we going to be some fucking? Are we going to be an autarky? Is that what you want? We're going to be some autarkical fucking isolationist.
Hey, good question. Good question. Should Ukraine surrender then? Because it's too tough. Fighting a war is too tough. So should Ukraine surrender in your eyes? Should Palestine surrender? You don't want Palestine to surrender. So why does Australia have to surrender? It's because you fucking hate Western civilization. Why
does Australia have to surrender? Wait, what do you mean? Like, what do I think? What do you define surrender? Like, why do you think I want Australia to surrender? I don't want Australia to surrender to anyone. I just don't think we should be getting involved in the first place.
But if we're not allied with people, we eventually will be subverted. It's inevitable.
Yes,
that's how nations.
I disagree with that. I completely disagree with that. He's like,
what?
Realistically, it is impossible.
People will just leave us alone forever.
Well, that's what he thinks.
Yeah, because it's impossible. Australia is impossible to invade.
CJ, we're not talking about invasion, military invasion. We're talking about subversion. Like for example, they could blockade us or something, or infiltrate our institutions. And if we aren't allied,
who is that? Who's going to blockade us?
I mean, who knows? Maybe the Chinese.
Easily China.
The Chinese. China. Who do you think our number one trading partner is? They're gonna.
Yeah. That doesn't mean anything, dude. That doesn't mean anything.
What are you talking about?
Poland traded with Nazi Germany before Nazi Germany invaded them.
Okay, like you didn't give me the woke option. If you really knew anything about Australian defense, you would have said Indonesia, because that was the big scare back in the day.
No, Indonesia.
No one cares. I don't believe in that. I don't think that's real. It's China that's the main one. No one actually thinks.
Do you think some sort of Finlandization?
No,
by
I mean like
China
20 years ago, like back when
Australia?
Timor was a thing. Huh?
Is some sort of is Finlandization like some sort of that system where they subvert our institutions and have a
subversion of institutions? I'm arguing against the subversion of our institutions.
Yeah, but they will do that if we're not allied.
Let me say, He thinks that having the American alliance is a subversion of Australian institutions, but China doing to us, China doing subversion to us is not subversion.
I mean,
Wait, when did I argue that China doing subversion to us is not subversion? What did I say that indicates that?
Just to be clear, to whatever extent our institutions are subverted by the Americans, the outcome of that is better than a subversion by the Chinese, because the Chinese are an authoritarian dictatorship.
I don't know the Chinese running mass surveillance programs on random countries. And
Yeah,
like,
but the fact that
you think that the Chinese don't spy on us? Are you fucking kidding, dude? In 2023,
I said mass surveillance. I said mass surveillance. Obviously, they do espionage.
The Australian Federal Police called me into their offices in Newstead in Brisbane in 2023 and said, we intercepted a plot in 2022 to find your address and harm you, and it was basically China. And you're saying, oh, they don't do anything, bro. Don't worry. They don't do...
Well, no,
oh, my God. It's not the same as America reading my metadata.
Wait.
No,
it's not metadata. It's literally raw content of the stuff. Like, it's not metadata. It's literally every single email, text message.
Wait.
No, it is not.
I've been sidelined for the past hour, and it's supposed to be a you versus me debate.
Yeah, but I'm better than you, so I'm debating. So the point is that
CJ,
I've sent a link in the studio chat.
CJ, to the extent that I'm calling him CJ because that's his name. I don't know what the
That's not his name, you idiot. He's Alan.
That's what it says on the thing. So I don't know what to call him. What do I call him?
Alan. Call him Alan.
Okay, Alan.
Yes, and
can you tell me? What?
I actually don't give a fuck about whatever you're trying to say. Oh my God, America read my metadata.
Alan.
I'll say one thing. You can say all this anti-US shit in Australia. Nothing happens to you. When I said anti-CCP shit in this country, I was literally the target of a kidnap operation. So there's no distinction. There's no comparison at all.
How do you know about the kidnap operation? How do you know?
The Australian Federal Police. The Australian Federal Police called me into their offices, and it was confirmed before the Australian Senate. In question. Do
you have any documentation that proves this, or just people saying
shit? The Senate
do you know the names of the people that were arrested?
They confirmed it in the Senate estimates, dude.
Alan,
can we get the names of the people that supposedly did this?
Okay. They didn't give me the names, retard.
Just kick Alan out.
They're going to give me the names.
No, I want to ask Alan something. Alan,
what do you want to ask?
You say, oh, well, America is surveilling us, whatever. Can you tell me how that negatively affects us?
Well, I think that privacy is
how has America oppressed you? How has America oppressed you?
Yeah. Well, you can talk bad about Trump. You can do literally anything. Your life isn't changing at all. Your life is identical to it. You can criticize Israel. You can criticize America. You can criticize anything.
Literally nothing happens to you. You say all this, nothing happens to you. When I was anti-CCP,
You're in one piece. You're in one piece.
They tried to expel me from the University of Queensland. I got arrested multiple times with fake bomb threats against me. I got assaulted multiple times. My family had bomb threats against them on 2 different continents. They did it to my brother in America as well. And then to top it off, there's a fucking kidnap plot against me. That's what happens when you're anti-CCP in Australia.
Okay. The police have not identified anyone.
What have you suffered as an Australian citizen for criticizing America? Nothing. There's nothing.
It's not criticizing America. It's mass surveillance.
Yeah, but how does it negatively affect you?
Tell me how your life is negatively impacted.
Please tell. You're a poor victim of this mass surveillance. Can you tell me how it affects you at all?
Everyone in this country is. We're all being treated like criminals by default. The way it used to be.
Oh, really? Yeah. We're all in prison. We're working our way out. Can you let
me finish?
Wow, this is Gulag Australia. We're imprisoned by the Americans. Gulag Australia.
Will you let me finish instead of okay. The way it used to be is that if you had reasonable suspicion that someone was committing a crime, you would be able to get a search warrant on them, right, to get their stuff. In other words, if someone is likely to be associated with a crime or committing a crime themselves, you can get a search warrant on their stuff and you can carry out a search on the premises. The way it works now is that we're all just being treated, all of our, most private things. Every child from birth has now been given a phone and has to use a laptop in school and has to do all this shit on using technology. None of it's private. All of it's basically owned by the government.
Is that the argument? That's probably the worst thing I've ever heard.
What's the argument?
Please tell me how it negatively affects the Australian populace. That's all I want to know. How does it?
Well, you don't think that that's a violation of people's privacy?
I don't see how it negatively affects the Australian populace. What can you do that you? What can you not do that you could do before this happened? Can you tell me anything?
Well, it's we don't have the rights that we used to have.
Well, what rights? What rights are you missing? What rights are you missing?
Privacy.
Yeah, and how's it affecting you?
Reasonable suspicion to get search on us.
Can you tell me?
How's it affecting you?
Why
Please tell
does
me.
you think America cares about fucking spying on Helium Boy, who's 12 years old from Australia? No one cares, dude. You think Australia?
It's worse. It's the entire fucking country.
You think NSA?
Yeah, please tell me how this American. Wait, I'm gonna keep asking you this question until you answer. How does the American surveillance affect us or you or anyone in Australia negatively?
I don't think anything that. Like we don't have privacy.
No,
I believe that privacy is a fundamental right that we should all have, and now we don't have it.
Yeah, okay. So superficial, my privacy is not an answer. I want to know how it affects you negatively, materially. Like, have you been put in jail for criticizing Israel? Like, tell me how has your life been worsened, please?
Helium Boy thinks that the American spy agencies are tapping
let him answer. Let him answer.
Wait,
who's calling on Discord?
who the fuck is that? I'm gonna.
Why is NAF calling me?
I don't fucking know. Turn it off. What were you saying before?
Okay, here's the question for Helium Kid: How have the American spy agencies personally tapped your phone, Helium Boy?
It's not personally. I'm arguing it's an attack on us all.
Yeah. So how has it affected anyone in Australia? This egregious attack on our privacy.
Well, I've already explained that. Like, it's
all superficial. Your explanations are superficial.
It's not superficial. Okay, so you're arguing this is not happening, or are you arguing this okay?
I'm arguing that it's not materially affecting you at all. Your right to privacy, quote unquote, isn't. You say it's gone. Like your life is exactly the same.
You don't believe there's a right to privacy.
I'm saying the fact that your right to privacy.
I don't think that
affected is not impacting your life or anyone's life at all. So I don't see if this thing is affecting you so greatly that you can't tell the difference between when it's there and when it's not. Is it even there?
No, people do fucking tell the difference. Like this is like.
Yeah, so explain to me how.
Online surveillance, it changes the way people behave. It changes the way fucking.
Okay, can I ask you this, right? If online surveillance changes, let me ask you this.
People are saying people are now more pro-Israel because of surveillance, or what?
Wait, let me.
I said behavior.
Let me answer.
So like what? Terrorism? Like, I mean, just don't do terrorism, I guess.
Not terrorism.
Hang on. Let me say this, right? You're saying, everyone's become so conformist that they've lost their ability to speak.
This has been studied.
We've got two communists in the chat literally supporting the fucking Viet Cong, and you're saying, oh my god, we've been stultified, we've been oppressed so badly.
I never said anything to you that would indicate that I support the Viet Cong. Nothing's happened to you personally.
Yes, it has.
Nothing's happened to you,
Alan.
So nothing happened to me personally. I cannot object to it.
No, nothing. No, it's not that nothing has happened to you personally. It's that nothing has happened to anyone ever personally regarding this issue.
Nothing has happened to anyone ever personally as a result of messing.
Look how good this comment is. This is actually summing up my argument. This is actually summing up what I think too. I disagree with mass surveillance on principle. I agree with that, but if it causes distress to Helium Boy because he's my enemy, then it's good. Okay, base.
Well, I never said anything in support of that. Everyone just strawmans me. No one ever, even Braden does this. No one ever wants to figure out.
I've been so negatively polarized. I've been so negatively polarized against the left. I now am like, I hear Helium Boy going, I don't like mass surveillance, and I'm like, okay, mass surveillance.
Because Drew, this was supposed to be me, sensible, sentient, and then you invited these two people on the call. You invited them,
occupiers and immigrants. That's insane.
You're both speaking at the same time. I don't know who's saying what, but I just like if mass surveillance is so egregious that you can't even feel the effects of it. I don't see what's wrong with it.
No, but I'm arguing the effects of it are quantifiable. It's been studied.
They're not. The effects, quote unquote, are that people feel more conformist.
People are more conformist. They behave differently. The things they look up are different.
What's the evidence of that?
Like what? Endorsing
terrorism all the time online.
I mean, even if they are they're less terroristic, that's a bad thing. Oh no, we have less terrorism.
We should use mass surveillance to fucking change the behavior of the general population. Okay,
it hasn't happened though.
Okay, if they're acting less violent, that's your number one issue. I thought you'd be better at arguing this.
No, but
Wait,
like,
who-
you know,
I
if
don't
they just
want to.
denied these like basic facts that's been studied.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah, look, if mass surveillance can lead to
what do you
less
mean I want you to
terrorism, which is
suffer?
an behavior.
Anyone to suffer. If I am an altruistic person and I want things for the good of, I want this.
No, you want
I
people to
even
suffer.
think
You were
this, but
literally, you were saying that it was good that the Anzac
I
soldiers
don't
died.
think there's a
You're-
purpose to me
you're somebody
being
who
No, I
was
didn't say it was. No, I didn't say. I said they were suckers. And to be clear, I don't believe they were doing the right thing. I think they were doing the wrong thing. Altruistic. I believe that the people of this country. I want things to improve. I want things to get better. I don't want to kill anyone.
Whoa,
kind of,
brave and stunning.
Well,
Um,
that's quite a
I feel.
takeism,
Hang on,
but-
hang on. Hang on. I feel bad for John Howard. He can come back. Somebody tell Mr. Curtin to come back, and we'll give him some floor space.
Until he comes back, can I just like finish the point of the argument with CJ? So I mean Alan. So the point is, as egregious as
calling
this mass
soldiers
surveillance,
suckers is evil.
yeah,
Sorry,
yeah, wait.
sorry.
As egregious as this mass surveillance is that America is tormenting you with, the alternative, which
I
would be
want
a
him to be
non-American, yeah, the non-American, which would presumably be Chinese. It's a multipolar world. I don't really see who else it could be. Would be the alternative there would be worse. The mass surveillance by China would restrict your freedom of speech. It would
Hold on,
do
but,
these negative things, and it would be bad.
But we invite the mass surveillance into our country.
Why is code word
Like
bad?
necessarily, and to be clear, if you can name like a mass surveillance program that China has run on one of its military allies, I would love to know.
It runs it on its own citizens. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
it does run it on its own citizens, but
Yes.
notably that China, we are not Chinese citizens.
Yeah, but you think if China can run it on its own citizens, it can't run it on us?
They wouldn't do it to us.
It's
They wouldn't do it to us,
okay,
bro.
okay, it's easier to run it on their own citizens because their own citizens are using Chinese apps and Chinese technology.
But if we aren't protected by America, we will be affected by them.
And can you name one other country that's subject to Chinese mass surveillance?
What are some like Chinese?
They do mess.
I mean,
I've actually got a good example of this. They literally bugged the African Union headquarters. They literally bugged.
That's
the
not mass
entire
surveillance. That's
headquarters.
specifically as
That
targeted
is
espionage.
mass
surveillance.
surveillance.
That is mass surveillance. They bugged
Drew,
every
that's not
single
mass
African
surveillance,
leader.
buddy.
No, well, no.
Who's
That's
saying
not.
that?
That's just no. I consider that normal espionage. It's no different like than what Australia did to East Timor.
Yeah.
Right? That's like normal, and that's
Literally what
bad.
we did to
It's
East
morally
Timor.
wrong. It's morally wrong, but it doesn't. The scope of that is a
Alan's
few
got
hundred
that
people
Genghis
at
cock
most,
in his
as
mouth. hasn't he?
opposed to
Maybe East Timor.
Let me
opposed-
say one thing. Let me say one thing. I want to sum up my position. Position. So, Helium Boy talked shit about the Anzacs. He said it's funny that they died. So I want him to
I
be
didn't say
personally
that.
tormented. I want him to be personally tormented by American mass surveillance just because he's my enemy because of what he said about my Anzacs that I love.
I didn't say it was funny that they died. I said that they were suckers and they're bad. They shouldn't have
Yeah,
done that,
it's
which
evil,
is true. I
Drew,
don't
but
think they shouldn't have done
you
that.
liking
You're
the
being evil.
Anzacs is a bit of a LARP, no?
No.
why?
Like, it kind of is a bit of a LARP, right? Like, you're just doing it.
But then- yeah.
Like, do you
Yeah,
genuinely have, like, a
famous
genuine love
Australian
for
military
Anzacs?
victories.
Yes, I do. I do. I like the Anzacs.
Why
They fought and
why
died
is
for the
supporting
country.
the Anzacs a LARP? What? How's that?
I'm not
LARP?
saying it's a LARP in general. I'm saying it's a LARP when Drew does it, right?
I
Why is
think,
it a
How?
LARP when he
Alan, we
does
had
it?
a lot of famous victories
Because
in World
he
War
has a
Philip
history of
Petit,
LARPing.
Deval
Like, if
Hammer,
you go
which
back
was
to, like,
actually
even
He's
his
a
stuff against
freak.
when he was against the CCP, most of it was a LARP. I'm sorry. Like, that's
What is
kind
a
of why
what
you
does a
got into
LARP
trouble.
mean to
Retarded
you?
gay
What-
race.
Australia
It's
and
literally.
Please
it's a
explain
laugh.
what
It's a
LARP
laugh,
means
even
to
though I
you.
literally got arrested. I literally got arrested. I was
No,
physically
you got
assaulted. I was
arrested because you
expelled
don't
from
know how to
university.
LARP, and yet you still continue to LARP. You got arrested because you're too stupid
Oh,
to have
that
any
makes sense.
actual
That's
political,
retarded,
like.
dude. That's literally
Wait,
retarded.
No.
how is supporting? Wait, how is supporting? How can that possibly be a LARP to support Anzacs? He's not saying he is an Anzac. He says he likes
I
what
know.
they do.
I
That
literally said-
can't be a
I
LARP.
said, I said that I like. I
All
said that I
about
like
to
the
be
soldiers who
elected in
serve my
Britain right now.
country. I love
But
it. I love the
like,
soldiers
here's
who
the
fought and
thing.
died
Like,
for my country.
here's the thing. You see, like, you see the idea of serving your country. You know, and this is where I disagree with you. You say like you like that they serve your country, but you like argued that because there's no argument to be made that fighting the Ottomans served Australian society in any meaningful way.
They
other than
believed
people
it.
killed.
They believed it back in
By the way,
1917.
I'm really
All the,
sorry.
that's
Yeah,
what
people can be wrong,
Okay,
though.
if you
so many
yeah,
hundreds of thousands. So many hundreds of thousands of Australian soldiers signed up to fight because they believed in the cause. That was important in the culture at the time.
Okay, because this ridiculous myth was important. I should have to be okay with whatever they do.
Alan, what is your actual
society believes
theology?
All you do,
Drew,
is
Drew,
mock
are you
your own
okay with
culture
Anzac
because they
soldiers
were-
dying for no
not
real
my own
reason,
culture.
aside from like British
am I
Empire?
allowed to like
Genuinely.
critique like things that happened in this country
Hey,
100 years ago?
Dude, Dude, Australians 100 years ago basically thought of themselves as British. That's why they fought for the British Empire. And
Yeah,
you're-
that
you're
was
going, "Oh,
fucking.
they're
And yet
yeah,
they
and
still
nothing's
died,
intentions there, right? And
even
I'm
though
looking
they
back at them
lived
and
in
I'm thinking,
Australia
they're
and
ridiculous.
barely
This
had
is
anything to do
ridiculous.
with the British
They shouldn't
Empire
have done
as
that
large.
because it did
Well,
not benefit
they-
them in
they-
any
they-
way.
I
It did
see
not
a
benefit the
comment from
country in any
Gal.
way.
None
Out
of
of the
these
same-
guys support free speech. If they support defamation, if they support suing people for defamation, they do not support free speech. That is just the truth.
what's
Why is there a
12-year-old
12-year-old back in the
Who
server?
Who are you
I don't
addressing with that?
understand.
The only time free speech is bad is when it violates property.
Okay, I'm
I'm
removing
free.
What are you
Free
talking about?
how can speech violate property rights?
Drew,
It's not
Drew,
violate property rights.
Drew,
What are you talking about?
even if you
There's
admit,
intellectual property.
even if you admit the fact that it was important for them, that doesn't necessarily take from the fact that those people died for essentially, no real reason.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
they died for a
Like
real
genuinely,
reason.
I don't think
They fought-
if
they
this is why I
fought
think
the
it's a
king
bit of a
of
laugh when you
country
say
of
you
British
love the
Australia.
Anzacs,
No, it's
because
not
you
a laugh.
realize
It's
that
not
their
a laugh, 'cause they
sacrifice in
literally
World War
fought in
One was
No,
for
Wait,
nothing.
can I
No,
analogize this? Wait. Drew, for a second. Can I analogize? Would you apply the same argument to like any other, say, like for example, the
Apply it to
Palestinians?
Palestinians. Apply it to
Yeah,
Palestinians.
exactly.
If
Like the
you're- if you're-
Palestinians have
if you're
been.
Can you
so
apply?
brave,
Okay,
apply it
sure.
to
How would you
Palestinians.
apply to the
Yeah.
Palestinians and
Do
people who
Okay,
support
they
I
died
Palestine?
for
don't
no
know.
reason.
Well, I don't know how radical you are. Do you think October 7th was a good thing? Or
No, I don't think it was a good thing.
I mean, let me
But
think
then-
of it.
so
Like
again,
there
they're fighting for no
are
reason.
plenty
They're
of
fighting
morally
for
or
no
like
reason.
there are plenty of people who have fought that people celebrate that have lost. I mean, I guess the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising is a good example. That was pretty. Most people support them, right? They fought against the Nazis and then they were crushed. Do you think that their deaths were pointless?
No, because they genuinely had a reason to fight in the.
Yeah, so it's not about
Yeah,
outcome; it's about
Australians had a
reasons.
reason.
The Nazis are like, the
Yeah,
Nazis
and
were committing hideous
I'm not
crimes
saying that
against
the
them.
Anzacs had a reason to fight. I just think that the reason they had to fight, which was just because they were British subjects, doesn't really.
Hey,
hold
are you
any
British?
water.
Hey, just tell
I
us
think-
your ethnicity. Tell us your ethnicity. Because if you're not Anglo-Australian, then the reason you don't care about the Anzacs is because you're not Anglo-Australian. It's pretty obvious, isn't it?
Yeah,
Me?
but Drew, you're not Anglo-Australian either, and I never
know,
said
but
that I don't care about the
I love
Anzacs.
Anglo culture. I love Anglo culture. It's pretty obvious though. If you don't have an ethnic connection to it and you don't have a cultural connection to it, of course you're not going to care.
Drew,
about it.
you are literally like half Turkish or some shit. You're like Greek, right?
No, I'm Greek.
What
I'm
exactly?
Greek.
What? Why are you
My-
making it an ethnic thing?
No, because it's true though. Okay, do you have any family members who served as Anzacs?
Do you?
I don't, but I at least respect their sacrifice. If you don't have anyone who was in the
I
army, then
respect the
don't
fact
fucking
that they,
put them as-
believed in something and went out for it. I just don't think that they should have.
It's pretty obvious.
I think that
It's pretty obvious.
Australian
This
soldiers
guy's
don't
got
have to
it's
risk
very
their
obvious.
lives
It's-
for
it's-
imperial outcomes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay.
I think
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
you can say that. You can
Okay,
say that about
would you
anyone
agree
who
with me?
loses.
Okay, would you agree? No, would you agree though? If you had no ethnic tie to the Anzacs, then it would make sense for you to make this argument, correct?
No, I think that and someone who has an ethnic ties to an Anzac would be able to make this argument. Someone's
I'm saying if you
great-great-grandpa
no,
who died
because-
on like the
because
Somme or like
you
who died in
clearly-
Gallipoli
You don't
for
care. You don't
essentially
care about.
no real
because
reason
you don't care
because their
of-
country
you
wasn't
don't care.
threatened.
But you don't care about Australia's culture 100 years ago because you don't have any connection to it.
Well, do you think that you would be accepted in Australia's culture like 100 years ago?
Well, at least
Culture
I'm
can
respectful of
change.
it.
Our
At least I'm
opinions on
respectful-
things
No, at
aren't
least
At least you're
reliant
respectful
on
of these-
what
I
you
got it
You're
right.
respectful
I
of
hit
these
it. I
morons,
hit a
okay.
nail on the head. Hang on. I hit a nail on the head. I was actually correct. This guy's not Anglo, and that's why he thinks that the Anzacs.
I'm
died for
Anglo, and I
British
said, no,
Australia.
I'm
It's not-
Anglo. I'm fucking Anglo.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, I'm just
Drew,
saying it's
Drew,
it's
just
resentment.
because
I hit it at-
again,
I
just
hit-
because
I
the
hit a
person who's
tender spot.
saying it
I
has
did hit it-
reasons
I
as
did
to
hit a
why they
tender
might
spot.
believe it,
I hit a
doesn't
tender
necessarily
spot. I
isn't
did
an
hit a
argument
tender- I hit a
against the
tender
point.
spot. Did I not?
CK,
I hit a tender spot,
can
did I not?
I ask what's the point of this retrospective like utilitarian analysis of like, well, they did this, but they lost one more man that they killed or whatever, so it wasn't worth it. Like, it's deeper than that.
It was
Like,
stupid
I
to
think-
begin with.
because
It was
I
stupid to
think-
begin with.
Because I
Let me
think
explain.
when you're
Let me
going
explain.
to, well, I was asked a question.
Yeah,
if I
can-
could
just
answer
let him
it,
speak.
please. Because I think when we say things like the Anzacs had a just cause to go and fight in those wars, that their lives were lost for a greater reason, I think that contributes to discussions like these, where we're talking about Australian lives being sent to front lines in like different wars, right?
Okay.
Like
Yeah,
what,
well, I mean,
we
but
have this national founding myth of the Anzacs, and that national founding myth is obviously going to affect
Yeah,
like
I can
what
address
we
that,
think is a just war.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, wait, can I
think it is
quickly address
important,
that?
and I
Drew?
think it is important because Australia
Drew.
uses the Anzacs as a national founding myth.
Yeah,
to begin with.
Drew, just give me.
Okay.
If you look at most wars in history, retrospectively, most of them were pointless. But that doesn't mean that the people who died in them died for no reason. Because looking backwards, it's you can't. I don't know. I don't think it's fair to criticize what people did
But
in
even-
the past. Looking at the
my
actual
point
Yes,
is
it
that
is.
even
It's
not
after the
possible
war,
as well.
even after the war, there were a lot. There was a
Yes,
significant
it absolutely is. I
portion
don't. No,
there was a
this got so
significant
many
portion of
Australians killed. I
Australians
think
who
that
view
I
that
think that
loss
they should.
as
Okay,
unneeded.
one at a time. What?
Let me say something.
Can you
Let me
repeat
say
what you
something.
said because the kid was screeching?
No, even after the war, right? When like I can give you the example of like the Anzac War Memorial in Sydney, right? If Drew is to be believed and that it was a just and great war that like it was justified and that we should necessarily respect like the idea of going to war to begin with, if that was the case, then say like for example, like the Anzac War Memorial in Sydney, which if you've never been is a very sort of sobering vision of the war where soldiers aren't portrayed as heroes but they're portrayed as victims, that wouldn't be the case. But when you actually go back and when you look into it, when you see the families who were affected by that war, it was a particularly resonating thing.
Okay,
It
yeah,
is my
let's
stream. I want to
speak.
say
Whatever.
something. Okay. I want CK
Oh, yeah,
to
it's your stream,
clarify.
mate.
I want CK
Me?
to clarify.
Oh,
CK,
sorry.
do you have family heritage stretching back to that time period in Australian history?
Probably not, but neither do you.
Okay. Yeah, okay. But here's the difference between me and you. I'm respectful of the people who built the country before me, whereas you come to this country.
Okay, but
and you
define
say-
Seems pretty respectful.
But define
Let me answer it.
respectful.
Let me answer. I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Your family migrate to this country, and then you go, "Oh, fuck the British heritage of the country. Who cares if they wanted to fight and die for the British Empire?" Because it's race resentment for you. It's race resentment. At least I'm respectful of the country. I didn't have family members in Australia at the time, but at least I'm respectful of the people who were in the country.
Okay. Look, Drew, you're making a
Okay, wait. If I can respond,
Drew, you're making a
please.
racial.
Drew, what do you mean by
Okay, one at a time.
define
One at a
respect,
time. One at a
right?
time.
Def-
One at a
okay,
time.
Can I get a
what do you
minute?
mean by respectful in this situation? What does
Okay.
that mean?
Let me explain. Okay. If you did not have family members in Australia during that time period, which is that World War I time period, that means that the country existed before you with its own culture prior to your family arriving. And then you come here today and you say, that culture's fucking bullshit. Who cares about it? That's race resentment. That's full-blown racial resentment.
How's that race resentment?
It's race resentment because you have some kind of deep-seated sort of like chip on your shoulder about the Anglos, and you're like, "Fuck their culture. I don't like their
Doesn't
culture."
sound like he's
Fuck
got
it
a
all,
chip.
and I piss all on it. You're
It
pissing
just
on
sounds
You're-
like he's
I'm
against
just-
like the imperialism and all that stuff. He doesn't sound
No,
like he's like.
no,
"Oh,
you're
I
pissing
hate
on the
white
history of the
people."
Yeah,
country.
well,
You're pissing on the
imperialism
history
is
of the country, and
Anglo.
your family went part of it.
How's he pissing on it? All he's
Excuse
trying to
me, wait,
do
hold on,
is
hold on,
clarify,
hold on.
Because
mate.
his family were not part of it. If your family weren't part of Australia during that time,
Oh,
period,
you're
you can't
pissing
go,
on
"Oh,
the.
World War I
Oh, you're
soldiers."
pissing on it if you're
Drew,
not.
Drew, Drew, Drew,
Oh,
Drew,
if
Drew.
you.
Hold on.
Okay.
Can I
Okay,
just?
wait,
Let me answer. I'm not done yet. If your family arrives post a certain date, right? You can't then retrospectively enforce your values on the history of the country and say, "Oh, everyone who built the country prior to me was just a sucker." That's sick. That's wrong.
Hey, you say the same?
What do you think
Wait,
that the founders of the Australian nation did?
I think the
Can I
founders of the
just-
Australian nation were beautiful people. I'm glad that
Wait,
Australia.
can I
Do you think that
They
the
imposed
white
their own
Australia
culture upon the
justified
pre-existing
that, or necessarily
Aboriginal
something
people
that
that
was
No, not everything they did was
They
good.
built a
Wait,
country. They built a country. They built a new country. Australia did not exist.
Can
as a
I
country
can
until
I
the British
ask an
founded the
analogy?
country.
Can I ask an analogous question here, like to you guys? Do you think if someone moved to like an Islamic nation, Saudi Arabia or Afghanistan, and then went around in the streets saying Muhammad was a pedophile and a evil person, do you think that's a good thing that they should do, or do you think that they should probably respect the customs and the traditions
I
of
think
the land,
people.
even if they morally disagree with the?
I mean, I don't.
They're not going to agree.
It's like you
No,
need
I think that's look. I think that
Okay,
should
one
be
at a time.
fine.
One at a
I
time. I
think
can't hear
free
five.
speech is look. I think that free speech is important obviously that's like gonna be seen as disrespectful, the same way that like my take might be seen as disrespectful, like by people like Drew. But I think that you should.
But don't you think some level of respect should be granted?
I don't think that's.
Hold on, but like
it would be like, what if?
Hang on, Braden. Let Braden go. We're gonna go. I'm gonna moderate one at a time. Braden goes first.
What if a Western migrant went to Iran and participated in like the anti-mandatory hijab protest? That would be completely fine, even though that could be seen as disrespectful to the current culture of Iran. That would be fine.
Well, I mean, if it's mainstream enough, then clearly the current culture of Iran is changing, and therefore it's not disrespectful, right? But if they're the only person participating in this protest, then I would say it probably is somewhat disrespectful to
the thing
go.
Is that the people there are a substantial base in Australia of left-wing people that are, native Australians, if Drew wants to use whatever term you guys want to use, that exists. Socialist alternative are mostly white people.
Yeah, okay. I mean, the point is rather that like the majority of Australians, I'd say probably the majority, not more than a majority, like 80, 85, 90%, wouldn't view the Anzacs as like these pointless losers who died for no reason. And I feel like coming here,
pointless losers. I think they're just victims of a situation. Well, yeah, I wouldn't say that. I think they're just victims of a situation, of a system that doesn't really care for their interests, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's arguably a lot more respectful for the people who did die, that they were victims, that they didn't need to die.
The position
I don't like this idea of like valorizing themselves. They didn't need to die. They
Alan, who is an Anglo, like.
Well, Alan was saying that they were like these losers and stuff, so I was addressing.
To be fair, I think
I don't necessarily disagree with a nuanced position about the role of Australia in the 19th.
Yeah, I just don't think glazing. I think that the way that Drew glazes the situation removes nuance from the historical situation.
Like the Anzacs were these heroes that were standing up for Australia. No, they died for a pointless reason. It was stupid. We should never have done it. And
Alan, what if I went to fucking Poland? I mean, I am Polish, but like, imagine I wasn't Polish. I went to Poland and I was like, the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was a fucking failure. You guys died for no reason. Do you think
they were being attacked? Australia wasn't being attacked.
That would be incorrect, though.
Australia wasn't being attacked. There were people in chose to abandon their families.
But the problem with the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, right, is that it depends on what you're actually saying about it.
Yeah, but I said the exact same thing as Alan said. They died for a pointless reason. They completely were failing. They had no chance of succeeding realistically, and they just died for no reason. Do you think like it's not about them like whether it's true or not? It's about.
I think you could probably look. I wouldn't agree with that argument. I think you can make it. I don't think there's.
That's not the argument I'm making.
I don't think
reason why you
should not go around fighting in Europe.
Yeah, I don't think foreigners should be making it. I think people, if Polish people want to make that argument, I think that there is a room for that. But I feel like when it comes to
but again, like even if I was, despite the fact that I've been in Australia for all my life, you can call me a foreigner, whatever. Like even if
foreign to the Anglo,
I'm not the only one making that argument. There are Anglo-Australians who make that argument.
Yeah, but I think Drew's issue specifically is that it's the foreigners making these arguments.
Specifically, Drew opposes when the wrong ethnicities make certain
arguments.
Like
that is important.
Can I please speak?
Yeah, okay.
Dude, I'm gonna. Okay, like the issue is that like we have this like people like Drew want to uphold this myth that like we cannot criticize our past, and I completely disagree with that. I love this place for some reason. I love Brisbane, but let's be honest. We have a history of crimes and all these moronic decisions.
No one says you can't criticize the past.
Colonialists.
You should
think that it was horrendous. It was violent. I like this. I don't believe in respect. I don't believe in this respectability bullshit. It was our country is built off horrendous crimes, and I don't believe in this Anzacs for victims shit. Fuck that. No, I don't. I don't side with soldiers.
Like,
I don't side with soldiers. You don't know. I don't. No, I'm woker than you then. But the point is, I want this place to improve.
Do you think it improves when you shit on the Anzacs? Is that the way to go about it?
I think it improves if we
I think
get rid
having
of
a
this myth
nuanced
that
view
they were
about
brave
history
heroes.
that's free from sort of jingoistic nationalism is probably a good thing.
Yeah, it's like the idea that there were these brave heroes that we're all taught. We all have to stand up and act like there was some brave sacrifice rather than a pointless exercise.
Well, I mean,
November 11th.
the idea, the reason why we commemorate the Anzacs, it's not. I mean, obviously, like specifically, it is about Gallipoli. It is about Gallipoli, but it's more broadly about the Australian soldiers in any conflict fighting. I mean, you wouldn't agree maybe, but presumably they're fighting for Australia. And obviously we focus in on the Anzacs on Anzac Day and whatnot. But really, if you go to these things and if you look at the monuments, it's not just they don't just commemorate Anzac Day and the Anzacs. They commemorate the Anzacs in World War I. They commemorate the Anzacs and the Australian Army throughout history, and that's why when you criticize
they commemorate even worse
like
military operations.
Do you think that the Australian military can never do anything? Like
I cannot think of any time in history where, except for maybe parts of World War II, where the Australian Army was acting in service of the nation.
So do you think the military the institution should be dismantled or something? Like I think that's a bit of a stretch.
I think that's a bit of a stretch. Be part of these ridiculous alliances.
Like I think the military, maybe they made some mistakes in the past, maybe they didn't.
I respect the institution.
But then through your argument, right, as someone who is
horrendous choices.
Alan, if I could speak, please.
You go for it.
If say you said right, or even if they made mistakes or whatever, by your argument, would that not be considered disrespectful?
No,
by Drew's argument, would that not be considered disrespectful?
No, I don't think. Well, we can ask him. Drew, do you think that saying Anzacs made some mistakes is disrespectful? I can't hear.
No, I don't think criticizing the tactical or strategic choices of the Anzacs is disrespectful. What I was objecting to. What I was objecting to is that CK was like, oh, they all fought for nothing because they thought that they were fighting for the British Empire, and that wasn't important at all. And I was like, that's important to the people who were there 100 years ago before your family came to this country.
To find that important. They should be. They chose to abandon their families in the service of the British Empire.
Let me answer. Let me talk. It's a great loss to our country that those brave men and women died.
Yeah, I agree. It was horrendous. They should never have done that.
Stop, CJ. So I'm finishing my point. And then I'll unmute you. You can't come to a country and be and have no history stemming back to that period and then say, oh, all those people were fucking retarded and they didn't even know what they were fighting for and they were subject to false consciousness or whatever. That is a massive disrespect. That is massive disrespect to the Australian nation.
Drew, can you then disagree with anything anyone has ever done who isn't you're Greek, right? So can you disagree with anything?
No, you can. But I'm not talking about disagreement here. He's literally saying on a fundamental level that they're all idiots, that they all died for nothing. That is so disrespectful.
They did.
I think they were victims.
No. Why are you into this respectability? Why are you in this respectability?
Alan, would it be a good? Is it accurate to say that your critiques of the Australian military are of the Australian military institution and not of individual actions?
The Australian military is only able to do what it does because people decide that they've got to fight for it. So, I mean, the idea that I don't believe in this innocent soldier shit, where it's like, I just go. I don't believe in that. Fuck that.
Alan's like a petty nationalist guy.
So let me explain. Alan is a self-hating Anglo. Brandon is a self-hating Anglo. And then CK, I don't know necessarily CK's background, but he is obviously a new market to Australia, like me. But at least I respect the country. You disrespect it. You disrespect the entire history.
Drew, what exactly have I said? Disrespect. If I say that,
you said that it was wrong. You said that it was wrong that the people of Australia in 1918 felt such a close kinship tie with Britain that they were willing to fight and die for the British Empire. You think that's disgusting?
That is the wrong thing.
That's wrong.
And the reason why you think that is you don't care about the kinship between people of British descent across the world because you're not British of the British descent. So it's just an ethno resentment thing.
But what do you think I'm self-hating?
It's actually just a weird ethno-nationalist thing from your point of view. You have this weird I have inherited the knowledge of the Anzacs through my bloodline, and that's the only way that I can actually know that it's really good that we died for our colonizing empire. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
Man?
If you regard Britain as a foreign alien influence that was a colonizing empire rather than the foundation stone of modern Australia, then you are a self-hating subversive. 100%.
Okay, but like, what do you like? It isn't that you abandon
Drew,
the country
you
you
know
live
those
in.
two things can be
You abandon
correct
the
at the same
family.
time,
Shut the
right?
fuck up, please. Will you let me speak? Please.
What's correct?
You
What's correct,
abandon, like, the idea that you would abandon the country you live in, presumably where you have a family that loves you, and you know, maybe you even have a job that you go to in this country. Maybe you work in this country. Maybe you have a house there. You will abandon it all, the country you live in, to go fight in Europe for a country that you do not live in.
because they believed in it, and you're spitting on their
Yeah, but,
culture
like,
that they
I don't
believed
think
in
it's
it
kind
in
of
the
a stupid
1920s.
belief.
And the reason you're doing that is you don't give a fuck about the British heritage of Australia. That's why.
Yeah, well, no, I mean,
I don't care about
why do you not?
ethnicity.
Okay, so
Alan, listen, I can't speak for the Anzacs, but I would say that they probably felt a connection between Australia and Britain, and that's why they wanted to honor the. They wanted to honor the commitments that they made with the Brits.
I'm an Anglo myself. I don't feel that connection. I feel the connection to Australians.
Because you're self-hating. You're self-hating, dude. You're self-hating.
Well,
I'm
Alan,
really?
can I ask
I don't
something?
identify as like an Anglo-Australian. I identify as fucking Australian.
Yeah, but
I'm an
if you actually hate
Alan,
you actually hate the
I
British
identify
connection
with the
is
international
self-hatred.
proletariat. That's why you're a
Okay,
left
well,
nationalist, Alan.
Alan, do you like you do agree that the Australian identity is Anglo in nature, right?
Well, yeah, we were an Anglo colony, so the idea that
Well, as the Australian people are in like, just to put it bluntly, they are Anglos, right?
No, Australia today or in the
today.
Sort of
no
deporting.
today not in the fucking no God no. In the 1920s, if you want to get that, in the 1910s, yeah, sure, it was mostly an Anglo fucking populated colony, I suppose. But I like what like today? No, God no.
I mean, even if you want to go back to 1914 when.
But even today,
happened.
you're saying that you just think that there's no such thing as Anglo-Australians today.
What are you? Is like a racial group?
Like,
like an ethnic group?
I mean, like there is an
every
Anglo-Australian
other.
culture.
Like
Anglo-Australian culture. There is an
Australia has a culture that comes from Australia has a culture that comes from Anglos. Yeah.
I mean, it's not about culture; it's about the people, right?
If that makes sense, like the idea that there's been no Anglo influence on Australian society.
Alan, is everyone in the world just like an Australian to be eventually, or is there something about
if
the
you grow up
Australian people?
if you grow up in Australia, okay, this is my radical proposal.
1
This
billion.
is my radical proposal. If you're born in Australia, you grow up in Australia, you go to school in Australia, and shit, you do everything in your life in Australia. You live in one country your entire life in Australia. You're fucking Australian, of course.
So
is that unreasonable?
Are you saying?
I mean, I guess to an extent you can assimilate to Australian culture.
Like seriously,
No,
I'm saying
we're not arguing that point.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the core of the Australian identity,
the majority Australian history.
I'm not saying you can't branch.
Brayden, why did you make that face? Let me ask you this. Why did Brayden make a face when Cuntweed said that the historic cultural core of Australia has been Anglo in origin? Why did Brayden make a face?
Because
why does he hate that so much?
It doesn't follow from what you guys were saying earlier. It doesn't follow that that you're like saying that there's a distinction between people that are Australian and are Anglo, and that means that they're in the core culture and they can understand the history of Australia, whereas the people that aren't.
No, I'm not even. It's not even that. It's not even that they have a special bloodline. It's just this is a simple fact, right, Brandon? If you had a great grandfather who fought and died for the Anzacs, do you think you would care more? Do you think you would care more about the Anzacs, considering you had family members who fought and died in it, than somebody who arrived yesterday?
A lot of quote unquote Anglo-Australians today.
But this is a good question. Let me answer. Let me finish it. Let me finish it. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. Guys, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. I'm muting everyone so I can finish my point, and then I'll let you talk. Do you think it is the case that somebody who had a direct family member who fought and died for the Anzacs would care about it more than somebody who arrived yesterday? Of course, we all understand that. So that's why I'm saying it's disrespectful for somebody who isn't part of that living Anzac tradition to then just shit on it. That's my point.
Okay, I have family members that died in the Great War. At least
well,
one.
Yes,
we're
and
not
you're
talking about
self-hating.
you.
You're self-hating. You're self-hating.
Yeah,
We've
okay,
already-
no,
we've
I'm
already
self-hating.
done with
Okay.
you.
Alan,
We
Alan,
already understand.
he-
Helium Boy is self-hating. We already understand that.
I'm self-hating. Like, I just can't, like,
obviously, when he's
critique any
making this,
decision that
obviously,
someone
when he's
made.
talking about this, he's not talking to you. He's talking to, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, but like I'm just trying to like,
CK,
you know, but like you're just trying to make an argument that like no one, like if you just, because I'm like this ridiculous idea that you can't critique anyone if they're your family or if you're
No one said
ethnically
you can't
related to
critique
them
anyone.
or whatever,
What?
or if it happened in history. If you think it's stupid, if you think they should have done it, if you think they were bad to, if you think they were wrong to have done it, you're self-hating. Why? Like,
He's not saying. He's
like,
not, he's
like,
not
do I
saying. He's
owe
not
this?
saying
Like, do I
that.
owe
He's saying
some
you
like
should
sort of
show.
like?
You should show a modicum of respect to these
I
people.
don't believe in respect for this. I'm believing in respecting this fucking dead.
I think staying
Like,
the fact
what is like? What's so important
that
about
many
respecting? Can someone
Anzacs
explain what's so
were
important about
victims
respect?
of this sort of
Like,
British mindset.
Yeah,
and they really should have
do I like have to
Okay.
talk? Like,
Okay.
do I have to talk?
One at a time. One at a
Talk-
time, please.
Do
One
I
at
have
a
to
time.
talk about like
please,
every
please.
dead person? Okay. Do I have to talk about like every dead person as if like they're fucking saints? As if they like they were so good at
Okay,
heart? Or
okay,
like, why can't I just rip into them like I
We've
do
heard
everyone
Alan.
else?
We've heard Alan. Okay. Back to CK because I've already heard Alan. Okay, you're saying this is my point to you, CK. You're saying that any person in Australia in the 1910s who felt a direct kinship tie with Britain was mistaken. And what I'm saying is disrespectful about that is that you can easily say that because you don't have that living connection to that history and that culture. Because like me, you're a migrant to this country. I am a migrant to this country, my third, fourth generation, okay? But at least I'm respectful of that living tradition that existed prior to me. All I'm saying is you should be respectful of that too, rather than shitting on it.
Drew, do you think that the grandchildren of those who died in Anzac would appreciate if their poppy or their grandpa was still alive with them?
Oh, what?
Yeah,
Genuinely,
yes, of course.
I just don't.
Can I ask a question?
but that's not what we're arguing.
Is this again and again? Why don't we extend
because
this?
I want a
Why
society
is
to
it
exist.
just?
I want a nation to exist.
Why is this? But why are we only limiting this to the Anzacs and not say a lot of Australians during that time probably were pro genocide of Indigenous people, for example. A lot of Australians at that time were anti-black or incredibly racist.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think we should just
why
circle
we-
jerk about how bad we are. Oh, we were so bad. We were the worst
Shut the
people in
fuck
the
up.
world.
I'm not talking about that. I'm asking Drew.
Okay. Let me answer you. What I find objectionable is that you come to this country. I don't know whether you're a first generation migrant or a second generation migrant. I don't know necessarily your background. All we know is that you weren't back then, right? It's wrong for you to come here and then say everyone back then is disgusting and racist and the entire history and culture of the country is disgusting.
Drew, do you think
that's
that
wrong?
objectivity doesn't exist? Do you think there's
I'm
no
saying
objective standards?
I'm saying you shouldn't be a subversive. If you're a migrant to this country, you shouldn't be subversive and try to tear down the entire history of the country. You should be respectful of it. Otherwise, you're just subversive.
Drew, you're not saying. I'm not saying.
Can I ask
Drew, when you
can I ask a question to Drew? If you moved to Germany, would you no longer be able to be against the Nazis?
No, that's so different because the mainstream culture in Germany is against the Nazis. So it would be normal.
Okay, no.
Let me answer. You know what the analogous? You know what the analogous would be? The analogous would actually be moving to Germany and then being a Nazi supporter, which would be against the mainstream culture of Germany, which is understanding that Nazism is wrong.
Do you think that culture
that would be the analogous situation?
Drew,
yes,
considering
culture,
okay,
yes,
no. Can I finish?
But
Drew,
it shouldn't be completely broken.
Could you let me finish?
Yes.
Thank you, Drew. Let's be real. Most young white Australians nowadays are relatively progressive. They're relatively pro-Indigenous rights. They're relatively anti-racist. Obviously, there's going to be a big cultural shift that's going to be happening in the next 30 to 40 years, right? So what exactly are you going to do when you're against culture? The majority.
So
culture.
let's just make this clear. You are literally arguing for the Great Replacement right now.
What? I said Anglo-Australians. What do you mean Great Replacement?
Sorry. Say that again. You were saying that there's mass migration to Australia and the culture is definitely changing.
No, I never said massive migration. I said that young white Anglo-Australians tend to be more progressive on different issues. Okay, can I
Sorry,
repeat?
no,
And
sorry,
could you
repeat
listen
it
up?
again. Yeah, repeat it again. Yeah,
Could you
repeat it.
could you listen up this time? All right.
Yes. Okay.
So obviously, if you actually look at the polling data, most young people, which let's be real, includes a lot of Anglo people, especially by the people I've met who tend to be
Yeah.
Anglo and who tend to
Yeah.
support all of these progressive sort of issues, have a very
Yeah.
different view of history than what you probably have.
Yes.
Assuming
And I'll
that
explain
one
that why.
day
I'll explain why.
that their point of view becomes the majority, would you not be in the minority sort of culture, and would you not just have to accept whatever the majority culture?
Well, mine would be the true culture. Mine would be the true culture, and I think what's happened here.
Okay,
is
but
that-
then your point,
let me explain.
Drew,
Let me explain.
Drew,
Let me
then your
explain.
point
Let me
about
explain.
your point falls apart because you would agree
No, it
that
doesn't. It
culture
doesn't.
and the
It
view on
doesn't, because
history,
I'm
of,
saying-
the view
no,
of
I'm
the
saying
history of
there's still a
Australia
core
is
culture.
malleable.
What I'm
Drew-
saying is there's a core culture, and I don't believe in like fucking great replacement fully completely.
But you
destroying
agree that the core
culture
culture can be shifted even without immigration.
Yeah,
that
but
can-
it's
that can be
it's
shifted.
mainly shifting as a result of immigration. It's mainly shifting.
Wait,
as a
Could
result
you
of
actually could you actually cite some proof?
wait,
Do you have any actual arguments that can
immigration? Are
make
you
that point?
insane?
Or is
I'll
this
explain-
like
I'll
is this
explain to
just
you.
like you
I'll-
sawing
no,
out
let
over
me
fucking
explain.
migration?
Let me explain. Let me explain. When you look at the polling that says that young people are much more progressive on all these different issues, also young people in this country are much like the demographics have changed a lot due to migration. So a lot of these young Australians are not part of that. We're not part of that history, that core culture going back 150 plus years.
Wait,
Eric,
Okay,
maybe
that is the
maybe
future.
I'll
That is the
I'll-
future of
I'll-
Australia.
Hold on.
Wait,
Whereas-
I'll ask this.
whereas
I'll
for
ask this.
something-
I'll ask this hypothetical in a different way. Drew, imagine the Australia was slightly like the Australia was the same as it is like historically, but the culture of Australia was in a way that all Australians maybe like it was like taught in schools, and everyone believed this, that what the Anzacs did was terrible, and they were always viewing it as a bad thing. Do you think if someone like you came and was like, well, actually the Anzacs were based, do you think that would be like subversive?
Well, they would think it's subversive, wouldn't they?
I mean, I
But
guess
then
that's what
again,
he's
you're
asking,
not
right?
arguing. You're not arguing in quote unquote respect of like the views.
Actually,
of the
here's a good.
majority
I've actually got a good
hegemonic
analogy. I've
culture.
got a good analogy.
You're arguing for
Okay.
your own, like Drew.
Okay,
You're
okay,
not
let me
really
let me-
arguing for the
CK,
right thing.
CK, let
If
me
you-
answer. Let me answer.
Drew, can I just finish, please? Drew, if you truly believe that the Anzac, your conception of history is correct, then just say that your conception of history is correct and argue on that front. Argue on the merits of the point.
Okay, but
Stop trying
let
to
me
fucking
answer-
hide
No,
your
like,
point
I
behind
do
all this
want you to
fucking
understand,
counter-hegemonic
like,
culture
for fuck's sake.
bullshit. When you've
CJ,
already
shut up.
said
shut
that
up.
culture can change and that and even if culture changes, assuming that this is still like 99.5% white Australia or whatever, even if that changes, you would still have the same takes you do now. Right, so you
let me-
clearly
let
don't
me ask you
actually
this.
care about the
Let me
hegemonic
ask you this.
culture. What you
Let
do
me ask
care
you this.
about is your
Let
view
me
on
ask you
history.
this.
So just
Let me ask you
argue
this.
based on the
CK,
fucking
let me ask you
merits.
this. Okay. Let me ask you this. Say a white South African Afrikaner comes to this country, right? And they've been in the country for 10 years. And they start going around saying that they love the genocide of Aboriginal people and that they love Captain Cook and they love all this right-wing interpretation. Would you be happy with it? Or would you say they are changing the culture of the country?
Okay,
I wouldn't.
Drew,
Okay, can I?
the problem isn't
Braden,
that
I'm
they're
interested.
changing-
How would Braden
Braden,
answer? How would Braden answer? I'm actually interested.
The problem isn't that they're changing the culture. The problem is that they're wrong. Like there's nothing to do. Oh wait, they're actually an immigrant.
But
That
I
makes
think
it
you're wrong.
worse.
But
The
I think
problem is
you're
that
wrong. I
they're
think you're wrong. And I'll explain.
Drew, no shit, you think you're wrong. That's why you're
Can
sawing
you-
out over
can
this
you
fucking
explain-
argument.
Can
Stop
you,
stating
like,
the
can you
obvious.
explain like why the Anzacs were right to do that?
Wait,
Right?
but
Or
I
are you
thought-
just arguing that
wait,
they're
wait.
right about-
It's not even this.
I thought we're not arguing
It's not
about
even-
the merits of the Anzacs. I thought we're arguing about the like how the culture views them and whether it's disrespectful.
Like, are you like arguing that like do you okay? My take on the Anzacs: are you arguing that it's just disrespectful, or that I am fundamentally wrong to say that they were wrong to
Both.
fucking go fight?
I'm saying.
Okay,
This
but why
is
do you think I'm wrong to say that they were wrong to go fight?
I'm going
You
into
just,
it.
like-
Let me answer.
Okay.
Let me answer.
Okay, I'll go for it.
Oh,
Okay,
Schmilly's
one.
in chat. Hi, Schmilly.
One,
Get
it's
Shmilly.
disrespectful. One, it's disrespectful to the founding history, culture, traditions of the country. Two, it's wrong because it is innately wrong at a very deep level to delegitimize and hate the ancestors of the country in which you're living in. So to just say from the very core that Australia is an evil country because of stolen generation and stolen land and evil genocide stuff like that.
I don't think
If you
Australia is
say
an
that-
evil country. I think the people who are here now are generally good people and are not evil.
Okay, but you
I
think,
think that
but
we
you
have
think
a
all the
history
people,
that's full of.
but you think all the,
I think
but
we
you
have
think
a
all
very
the
sad
people-
history when it comes to how we
you
treat
think all the
indigenous
other people, you think
when
you
it
think
comes
everyone,
to
you
when
think
it comes to,
everyone
how,
before
like-
you was wrong. You think everyone
I
before
don't
you
think
was
I
basically
don't think
morally
everyone
evil.
before me.
Why
I
are
think there's-
you?
If you look
Sorry,
into the
no,
actual
I-
history of Australia, there's been a lot of people who are,
Like Braden,
Yeah, but
Braden actually,
Braden and a lot of communists who just want to sit in a circle and jerk off about how, oh, we genocided Aboriginals, we need to apologize forever.
Sure.
It's like, can we move past that? Jesus.
No,
Like,
but okay, wait, cunt speed. I'm not even gonna fucking open that can of worms. But like,
but what I'm
no,
objecting
that's
to, what I'm
clearly
objecting to
like
is,
out of the realm
what
of
I'm
this
objecting
fucking
to.
argument.
Let me answer.
well, no,
Okay,
the
actually,
the
here's a
point
good
is
question.
that
Here's a good question. I need to ask this.
yeah,
Okay, let me ask you this, right?
yeah, go ahead.
CK. Okay, just tell us, for the sake of the argument, at what point did your family come into Australia?
I think that's irrelevant. I
No,
think
it
that
is
you're
relevant.
hiding
It's really
behind.
irrelevant. It's so
You're hiding
important.
behind.
It's so
this.
important to the whole argument.
You've already
It's so important to the whole
assumed.
argument.
You've already
Let me
assumed where
ask.
like my
You have
family
to.
and shit is from, and
Okay,
you're clearly able to make your argument.
No,
I don't think it has any
no.
relevance into what
Okay,
I'm
okay,
actually arguing
Okay,
for.
you're not telling
right?
because you're obviously a recent.
Drew,
you're
Drew,
not, you're not,
you do law,
you're
right?
not
You're a
saying
law
because
student.
You're not
you're a
saying
law
it because
student,
you're a
right?
recent migrant.
You're
You're not
basically
saying it because you're a recent migrant. And let me explain to you.
Hey,
Drew,
Drew,
just because
you
I
know
might have
that-
reasons
you're
as
talking
to why I
about
say an
mainstream
argument
society,
doesn't
you're
necessarily
talking about
disprove
mainstream
that I'm
society.
wrong. You know
We're-
that, right?
We're
Fucking
talking
hell.
about
Guys, stop talking over each
mainstream
other.
culture. You're talking
Okay,
about
But Drew, if he was
let me
white,
answer-
wouldn't you just call him self-hating?
Yes, I would.
Like that doesn't change anything in your view.
But
Yes, it
but to be
does,
clear,
it does.
I do want to hear like your reasoning for why you think like World
Yes,
War One in
yes.
Australia was justified.
No, let me
Oh my
finish.
God.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. All I'm saying is this, right? I want to know, because I know that your family like migrated recently to the country. Do you think it's a good thing that Captain Cook came to this country in 1788?
I think it's just a fact of history.
Well, Braden,
It's a
do you
fact of
think it's
history
a bad
that it
thing?
happened. I think that like you can say that, you know, Captain Cook and the way he sort of treated indigenous people was bad. I don't think that necessarily detracts from the fact that he found the country.
Okay, what do you
Do
think?
you think
Braden?
it's a good
fact
thing?
of history.
Do you think like in utilitarian terms, it was overall good or bad?
It was
I don't
good
know.
for all of us. It was good for all of us.
No,
I think that
I
you
just
must-
want.
I think it's-
I don't
I think
want
it's
it to be
probably-
specific.
Look, it's probably
specified.
the ensuing genocide and stuff is probably bad. I just don't think that you can
But
sort of
this is my point.
quantify that.
This
You
is-
can
this
you
is what
can't
I want.
quantify the founding of
want to ask-
Australia as a country as
Okay,
good or
I
bad.
want to. Okay, I want to ask this.
You
Right?
could you could say that sure, some Aboriginals died, but what we have now is really awesome, and like they died. It shouldn't.
Yeah, but
maybe
we
shouldn't
could have
happened,
had.
but-
Well, no, but can't speed. We could have had what we have now if history went another way as well.
Yeah, you can. You
Like
can
I
look
don't
in
think
retrospect.
it's necessarily fair to say.
Listen, in
that, well,
retrospect,
yeah,
you can
we
say any-
genocided all of those people, but fucking, you know, being able to drive my car into like
listen.
Wakemba
Listen,
is
in
a good
retro,
idea. Like,
you can
it's
say
cool.
anything in retrospect, right? You can be like, oh well, we could have done this differently, But the point is that
Always posting
just
bangers.
just endlessly crying about the past, it will like
My
it's
point-
pointless, right?
Can't speed as a look
this is
as
my
you know
point.
a fellow immigrant like me and Drew, you would also recognize this fact, right?
No, because me
That,
and
like,
countries
you-
are happy that Australia exists as a country. We're happy that it was founded. That's the
Yeah,
difference.
but
between me and you.
Drew, if Australia didn't exist, I'm sure it would exist in some form somehow.
That's
right?
exactly.
This is kind
you're
of like
explaining.
no,
That's
Drew,
exactly
if
my
I could
point.
make an analogy,
That's exactly
right?
my point.
If I could,
That's exactly
Drew,
my point.
if I could
You
make
are
an
completely
analogy,
ambivalent. You're ambivalent. You're ambivalent
Drew,
to
if
the
I could
fact.
make an
You're ambivalent. I'm muting for a second because I need to put in my point. He's ambivalent to the existence of Australia. He said if the British didn't come here, it would exist in another form. He doesn't care what form Australia took before his family arrived. That is fundamentally disrespectful. He doesn't actually like the fact that Australia has this British heritage and roots.
You know, it's interesting, Drew, that you talk a lot about mainstream culture and mainstream, like what would be accepted by regular Anglo-Australians. And, you know, what would actually get you turfed out of public life completely if you were any kind of real public figure is repeatedly interrogating someone about their ethnicity to justify the validity of
No,
their
it's not.
opinion.
No. All I was asking for is I wanted to know why he didn't believe in that Australia's history was important at all. And
And
that's
you
a good
I
believe
think
that's
that Australia's
because of
look,
their
Drew,
ethnicity, yes.
I think I love Australia and how it is currently. I think we've made a lot of strides
You
from our
don't,
history.
dude. You really don't.
I think we've made
You
a lot
don't
of
at all.
strides from that bad history, and a lot of Anglo-Australians,
fucking
like,
bad.
have something to do with that. I'm not saying that Australia
Dude.
doesn't have a British heritage. I think that some of our systems,
You
when it
think
comes
that
to
that
Parliament,
heritage is
is
evil?
good.
You and Braden think at a core
Drew,
level
could you
heritage
tell
is
me
evil.
where? Drew, could you tell me where? Could you point where I said that like the British heritage of the country is evil versus me actually saying that some of the British actually did some fuck things, but that
You
doesn't
said
mean
that the
they-
country, you said that the founding of the country was innately genocidal. So you're saying from the very core foundation of the country, it's genocidal. Therefore, you can't say that you're happy that Australia exists. And you actually said straight up yourself, you said, oh, if Australia wasn't colonized by the British, it would probably exist in some other form. So you're completely ambivalent to the entire history of the country. You're like literally a
Drew,
full blank
how
slate.
does
You're
that
like,
make me
I don't care.
ambivalent
I
to the history of the country? Just
Well,
because
because
I
you
don't have a
actually don't care.
moralistic take. Just because I don't have a moralistic take
You-
on the
you
history of
wish
the
that-
country
you-
doesn't
you
mean
would
I
just
don't
be-
care about the history of the country that I live in.
You would be just as happy if Australia was completely a foreign nation. You don't care about the culture of the country at all. That's my problem.
Drew, in the universe, look, no, wait. In the universe that Australia is a completely different country, we would all be completely different people, though, no?
Exactly, dude. You're a full blank slatist. You actually have no respect for ancestry, history, culture, nothing.
Slatist.
You literally think you.
Drew, so
everything
why are
is
you
just
in
a full blank
Australia?
slate.
So, Drew, why are you in Australia not with your fucking Cypriot ancestors then?
I'm in Australia because my great grandfather 4 generations ago came to this country, and they made
Yeah,
that
so why don't
decision,
you
and I
respect your
absorbed
fucking
and assimilated
ancestry and
into the
go back to Greece?
You are
Like,
you
again,
have
like this is
you have massive racism,
Again,
dude. I know
Drew,
for sure.
Drew,
I know for sure that your
I love
family
this
are
country.
recent
I think that
migrants to
like
the country, and you
I
have
think
massive
I have a ton of
100%.
respect for
Yeah,
historical
but if
figures
you
in
love
this
the country, would you just be soying out about all the bad things that happened in the past just forever? Like, is that what people who love the country do? Like,
To be clear, like, can we get to the part where like you justify World War One? Because I do want to.
I don't
was
care about that.
based.
That was a side issue. That was a side issue. My whole point, right?
Well,
this is
it's the
this is
foundation
amazing
of
thing.
this
no,
argument.
that amazing.
Oh, so you don't
the
care about
amazing
World War One,
statement-
Drew? You don't care about it.
the amazing statement. Let me just point this out. The amazing statement that CK made, and he just had it as an offhand comment. So it just shows. It was like a psychological slip up where he said, "Oh well, if the British didn't come to Australia, we'd still be here, but just in a different country." It shows that he doesn't fundamentally care about the core cultural
Drew,
heritage.
but it
of this
depends on the country.
He would
right?
be happy
Look,
with
if
it.
Australia
He'd be
was a
happy
fucking
if the country
Nazi.
was completely
Look,
foreign.
look in an alternate universe where the Nazis won World War II and Australia was like fucking the outpost of the Fourth Reich.
And I think that'd be horrible because I
think
care
that'd be
about
horrible.
Australia's particular history.
I think that there's probably better universes and worse universes out there. But at the end of the day, the universe that we're in is the universe that we're in. So I think that the argument that you're making, where it's like, well, if Australia wasn't British, you wouldn't care, and that's a bad thing, is kind of stupid. Because at the end of the day, we have one life. The country that we live in is the country that we live in, and we have to kind of like work within that.
It just goes to show when you said that it didn't matter what type of country Australia was as long as we were just living.
I
within
didn't
the
say
boundaries.
that. I didn't
That's
say it
basically
didn't
what you
matter
said.
what type of country Australia was.
but
You said we'd end up here anyway.
If you genuinely believe that's what I said, how does that exactly align to what I just said like a minute ago about if Australia was like a Nazi German outpost?
You said there might be some scenarios that could be worse, but fundamentally you don't really care if Australia was British or Chinese or Indian or any other different thing. You just don't really care about the core culture of the country at all. Because you just see this as an airport waiting lounge. You just see it as a place that you happen to be in. You don't actually have any. There's no culture that you care about. There's no nation that you care about.
Wait. What exactly typifies your connection to Australia as a country?
The fact that I would die for this country, whereas you actually think it's a joke to die for the country.
No, I don't think it's no. To be clear.
Wait, I don't think it's a joke to die for the country.
That's what you said about the World War One soldiers. You said they were all mistaken.
Because I don't think they died for their country.
They weren't dying for the country.
They weren't dying for their country. They were dying.
they were.
at that point in time,
were
Australia
they
was such a
dying for the
British
people
country.
of their country, or were they dying for this sort
Well,
of
no, I
like
fundamentally
nationalist?
disagree
At
with
that
no,
time
this
in
is the
history,
core of the
Sort of
disagreement.
spirit.
At
This is
that
the core
time-
of the
sort of fucking
disagreement.
immaterial
You
sort
Oh my
of.
believe
god,
that-
Alan's so
you
annoying.
believe that-
Shut up, Alan. I'm reading you for a second so I can answer.
I can actually. They were dying for the British alliance.
Were they actually?
And they were-
protecting-
they were
protecting their
99%
loved ones?
Anglo
Were
at
they
the
protecting
time.
their community? Were they protecting?
Yes, that's
their
how they
nation?
viewed it. That's how.
Wait,
they
wait.
viewed
Do
it.
you think
That's how
do you
they
think
viewed it.
that's all soldiers are? They all to be a soldier is just to protect your community. There's nothing past
like
that. There's
the
like, what are you talking about?
So what exactly? Wait, so we need to fucking like
So-
you
so
know, send
soldiers can
troops
never-
out
can
to
never
protect
invade
the
anyone
image of
or-
Australia, the national spirit of Australia.
That is what they
It
believed
was
they were
the-
fighting
they
for.
were- they were-
thought
Well,
that
That's
the
what they
neo-Nazis-
believed that they were fighting
the
for, but you're
neo-Nazis
making-
in Australia
you're making-
would be willing to die.
But again, Drew, you're not actually arguing what they believed in. You're arguing for that particular view of history.
No, I'm saying
Right.
that
You're
they-
arguing
they-
for that
Australia
view of
exists as a
history
particular-
that they,
No, let me
that,
answer.
you know,
Let me answer.
Australians
Let me
should
answer.
Australians should die for the spirit of Australia.
No,
whatever the
that's
fuck
not what
that
I'm saying.
means.
I'm saying at that time in history, modern Australia was like 98% Anglo, and they conceived of themselves as basically being Anglo, and therefore they thought that they were dying for the wider Anglo interest. That's what the World War I
So
soldiers
why
thought.
did Australia?
That's what they thought.
So then why did
Can
Australia?
I
Why did
explain-
we
let me
lose the
explain.
referendum?
Let me explain.
Why was
You
the
think-
referendum on conscription lost
Let-
then?
Let me explain to you. And you think that it doesn't matter because you don't really care about that English heritage or history or culture to Australia.
I don't think it doesn't
Can I
matter. I think
please-
that's what they believed in, and I think that's bad. I think that
Look at
we
me in
shouldn't be
circles here. I
dying for
need
some
to-
national,
I need to do
for some
some
like
trolling.
figment of your
Yeah, I
imagination,
mean,
sort of national.
we're
spirit.
kind of going in
If you're going to
circles.
die
right?
for a country, you should
You're so
die
mean
for
to
your
me.
people. You should die for the right of your of
Okay,
your
so
people
then
to
tell
live in peace
Hamas.
and
Tell
harmony.
Hamas that they're dying for nothing then, because they're dying for a pan-Islamic
I think
caliphate.
they are dying. I think generally speaking, if you look
Oh, of
into,
course
like,
he makes it to that Palestine again.
I think if you're gonna if you look at like what Hamas has done, then yeah, I think they are dying for nothing. Their methods haven't really achieved anything. So yeah, they are dying for nothing.
Can I like just to be clear? I think that like as an altruistic person, I think like this idea that like we have to respect what they did because they believed, because they believe in a certain belief system, which said that if I fight for the British Empire, that benefits Australia somehow. If I fight in Europe in World War One, that benefits Australia. Like, the idea that like we need
Because
to respect
Australia
that,
was the British
if
Empire
anything,
at
it's a
that point.
myth.
At that point, it literally was the British Empire.
But how does it
Yeah,
benefit
sure,
Australians,
but-
mate?
Yeah, but like the idea
Because
that
they were
they
British.
benefit their
Because they
families,
were
but their
British,
families
dude.
better
That's
off.
my whole point.
So
At
because
that
they were
time in history,
ethnically
they were
British,
British.
Okay, even
it
assuming
benefited their
assuming
families.
that they were like quote unquote they were British, right? They were
That's
considered
how they
British
saw
subjects or
themselves at that
whatever.
time. And
How
I-
does that actually benefit Australians in their day to
No,
day
I'm
lives?
arguing that they made the
Like-
wrong
like,
decision.
do
I'm
you
arguing-
think-
I'm
do you-
They
arguing-
didn't see themselves as separate from Britain at that time. So
Well,
they
I'm
thought
arguing
they
that-
were-
But Australia was
they
still
were-
federated,
arguing
and
that
and they
I'm
lost
arguing
the
that
vote on
this was wrong.
conscription.
And like this goes like all the way to today. Like the idea that like they have to be respected. Like why is it necessary to respect? If anything,
I'm saying,
critiquing
okay,
history is good. We should like
we're a
Australian
different-
society is built
okay,
off many
Shut
wrong
up, Alan. You're
things.
so annoying. The fucking helium voice. Let me answer. Okay. For fuck's sake, so annoying. Okay. Let's all agree that Australia in the year 2025 is a fundamentally different country to the Australia that existed in 1918.
Yeah, like
correct?
most countries,
It's-
that's the case.
It's
right?
literally almost alien. Like it's almost completely different because
Yeah,
basically
like
every
most
single
countries.
person.
Most countries have had development in that sort of sphere.
Well, not really, because if you go to Japan,
Well, what
today, there's
countries?
still a
Okay, well, what
massive cultural
countries are
continuity
different
between-
in 2020? What countries are not different in 2025 to how they were in like
The ones that aren't
1914?
being ethnically replaced. I mean,
such
that's a good
as
start.
which
Japan,
ones?
Japan.
Japan. Do you
China.
think that Japan in 2025 is the same as Japan in 1914?
No,
when it
and
comes
that's not
to
our
their,
argument.
Their
That's not
culture,
our
when it
argument.
comes to their
That's
customs.
not
when it
our
comes to
No one
argument.
says, no one
Our
says it's the
argument is
same.
instead-
It's all about they're not
There's a
alien.
cultural
Like I
continuity.
I think a
Cultural
Japanese
continuity.
person, if they went back to 1914, maybe there would be technological differences, but as a cultural and like let's say language or
No,
culture,
that's
and stuff,
bullshit.
they
No,
would be very
wait,
recognizable.
cultural.
There's cultural
So do you think
continuity.
that
Our point is this.
Japanese
Our
people
point is
nowadays
this.
have an undying love for the fucking emperor and are gonna like want to fucking banzai?
A lot of them do, dude.
A lot of them do.
Wait,
but not all of them
again.
Not all of
Can I
them
just
do.
can I just
Not at the
address
same
this?
scale as they did in 1914.
I never said it was identical. I'm just saying it's
Look-
not alien. it wouldn't be something a
That's
foreign
our point.
concept that they.
There's a cultural
'Cause, like,
continuity. There's a point. There's a level of cultural continuity that still exists, whereas we don't really have that in Australia. And then you've got people
Do you
like
think
you
that? Okay,
who don't
wait, do you
care
think
about
that there was a
whole
level of cultural
at all.
continuity, you know, with like the
I-
Norman invasion of England to England?
Yes, yes, there was.
Can
Yes,
I-
there was, and I'll explain why.
So despite the fact that according
the population,
to you, so you would
yes,
agree
let me
then
explain
that
to you.
having
Let me explain.
people-
Less than
having,
5%
like,
of the
you know,
population
things
of
that are similar to migration
Dude,
in
stop
terms of
talking
like
for a
raw
second. Let me
data.
answer. I'm muting you for a second so I can answer. What's the level of cultural continuity? Because it was only 5% of the population of Britain descend from the Norman conquerors. There was still massive cultural continuity. That's our point.
Can I?
What exactly is the
Actually-
difference between the cultural continuity of like immigration in like the 70s and 80s?
I'll explain it to you.
in
Let
the
me explain it.
grand
Let me
scheme
explain it. Let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you. There was more like the amount of immigration that is taking place in Australia and Britain today is on a level and scale that dwarfs the Norman invasion of England 1,000 years ago. Only 5% of the population of Britain today descend from the Norman invasion. Whereas in just the past 20, 30 years,
Yeah,
about
and that
30,
how
40% of our population-
how many decades ago was that? Like how many centuries?
Yeah,
ago
that's
was
that's
that?
my point.
I'm asking.
That's
I'm
my
saying on a
point.
grand scheme,
Over
on the
1,000
grand
years.
scheme of
Yeah,
things.
dude.
You're just,
That's my
it's an
point. Exactly.
arbitrary
Thank you for making my
goalpost.
point. No, thank
But
you for
there
making
are
my
there
point.
are
Let
differences
me explain.
between these
Hang
small.
on. Come to me.
Okay, go ahead.
Hang on. Thank you for making my point. Over 1,000 years, the impact of the Norman invasion of England over 1,000 years was 5% of the population. The impact of migration to Australia and Britain over the past 30 years is about 25, 30% of the population. So these are orders of scale, orders of magnitude greater than even the Norman invasion. There's mass ethnic and cultural displacement taking place. And then you have people like yourself who just basically sit there and you say, I don't care whatsoever about the British cultural history of Australia. I don't care that 100 years ago, all
I
these
do
guys
care
in
about the
Australia
British
considered
cultural
themselves as
history.
British.
It's just that I have a
But
different
hold
view
on.
on it.
Wait,
And
I-
I think and that we as a
Can I
society
speak for a
can-
moment?
can I-
Can I
also
speak
speak
for
for-
a moment?
can I
Okay,
ask
guess
you
I'm gonna
something?
speak for
That's
a
not the
moment.
same thing as not caring about the British cultural history of Australia.
Can-
I
can
think
I-
a lot
can
of
I-
Anglo
you think-
Australians
you
today
think
probably
that they're
don't give a
wrong?
shit about the British history of Australia.
Wait,
A lot of them do.
can I
Can I
ask
A lot of them
please-
do. A lot of them do.
CK, can I
A
A lot
ask-
of them
wait,
do.
wait,
I'm
wait,
sure in
can I
your
just jump
fucking
in for a
Stop
second?
squeaking
in your
again,
Twitter
don't make me
replies they
squeak.
We have
do.
10
But if
people
you actually
talking, but-
talk to some like cunt from fucking Bendigo about like how great the British Empire is and all that shit, they're probably just
Not
gonna
the
be like,
British
what the
Empire,
fuck
but
are
if
you
you
talking
ask them about the
Oi,
Anzacs, they're gonna care.
CK,
If you go to a random
Yeah, they're gonna
country,
care about the
they don't care about
Anzacs.
the Anzacs.
CK.
Yes.
CK. Set aside for a moment. I got something there. Like your like what is the benefit of keeping this cultural continuity in this national myth alive? The Anzacs for good. Like how do we benefit
Amazing.
from
And
that?
then, here we go. That's it. That's our entire point.
yeah, I
We don't
mean,
give a
I
fuck
can
about the
I can
cultural
answer
continuity of the nation.
that. Yeah, I mean, I can
Like,
answer
no,
that.
to be clear, like if the cultural continuity from the nation relies on this myth, which I obviously think is a bad decision.
It's not a myth.
I don't want a decision like
There
that to
was
ever be made
cultural
again.
continuity, and then you changed that.
I mean, the myth
You
of
moved
like
that
the myth
away.
of like the heroic
Wait,
Anzacs that were like bravely fighting for this country.
Yeah, well,
I think that's bad. I think that's detrimental to this country. The idea that
Alan and CK, can I just ask you a question? Do you think if like the demographics of Australia became such that 80% of the country was sub-Saharan African, do you think Australia would be the same entity as it is today?
And do you think they would
I
care about the
mean-
Anzacs? Do you think they care about the Anzacs? And
Well, no, enough about the Anzacs
why
for a
is it-
second.
like,
I'm just
like-
curious, like, what do you view Australia as? Like, because I think we fundamentally have very different definitions of Australia.
That's a good question.
over how long would this take?
We
Well, no, it's just a quick.
we as our since our country, you know, is sort of like a result of colonialism, we don't really have a strong sort of like cultural background that we can draw from. I think that's still developing.
There we go. That's my point. That's what I've been saying. You've been arguing the whole time. Thank you.
But
No,
like
but
to be
Drew,
clear, like,
your idea
I'm
of
not-
Australian culture is like fucking bunning snags and barbie, like fucking put a shrimp on the barbie, and a lot of
That
this
is
stuff.
Australian culture.
Like,
You want to
that is
replace
Australian
You want to
culture. I'm not
destroy
just
that.
denying
That
the
is
fact that it
Australian
is,
culture.
but it is a lot more surface level than you make it out to be.
I'm
No,
just saying,
it's
like,
more so-
But
It is a lot
that's
more
more-
surface
okay,
level.
okay, good question.
Like
But-
Australian
Everyone
culture
stop for a
on the
second.
East
Everyone
Coast
stop
is
for a
obviously
second.
going to be
Everyone
different
stop
to
for a
Australian
second.
culture in the
Everyone stop for a second.
in fucking
I didn't-
rural areas.
Hang on.
right?
Let me ask a question. Let me ask you a question. What's
Culture
more in
is
touch with
amorphous.
it?
It changes over time.
Okay,
Like,
okay.
I don't get.
Okay,
I
I
don't know how
agree.
you can
I
argue
agree.
against that point.
I agree.
No, but
Okay, I
CK,
agree.
here's
Let me
where
answer.
the-
Hang on.
Okay.
Let me say.
Yeah, I'll
this.
let you speak.
Okay. Would you say what's more Australian, right? Throwing a shrimp on the barbie, or going out there on the Sydney Harbour Bridge with an Al Qaeda flag and screaming Allahu Akbar? What's more Australian?
What? So what?
Like, what's more-
one is
what's-
eating
what's
food,
more-
and the other is
No,
like a
no.
particular.
No, but here's the question though, right? What is more authentic Australian culture? One is like I don't know, Crocodile Dundee, and then the other is somebody like screaming with the Al Qaeda flag on the Sydney Harbour Bridge, Allahu Akbar. So tell me, what is
To
more
me,
Australian?
So wait. So again, this you're asking what's the difference between like. Do you not think that people have been doing shit like that in Australia since it's like history? Have you not read Australian history?
It wasn't part of
To be
Australia's
clear,
culture.
Drew, to be
It would
clear,
not.
Drew,
It was
to be
not
clear,
part of
Drew.
Australia's culture. Was this stuff happening in 1960? It was not. It
I'm
was
not
not.
talking about the stuff in
Like,
1960. I'm talking about the stuff like
like to
before
be-
Federation, when you had Irish Republicans do all of this shit. Like, are you saying that like that them being in Australia is not Australian culture, despite the fact that
IRA violence is more Australian than Islamic violence.
Yes, that is
to be
actually true.
clear-
That's actually true. That's actually true. Unironically, actually true.
Okay, but why
Irish
is that
separatism
true?
is more
Like
important.
again, like
Because
why
it's
is
been
that
in the
true?
country for 200 years. Because it's been in the country
According
for
to
200
you,
years.
right? It's different.
Because
It's
it's been in the
different when the
country for 200
Irish
years.
do it.
Yes,
It's
because
why
it's
is it
different
because the
Why
Irish
is it?
are
Can you explain the
Australian
difference? If it's
and
so easy to
random
say,
No
can
Irish
you
one, no
explain
one's
the differences?
respecting me. I'm very okay.
Yeah, no,
the-
CK,
the
the
Irish
Irish
separatism
are
stuff has been
Australian
in the
and the
country for
random
200 years.
Islamists aren't.
Yes, that's it.
To be, but like I
Actually,
really want to
here
get
comes
an
the-
answer
Drew,
on like the
Drew,
cultural.
actually define the difference, right? If you're in like the late 1800s and you're seeing all of these Irish Republican fights and stuff, and 200 years later you're saying, oh, that's Australian culture. What exactly is stopping
Well, it is,
someone in another 200 years saying that like
Yeah, okay.
the sort
Thank
of
you. That's again
that
my
is
point.
part of
Again,
Australian
you're
culture?
making my point for me. Thank you. I don't want the Australian culture in 200 years to be Islamic.
Okay, yeah, but hold on.
Wait,
I really need to.
How
no,
exactly
hold on,
do you think
CK.
Australian culture is
You are
becoming
hogging
more
all the
Islamic?
time. You're hogging all the time, CK.
Wait,
Well,
what
are
I'm
you
saying-
asking how it's becoming more Islamic? Maybe because we're importing Muslims and radical terrorists from the Middle East. Maybe that's
Okay,
what-
so
Yeah,
wait.
radical terrorists,
Are we
okay.
okay? Wait.
How many
So
terrorists in
I thought
Australia do you think there
I thought
are?
the bit
how
of
many
with you
went
guys
off
was
to
that we
join
were
ISIS?
importing Indians, not Muslims.
Well, no, I mean
Is
every
that really
foreign
to be clear?
culture.
Like who in Australia is committing terrorist attack against Australians?
Wait, what?
Islamic-
We
Yeah.
literally had like 50 dudes go off and join ISIS. Do you think that's
No, it
normal?
was more than 50. It was 200. 200
Okay, well,
Australians
200,
joined
yeah,
ISIS.
yeah, exactly.
Some of those were people like Jake Bellardi who got groomed into it, but also
Oh yeah,
They're
You
not
forget,
Australian.
like,
If you
the-
join ISIS, you're not Australian. I don't want it to become a part of your. CK actually made my argument for me. He said after a certain amount of time, this will become part of Australian culture. I don't want it to be part of Australian
Yeah,
culture.
but do you
That's
think
my
that
Was
point.
Jake
okay,
Bellardi
okay,
not
but do you think
Australian?
wait, Drew, the same way that most Australians today probably wouldn't give a shit about Irish republicanism. Do you think that in 200 years people are going to be like, yeah, man,
That's
when
my
they held up the
point.
fucking
That's
flag
exactly
of
my
Nasrallah that was
point. Are
based?
you
Do you think that's
fucking
going to be the
retarded?
case?
That's my point. That's my point. We have to fight now so that in 200 years, Islamic extremism is not a normal part of Australian culture. That's why we have to
Considering,
fight now. Thank you
wait,
for
Drew,
making my point.
considering
What
the
was your
fact that
opinion that
considering the
Jake
fact that
Bellardi was not
behind
Australian?
Christianity, no religion is more like being irreligious is larger. Do you think that doesn't have like a large culture?
Well, no, it's not about literal Christianity. It's about the cultural Christianity.
Yes,
there's
exactly.
a big
Exactly.
difference.
There are
Do
people.
you think?
who are
Wait.
not-
What exactly?
You don't-
So why do you think that it's like people from a Muslim background are necessarily tied to believing in a Muslim background versus white
Because they don't
white
believe in
Anglo-Christian
secularism.
people
There's
becoming
no
religious?
People from
concept
Muslim
of
backgrounds
I
don't
went
believe in
to
Islamic
secularism.
culture.
Drew,
That is a fact.
I'll give you a little tidbit, right? I'll give you a little tidbit into my fucking upbringing. I went to a Muslim school, right?
Oh,
And
there
a
we
majority
go,
of those
there we go.
people.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank
there
you.
we go. Yeah.
Are you
Do you want me
fucking-
to finish my
are you a
point? Drew?
cowhead?
You beauty.
Do you want me
thank
to
you.
finish my point?
That's
Drew?
why. That's why.
I'm
that's
not-
Why
I'm
you were
not
against,
Muslim.
That's why
I'm an
you were against
atheist.
the Australian Anzacs
Oh,
fighting.
I'm
against
an
everyone. That's
atheist.
literally why.
Drew,
Holy
Drew,
shit.
Drew,
my friend-
Can I
my friend-
finish my
Wait,
point
wait,
before you
wait,
fucking
CK,
soy out over
CK,
genealogy?
we're
Oh my
not
God.
talking about the literal religion. We're talking about the religious culture. So,
Okay,
like,
could you explain to me, right, how that religious culture is going to shift when most people, after a certain period of time, seem to be becoming more secular, progressive?
because
they're not.
because
That's
well, no,
the
wait.
point, they're not.
Let me make this point. Even more secular Australians, and I'm going to talk about Anglo Australians. They are all culturally Christian. They celebrate Christmas. They celebrate Easter. They eat bacon. They do all these things that
Yeah,
are
do you think
culturally
that-
Christian.
bacon's
Do you think
culturally
that
Australian.
atheists from a
Well,
Muslim
eating
background don't
bacon
already
is-
do those
No,
things?
I'm talking about cultural Christianity. But
Yeah, I'm saying.
Wait,
I think
hold
that.
on.
No, I'm
Wait,
saying.
one at
do
a
you think
time.
that-
I
do you
want to
think
talk to CK.
Do you think that people can't change and eventually assimilate into that culture, into the sort of dominant worldview. I've talked to a lot of
not if there is a large not if there no they can
Christmas parties. I've seen a lot of like non-Muslim people from like a non-Christian background who do partake in those celebrations.
Yeah,
because
I'm not saying all of them do. I'm saying
ways.
As a broad.
Isn't
like,
it
broad
amazing?
Drew, just let me finish quickly. Just quickly. If you paint in broad strokes, people who grow up around Islamic culture and around Muslims are going to
but they're not solely growing around Islamic culture. They're also growing
up when they immigrate here.
These
groups form enclaves and they live around each other and they don't assimilate. That's another big issue.
And so do you think that these groups form enclaves everywhere?
Can I say something?
Or is there like more material and
socioeconomic
factors?
I don't care about. I'm saying this is what happens. You can look at this, and if you keep importing people,
so do you think that
white
this
population keeps going
without
down,
any like with no sort of bearing on poor people being segregated into a certain part of Australia?
Can I say something? Can I say something, please? Can I let me talk? Right. Let me talk.
No, CK refused to let anyone talk.
Oh, for fuck's sake, CJ. Sorry. Okay. This is my point, right? This is my point. CK, I know that you're not an Islamic extremist. I know that you're a secular guy. It's very clear from the types of arguments you've been making. You're basically not even religious Muslim. It's pretty obvious, right? You went to a Muslim school, but I know that it's very clear that you're not a religious Muslim. That said, the fact that you went to a Muslim school, you don't care about the Anzacs. You don't care about that part of the Australian history in previously, and you actually think it's bad that the Anzacs fought the Ottoman Empire. So that's my problem. Even somebody like yourself, who's fully assimilated, who's basically not religious at all, you just don't care about the European history of Australia. That's where it's wrong.
But why is that?
I don't think that's the case, though, right? Like, if I didn't care about if I didn't care, oh, sorry, okay, sorry, I've been cutting you off.
Pretty obvious.
Do you want to talk, Smithy?
I just want to be clear. Like, I want to get an idea of like why you think it's so important that we uphold this national myth. It's not even a national myth.
I just want some level of cultural continuity, and
yeah, but like, to be clear, like why do we have to do the bad ones? We can have the good guy. Like, let's say, like, I don't know, what's some piece of Australiana, like Ned Kelly? He wasn't too bad. Why we can valorize him?
Ned Kelly was objectively like worse than the Anzacs, but
yeah, but I believe that it is less damaging to valorize him in Australian society.
He was an outlaw who committed crimes. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and he committed crimes against. He was right to commit those crimes. I'm arguing.
He was right to commit those crimes. Like, I mean, obviously, I don't think we should censor Ned Kelly.
Can I talk to CK? Can I talk to CK? Can I talk to CK?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I want to say this, right, CK. It's very clear from our entire argument. I don't think of you as a Muslim, right? I think of you as a leftist. It's pretty clear from the way you've been talking for the past 3 hours that you're a leftist. You're not a Muslim supremacist. You're not an Islamist. You're probably not religious at all. My point is this, right? And this is where I think it's sad. Because you come from a different cultural background, you just don't really care about the British or European heritage of Australia. And I think that's sad because that is a cultural break. That's a cultural break. And that's why I think it's sad, right? Okay, can I say one thing, right? I don't know exactly what country you came from, right? But I assume your family must have come from a Muslim country. I'm sure that your family would have found it sad if your country just over, like, say, even if it was over a period of 70, 80 years, the culture just completely changed and it stopped being Muslim at all, and nobody respected the people who had fought in the previous war, and it was just completely different. I'm sure that your family would see it that way too. So it's legitimate for me to think of it in that way for my country. Okay,
Drew, and I think, and I'll be honest with you, I think that it's a bit silly to assume that culture is going to be stagnant for the rest of like history.
I know, and I'm not saying it should be stagnant, but what I'm saying is it shouldn't be completely culturally broke. There shouldn't be a complete break.
Okay, Drew, would you say that when you say statements like that? Do you have a descriptive or prescriptive view of history?
Let me explain this, right? Like, I think.
Could you just answer my question really quickly?
I'm trying to answer it. I am trying to answer it.
Wait, hold on. I have a question. What's with this chat spam?
Alan, stop. Alan, stop for a second.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is this, right? I lost my space because of fucking Alan. Sorry, can you say that again?
Well, I can kind of address this point real quick. I mean, I just kind of want to ask, like, do you think that there isn't a difference between importing like a billion Africans, making them the majority population, and having their culture become supreme, and the small cultural changes in Australian culture over time? Like, do you think those are indistinguishable changes or differences?
I just don't wait. I don't think that we're in what.
Because
so
you
you're
said,
saying,
why do you want culture
No,
to remain stagnant over
think
time?
that-
No
I
one
think
wants that,
like,
but we're
at the
saying that
same-
there is a
those
difference
millions,
between
quote
importing a
unquote,
bunch of
even if
people.
that was necessarily
Who is
true,
Emily?
that there was some concerted effort to create demographic shift in
I'm
Australian
not saying it's
society.
true. I'm saying it's a hypothetical. I'm asking you.
Okay, sure.
hypothetically.
In this hypothetical, those millions of quote like South Africans or whatever the fuck
I said
Sub-Saharan
Sub-Saharan
Africans
Africa, yeah.
would still interact with and still like their kids, for example, wouldn't be growing up in a purely Sub-Saharan African society or whatever. They'd still be interacting with what we consider general.
Let me say something.
Australian
Let me say
culture.
Yeah. Wait.
Right.
Let me just quickly respond. Let me
They would
respond
still be
quickly, then you can,
interacting with
okay?
that culture, and they'd grow up with that culture.
I agree, but that it only matters when they're when they're not the majority population. When they're the majority population,
Immigrate, like that's the thing, though, right? Like immigration doesn't happen in one day. It happens over decades. It happens over.
but
you know, 50
we can
years.
see the Australian population, the white Australian, Anglo-Australian population is decreasing, and these foreign cultures are coming in and replacing it.
I mean, it's not decreasing on a like net numbers.
It absolutely is. What are you talking about?
Okay, let me say this.
Do you think
Like as a
white
proportion of
Australian-
a wider Australian society, sure, you can like
Yeah,
point that out. I don't think it's decreasing on like a net level though.
Oh, yeah, maybe not as a raw numbers, but all populations increase. I'm talking about as a percentage of the Australian population, obviously, right?
Sure.
And to an extent, culture is downstream from ethnicity and
Yes.
So if you import all these Africans and Arabs and Indians and stuff, they will ultimately change and fundamentally change
But
the Australian culture.
Yeah, but that happens. That would happen regardless. Like my
Yeah,
point
but
is,
but
is that
again,
you're
I know,
putting-
and I
you're
and I
putting
asked
an
you this.
arbitrary sort of goalpost on like what level of cultural change is okay.
Yeah,
based on
okay, and
ethnicity.
I can explain why, because I think, and I don't think, I think most people would agree with me that there is a difference between small cultural changes in Australia to the Anglo culture and importing 1 billion foreigners and having their culture become dominant. That those aren't.
But that's the
even
thing. I
comparable.
don't really see that like their culture, quote unquote, becoming dominant over time.
But it will, because right now they're still a minority. But as more come, and as
But do you not think? Do you not think there's?
you have an
Do you not think that like
investment
in
in
30
thinking
years,
that
right?
way.
Say this continues. Do you not think there will be a cultural difference between like those sub-Saharan African immigrants versus the new quote unquote sub-Saharan African immigrants who come in? Do you not think that there's cultural change in those immigrant groups as well?
they would be far more similar with each other than with the white Australians. That is undeniable.
I don't think that's the case. Like you can
That
look at
is.
like Greeks and Italians. You can look at Greeks and Italians in this country, right? In, like,
Greeks
the
and
80s.
Italians are white.
No.
Africans are not white. That's the difference. What do you mean?
Oh, so what? You're just saying that as long as they're white, it's okay.
No, I'm not saying it's okay.
didn't
I'm
say that.
saying when it comes to cultural similarities, obviously
I just
different
think,
white
look, like, you
people
can
will have
again, you
more
can look
cultural
at like,
similarities
you can look at the
than Africans
integration.
and white peoples.
You can look at the integration of Greeks and Italians in
Yeah,
wider
yeah, but
Australian
again,
society over
Yeah,
time.
again,
Who
You can
is
probably
that?
ask
People keep
Drew's.
saying
You
his
can
name
probably
in the
ask
chat, everyone
Drew's
keeps
fucking
hearing it.
family about how they probably got called wog in school and shit.
I got called
Like-
wog twice in my life, and I would. Dude, I got called.
Yeah,
wog
wait,
once.
wait,
do you think
I-
that? Do you
I-
think the
I-
level?
I do- I do-
Do you think the
I do
level at
wanna
which you
address-
get
I do
called
wanna
wog
address
nowadays is the same as what your parents or what your
Yeah, wait,
grandparents
no, wait.
gone through?
I want to
Probably
address,
not.
address what
Let's
you
be
just said.
real.
You just
Probably
said,
not. Yeah.
you just made a point, and I just want to address that. There is a big difference between the white culture
People keep talking about
assimilating to white
Mrs. Kim.
cultures.
Who is that?
Ignore
What?
that. There
That's
isn't.
Drew's
There,
ex-girlfriend.
there are big differences
Oh.
between white cultures assimilating into white cultures and non-white cultures.
Never gonna let him
assimilating into
down.
white cultures. And that's my point.
Okay, can you actually like could you qualitatively describe that point then?
What do you mean qualitatively
Okay,
describe
can
the
I
point?
ask?
Hold on,
can
Drew,
I
you're
ask-
just
can I
telling-
ask-
Drew,
can I
Drew,
ask-
you're just
can I
telling
ask-
me
What
what-
the difference would be?
The difference
finally
between
ask-
the Greeks and Australian white Australians, maybe they have small differences. Maybe
If you
they eat
talk to-
souvlaki
Greeks are
and
not
Yeah,
white
but
instead
you're
of
Australians.
saying
fucking.
this again. You're saying this in hindsight now, when Greeks and Italians and the Irish are
Can
a lot
I-
more
can I
assimilated
talk?
to Australian
I'm
culture.
listen. I'm saying.
It's
but even if
you're
you
making an
fundamentally-
argument
if you-
from
if you-
hindsight.
Yeah, but if you look at these cultures, okay, well,
What
the
is-
differences between Greek culture and white culture, like Anglo culture, It's
These
like, okay,
people are
well,
in-
It's
the
pretty
Greek,
different, I think.
the Greeks,
Like,
yeah, there are
Not
differences. I'm
really,
not saying,
not
but then if you
there's
look
some
at,
pretty big,
then
there's
if
some
you
pretty
look
big
at
differences
parent-
in how Greek family structures
yeah,
are in
I'm
comparison to
not
Anglo
denying that.
family
I'm not
structures.
denying. Can I make
There's
my point
differences
and then you-
between like
yeah, let me
Greek
make my point and then
Orthodoxy
you can speak.
versus like Catholic or
I know.
Protestant Australia.
Let me make my point and then you can speak.
Hold on. Like, okay,
Wait,
to
in
be, can I?
Second,
Can I, like,
I was in the
I
middle
need
of
to
an argument.
ask the
Can I just get
question.
it out? Okay, can I just speak? My point is, if you look at the differences between Greeks and Anglos, they are way more similar to each other than, say, Greeks and Anglos
It's
and
made up
Africans,
bullshit.
where they
like,
like
who
dig
the
into
fuck is
the
Emily
heads
Kim?
of albinos to look for gold
People
nuggets
keep
and stuff.
spamming this.
Like
I
these
need
aren't
to know.
comparable at all. What?
Again, I think that's just
Can I talk?
that's
Can
just
I
more of
finally
a
talk?
social
Can I
construction.
finally
Like,
talk,
it's just
please?
again, the kind
Can
of
I
a
please finally
socially
talk?
constructed
Can I
line
finally
of
talk?
difference.
Can I finally talk? Can I finally talk?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay. CK. Again, it's not really fair because we don't know necessarily what country your family came from. But just say, for the sake of argument, it's Egypt, right? Do you really think
Sure.
it would be a good? Okay. I'm sure that you would not think it's a good thing if over the course of like 70 years, Egypt just became like 80% non-Egyptian, and the culture was just completely different. So all I'm saying is, you think that Australia is kind of like a blank slate, and it doesn't really matter if the culture changes that much because, oh, well, the British didn't really have a right to be here anyway because they committed genocide. That's kind of how you see it, right? But you would not apply that back to your family's home country, whether it be
I
Egypt
probably
or
would.
anything else.
Yeah, I
No,
probably
you wouldn't, dude. You wouldn't, dude.
Like
You
for
wouldn't.
the sake of the argument, like if Egypt, right, had and I think Egypt, like if you look at the history of Egypt, they probably had similar things happen, right?
It's every country on Earth. Every country on Earth had.
groups. Yeah,
Every country on Earth has had
that's
atrocities
the
in its
sort of
past.
way that societies function, right? Societies change over time with new
No,
stimulus and new things.
No, but what I'm saying though, right, is if you go back in time, there's a level of cultural continuity where if you go to Japan 200 years ago, yes, there's different technology, but the culture is still recognizable for a Japanese person today.
People keep DMing me to ask Drew who that is, and you keep banning them. Who is Emily Kim?
CJ, shut the fuck up. If you keep on trolling me, I'm just going to kick you, okay? So let's
Look,
stick to the
look,
argument.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure everyone in
I'm
Queensland,
sure
young
they want me to
Labour
try- okay,
knows.
okay.
Mate. I'm gonna be real.
It's a
Like,
fucking
if
young
you're
lady
trying-
thing.
I think
I'm
you
just
should
gonna
just
kick you.
flat
I'm
out
just-
and come out and say it.
Okay.
Stick to the argument, Jesus.
Kick to the argument. Anyway, CK, you would not see that when it comes to Egypt. You wouldn't. You wouldn't see that when it comes to your family's home country.
See, but that cultural. But when you say stuff,
And
like,
what
you know,
I'm
oh,
saying
there's a
here,
cultural
and my
sort of
point
link-
with that, is
Can
this,
I,
right?
Drew? Can I finish?
But
I'm
have
aware
to-
that you have a
I didn't
point.
say-
Can I finish
one last
my
point.
response to what you just said?
Okay, fine.
Can I?
Fine.
Thank
Yes,
you.
fine.
Thank you. But when you look at, again, this is all, you're just saying this from hindsight, right? If we look at like a country like Brazil, which has had immigration from all of these sort of different countries, both within South America and also, and like, you know, like the African slaves were brought over there, and, you know, the Argentinian people and like the Chinese sort of migration there. Their culture has shifted, but it's still uniquely Brazilian, right? I think that there's locals that it's kind of like a bit silly to assume that like migrant groups don't change over time as well. Like you can look in Indonesia, like Indonesia, for example, right? Indonesia has had a history of Chinese migration, and there are and it's still like ethnically Chinese Indonesians, but
And they committed genocide against them. They committed genocide
But-
against them, dude. Like,
But wait, can I just quickly make a point? But there's a
Yeah, and that's
difference
probably
between-
bad. But my point is that like they're
Okay,
still
here's a really-
they're still
Wait,
quote
wait,
unquote
wait,
Fundamental
wait,
question.
wait, wait,
Fundamental
and that
question.
you probably like, and that if we weren't in this
let me just interrupt for a
conversation,
sec.
you'd be like, yeah, that's what's happened.
Yeah, let me just
Okay.
interrupt for a sec. There is a difference between, say, in Indonesia, how you pointed out, Chinese influence onto Indonesian culture, and, say, African influence onto Indonesian culture. Those are large African influence. Because,
Do you think
I mean,
that Southeast
obviously-
Asian and East Asian cultures are like similar?
I'm saying they
Like
are
in
more similar than
Indonesia
African cultures.
and Malaysia and Singapore in particular. Like that's the
I'm
same
saying they're
thing
more
as, like,
similar
China.
than, say, random
Chinese
cultures
culture.
from, like, Africa or even Europe.
Can I talk now, please? Can I talk?
So okay, what about Brazil then, which has had like, you know,
Well,
Afro-Brazilian-
Brazil is just like kind of like a mixed race country, right? So it's a
yeah,
very
but
unique
it's still
example.
uniquely, but we can still say it's uniquely Brazilian.
I mean,
You can't say that it's
I mean,
completely
yes, over 300 years. Yes, over 300, 400
yeah. So
years, and a
exactly, that's my
brutal-
point. Is
and a
that
brutal-
you're just it's an
So
arbitrary
so
line
you're
that
saying
you're
that we
putting
should
up.
become Brazil. So you're saying that we should become Brazil. Now, let me ask you this, right?
I'm
I think
saying
this is
that
very
there's no real moral, like, again, there's no real moral claim. I don't think that, like, in 300 years, right, if, like, say for the sake of the argument that Australia becomes a fully non-white country, that there won't be kids in school, like, learning about Captain Cook or, like, learning about the first fleet.
Okay,
but
okay,
it would be a
if Australia-
that's gonna be
fundamentally
treated
different
as
country. It
history.
would, it would,
It
it
would be a
wouldn't even
different
be
country.
Australia at that point.
Yeah, but again, even if this country was fully white, there would still be a completely different country.
Okay,
It'd
let
be
me ask.
fundamentally
Let me
more
ask. Let me ask. Let me ask. Let me ask.
Today, going into
Guys, let me
Australia,
talk. Let me
Yeah,
talk.
go ahead.
Okay, would you be fine, CK? Would you be fine if in 300 years time Islam did not exist as a religion? Would you be fine with that? You wouldn't be fine with that. So why
Yeah,
are
I'd
you
probably
telling
be fine
me?
with that.
No, you wouldn't. You're lying, dude.
Yeah, I would.
100% you're lying.
Yeah, I would.
100% you're lying. Tell
Yeah, I
me,
would. Have
tell
you
me
heard?
how many.
Have you heard of what some people think that should happen to people who become apostates?
Okay,
From...
okay.
So you're
Tell me,
just
of
you
course,
so
I
you-
would
me
say
how
the
many-
same with any religion. Like, yeah.
So you're just
if it
like
happens, if it's
so-
not like a
yeah.
direct, if it's not like an intentional sort of eradication or whatever, and just kind of naturally things change, and that's kind of how it
Yeah,
is.
so CK, you're,
Like,
you're
I'm not
just
exactly
you-
mourning the
you-
loss of fucking like Zoroastrianism or like ancient
no,
Babylonian
CK,
gods.
CK.
Right?
So you're basically just like a fucking like a bug man who believes in nothing, right? You don't
I
believe
think
in
that's
anything
not really
and
fair
everything.
to say. I think I do. I
Nothing
think
is
I
sacred.
do have
I mean,
beliefs on what
nothing is
Australian
sacred to
values
you.
should be. What do you mean nothing is sacred to me?
Yeah, like the fucking everything can change. Everything can be completely different.
Everything
Who
can.
gives a shit?
Look, my point is that everything can change, but
Is there anything
like
you wanna
obviously
preserve?
we
Is
don't
there
have
anything
the
you wanna preserve?
hindsight to look into the future.
Yeah, but I'm saying
But is there
we
anything you wanna
can
preserve?
we can estimate. Obviously we can't tell exactly what will happen, but I think we can
Could you explain
make
to me
some
the
sort of
moral-
we can make
Yeah,
some
but
sort of
again, this
estimate
is
that
again, like,
importing a
but
billion
this is where we're
Africans who
talking
believe
past
that
each other.
there are gold nuggets in the skulls of albinos will change the culture of Australia more than it would if we imported Anglos from England. Like, obviously, this is just obvious, right?
Yeah, but there's like, again, it just comes back to what do you think an Australian should be, right?
I think we should try to retain the Australian culture.
You don't think that should exist at all?
But like, what exactly is the limits of Australian culture?
Well, I
It
mean,
can change.
it-
People
I
can
don't
migrate
define
and
it
assimilate.
exactly, but
It's a
it's
slow
this-
process.
Well, no, I can kind of define the limit. It's this kind of like a culturally Christian, white-rooted, Anglo-rooted to be specific, identity and culture. I mean,
Okay, but like, why should we necessarily retain that?
because
Why should it change?
that is
Why
what
should-
Australia
why do you wanna
is.
change it?
Australia.
Why do you want to
Yeah,
change
no,
it?
can I
I'm not saying
answer?
it should change. I'm saying that it's possible for it to change, and that's
Yeah,
sort of
I'm-
amoral.
Yeah, I know, but you
Like,
have to,
no,
you
no,
have
wait,
to
wait,
make
wait,
the
can-
you have to
can-
make
can
the
I
argument
answer?
for
Can-
changing it rather than letting us try and defend
No, you
it.
don't. You don't have to
I
make
can
an
make an
argument for
I
it.
can make that argument. I can make that argument. I'm saying it should remain somewhat similar to this original thing because that is what Australia is. Australia isn't just a landmass. It's not just an amorphous population of anyone. Anyone is Australia. It is this. Australia, if not a race, is a culture, and
Yeah,
I think we
that Australian culture still continues on, even if, like, we get like waves of migration from different countries.
No, it wouldn't if we
Australian culture
fundamentally
changes and morphs along time, right?
Yeah. Okay.
If
Do you
every-
think if we
if every
imported,
Anglo-Australian
again?
was
I listen. I
Like,
asked
what
you
is
this
the what is
before.
the again, right? Like, what is the natural
I
result
asked you this before,
of
I'll
your
ask you one more
argumentation
time.
here? Like, are you saying that, like, every like third or fourth generation, like Irish or not Irish, sorry, or like of like Greek or like Lebanese Christian should be fucking deported? Like, is that your
No,
point?
they
I'm
should.
saying-
They
I'm
can
saying- I'm
assimilate.
listen,
You can assimilate.
I'm-
100%. You can
yeah,
assimilate.
Yeah, so why can't
I'm-
for example, like Indian
I think
Australians
they
assimilate
assimilate.
into
I think
No,
they
no,
can
no,
over
no,
a
no,
long
no,
period of
no, no. CK, you're not understanding. We're not saying that there should be zero migrant, but we're saying that if you look at the numbers that are coming in now, it's not possible to
But
assimilate
what exactly is
such large numbers.
again? So how is it not possible for them to assimilate?
Yeah, so that's
Like, their
why I
children-
want that's why I
their
want
children will be
that's why
raised-
I asked you
their
this before.
children-
And I
right,
still haven't
their
gotten
children,
an answer.
Their children will be raised in a
no,
culture.
okay. So I
Yeah,
but they're
asked you
going
this
to be
before.
raised-
Listen. Wait. I asked you this before. I want an answer. If Australia, 80% of the Australian population was sub-Saharan African, would that still be Australia?
How did they become 80% sub-Saharan African?
They let's just say that they all came by boat or something tomorrow. I mean, I don't
Tomorrow.
fucking know.
Then yeah, it probably
Like,
would
I
be
mean,
a very
it's-
different Australia. Yeah.
Okay. So I
so
mean,
we
I guess
agree then.
If the change happens in one day, then sure. But I'm saying like it would be a different Australia. I'm saying like what moral sort of claim do you have to quote unquote retain Australia to keep it white or like white
Well,
culture?
It's
yeah,
not even about white. It's not even about the. It's not about
So
the
it's
skin
not about-
color.
it's-
about
well,
You're
it's about
making
the ancestry.
again. There's
Yeah,
a
no,
difference
what-
between having a descriptive view of how things are going to go, where it's like well, I think it's going to go like this, versus having a prescriptive view, right?
Yeah,
My
yeah, and
prescriptive
I can
view
tell
is
you- I
that I
can
don't
tell
really
you.
care. I don't think that it's necessarily relevant whether or not Australia is white in the future, because at the end of the day, there will still be a cultural continuity of people who are raised in this country, who are raised in this land, who are raised under their laws, who are raised under its
Okay,
parliament.
let me ask you.
Like,
Let me
that's
say.
still-
I need to
there's
find the
still
talk.
yeah.
continuity.
I need to find the talk. Hang on, Godspeed. Let me please. So, I watched the show, The Mosque Next Door, and it's about basically like they do a school exchange between the Islamic College of Brisbane and a Christian school. And there was a kid in that show. It was the first episode, and this was supposed to be like a nice thing or whatever. They're interviewing the kids. One of the kids was 10 years old and said, "I have never interacted with a white Australian in my life." And they were asked, "What do you think of white Australians?" And then they rostered off a number of stereotypes like, "Oh, they like drinking," "Oh, they're rude," blah blah blah. Now, that is an example where you're saying, "Oh, that kid is going to be fully assimilated into Australian culture." But the problem
do you
is,
think that kid
people are being-
change? Do you think that kid will change their opinions once they enter like adult life, or do you think are you basing
well,
like
that's
your
the
views on
risk.
assimilation based on how
That's
one
that's what
10-year
It-
on how
it's what I'm
one
concerned
10-year-old
That's what I'm
number
concerned
one 10-year-old from a show that you watched on SBS thinks.
Do
Yeah,
you
but,
think
like,
if
that
they
is
grow up
considered-
around? Do you think if they grow up around and in these ethnic enclaves, which we see happening today, they will
Yeah.
become more assimilated or less?
Okay, define ethnic enclave right now.
Like you can go to places, for example. I mean, I don't know. I guess in Brisbane there are places where they're like 80% Chinese, and you can go to the mall there, and it will be like everything is in Chinese. They don't even have English signage.
Do you think that people are limited to those ethnic enclaves? Do you think that people don't?
Some
know?
people
Well, they
are,
live
dude. I
live in
think
them
they
for a
are.
reason, right?
Yeah, they live in them
there
for a
are some
reason,
people.
sure. But that people still like travel from fucking Chatswood, which I guess would be the
dude,
Sydney.
there are a
but-
lot of
but-
examples.
like other
Dude, I know
places,
so many examples.
right?
I know so many
People
examples
still
of people who
take the
never step outside
train.
their-
People still,
No,
travel
no,
around.
Oh,
the
they
city. People
they
still
took the
move.
train, but they don't
I
speak
come
English. I guess they'll assimilate, right? But the point is, when they grow up around these in and around these ethnic enclaves, they, for the large majority of their lives, they just interact with people from these enclaves, other Chinese people, and things like that.
When those kids go to uni, they're going to be surrounded by fucking like the same ethnic.
Oh, and then they're
enclave?
going to assimilate.
Well,
And then
yeah,
they're
well,
going
no,
to
no,
they're
yes,
gonna
yes, well, no, I
assimilate.
can. These people self-segregate. You'll see these Chinese students in university will hang around
Yes.
other Chinese students.
Yes, 100%, 100%.
Which uni did you go to?
I go to Darwin
I
Uni.
saw that. I saw this all the time, dude.
Right.
I saw this all the time. Like, I would try to become friends with Chinese international students, and they would basically be self-segregating.
Wait, international students.
Even domestically.
Well, no, no,
So wait, I'm talking about homegrown, like Australia. I'm talking about like
I'll give you an
homegrown,
example,
like,
dude.
Australians,
Dude,
like
dude.
sons and daughters of immigrants, and you're bringing up fucking
Dude.
international students.
No,
right now.
no,
Dude,
not
I'll give you an
international,
example.
Even
Hang on.
non-international students.
Let me say one thing, right? CK, I've got Greek cousins who their entire social, who are like third generation Australian, and their entire social network is Greek. They wouldn't have a single Anglo friend, and they're that. So that's 3 generations, and still people aren't assimilating on that
So
level.
why aren't you calling to deport them then?
I'm not saying deport these people. I'm not saying every single person in the enclave should be deported. I'm saying that's a good example. That's a problem where even in Greek migrant communities, there's still a lot of people who refuse to assimilate. Basically, I think that's bad. I tried really hard to
those
be
people would
assimilated.
die off, and they'll have it's and
But
it's
it's
a
not true.
continuous
It's not
process.
happening, dude. But dude, if
do you
the
mean it's not happening?
I'll explain. If the volume is so high, the assimilation will just never occur. Because I'll give you an example. Over the past 20 years, we have added 8 million people to this country's population over the past 20 years. The population of Australia has grown by 40% in just 20 years. That is so significant that people can now these days go through their entire life and basically never be outside these ethnic enclaves. That is true.
Wait, where did Cunspeed go?
I don't know. He can join again, but
whatever.
here's a good question.
I just don't. I think that like also when you're
The
looking at,
cultural
like,
assimilation is.
ethnic, when you're looking at quote unquote ethnic
Let me give you a
enclaves,
good
those
example.
places
Let me
also have changed as well. You can
Can-
look at,
can
for
I give you a
example,
good-
Newtown in
Let me
Sydney,
give you-
for example, used to be like primarily, from my understanding, Indigenous Australian, but that's been changed to be like a mix.
Yeah,
of
you think
different
that's a good thing?
cultures, right?
You think that's a
Like,
good
there
thing?
are parts of
have been displaced from there too.
what the Indigenous
You
people
think-
were displaced from
Yeah,
Newtown.
like-
I think that's
like, yeah,
just a result of like urbanization. That's just a result of urbanization.
Is it a good thing that the Indigenous community of Redfern have basically been gentrified out of it? Here's another question, right? Like,
I don't think
Like,
it's a good thing
actually,
if like anyone gets gentrified out of.
this
places,
is
but it
this
still
is my
happens.
and
And again,
point,
you
right?
don't extend that place to like, say, for example, like Lakemba, right? Which like with at least from my understanding is going to get gentrified out as well with like the sort of.
Well, okay, Lakemba.
these-
Lakemba's a good example. Lakemba's a good example because if you look at the.
Drew, have you
demographics
been
in
to
the
Lakemba?
1970s
Just out of
Yes,
curiosity,
I
have you
I
been
actually have. I actually have. I literally have.
there? Okay.
I went to the Lakemba Festival in 2022. So Lakemba, if you go to the demographics in 1970, it was like 80%, it was like 90% Anglo, and it's now like 60% Muslim. That is a massive cultural shift. Like, do you think it's a good cultural
Yeah,
shift?
but
Like, is it
that
good
culture that's going to be shifted as well later on.
Is it?
Right? Like that would
Let me give you a good example. Let me make you
quote
a good
unquote
example.
ethnic
Right?
enclave will have shifts. As
Okay.
well. Like it's not a
Okay,
stagnant
well-
sort of thing that's been
okay,
around for like 50, 60 years, right?
Let me give
Like
you a
ethnic
good
enclaves
example.
and quote unquote ethnic
Okay,
enclaves are
okay,
very
dude.
like
Okay, dude.
in the past, like
give
in
you
the
an
past
example.
like 20 years, right? Lakemba has gone from like majority like you know having a pretty heavy like Lebanese and Bengali sort of interplay to having a lot more, you know, like Rohingya people, for example.
Beautiful,
Right? And that's probably going to
beautiful.
shift
Okay,
as like more
okay,
like you know
okay,
it might
okay.
shift to, like having a more white people live there the same way.
Yeah,
with, for
that's never
example,
going to
like
happen.
Newtown,
We all
Redfern.
know that that's never going to happen.
But that's
all know
happened
that's
to
never gonna happen.
Newtown, right? Like there's a lot
Okay,
more white people living in Newtown than there is fucking
Okay,
than there probably
let
used to.
let me answer you this, right? Let me give you this example. So my family, I grew up in basically a fully Anglo environment. I at school there would have been like one other Greek kid in my grade. Shush, doggy. So at school there would have been one other kid in my grade who was Greek. I grew up in a neighborhood that was like 99. Like, there were no other Greek families in the neighborhood. Stop, doggy. Shush. There were no other Greek families in the neighborhood. Very few Greek people in my suburb. I went to a school and I was like, there's like one other Greek guy in the grade, and I wasn't like friends with him just because he was Greek. Like we would have been friendly with each other, but we weren't like best friends just because we were Greek. So I grew up in a setting where I was forced to assimilate into basically Anglo-Australian culture. I don't speak Greek. I went to Cyprus when I was 12 years old, and I basically felt like a foreigner in Cyprus. Obviously, I love the history of my family, and I'm not ashamed of it or anything. But I'm just saying, culturally, I'm basically.
Do you not
fully
think that
Australian.
the people that you're talking about, like these kids who get raised in quote unquote these enclaves, will not also feel like they're foreigners when they go back to like Lebanon or like when they go back to Yemen or
here's the
all of
problem,
these
right?
countries?
Here's the problem that I'm trying to point out to you. If I had grown up in a suburb that was 99% Greek, where every single other person in my neighborhood was Greek, where I went to a Greek school that was literally 100% Greek, and everyone around me spoke Greek, I never would have assimilated. There literally would be zero chance that I would be as assimilated as an Australian that I am today. Literally zero chance. I know that firsthand from my own personal experience. The reason that I am so assimilated as an Australian is because there was literally one other Greek guy in my grade. I didn't grow up. There were no Greek people basically in my neighborhood. There was basically no Greek people in my suburb. I would go. We did a couple Greek traditions a year, like Greek Easter, like it's a couple things. But for all intents and purposes, I was basically fully raised as an Australian. It's such a different scenario. If I was to be raised in a situation that was where my entire school was Greek, everyone around me spoke Greek. There was no pressure on me to learn the English language because everyone around me was speaking Greek all the time. I know firsthand from my own experience.
Do you think that people who are raised in quote unquote these ethnic enclaves can't speak English?
No, I know that the young kids
don't-
can. I know that the young kids can often speak good English, but it's often the older
Like I went to a
generation.
Muslim school, right?
I know that they all speak
And like
English, dude. I know.
Yeah, we had a mix of different ethnicities go to that school, sure.
Yes.
And like most
different
people still
ethnicities.
conversed with each other in English.
Yes,
Most
I
people,
know,
when you
dude.
go to the
I
street
know.
who come from a migrant background, speak to you in English. I don't think like
Yes.
again, like there's rarely situations where the kids of migrants are going to be speaking their like mother tongue, quote unquote.
Okay. But can I ask you this, right? Was there a single Anglo kid at your school?
Yeah, there was.
How many?
It's like one or two.
Out of like 1,000?
And I don't know about the entire school, but in my grade,
Like
there's
how
one or
many-
two
like-
in comparison to like
Like
100
how many people went? Like how many people went to your school overall? Because my school had 1,000 people, and there were probably less than 10 Greeks in that whole school.
Yeah, there's probably not as many Anglos in my school than there is. There is.
Okay. Do you think that gives you a different? Do you think that gives you a different cultural, like, way of seeing the world than if you had gone to a school that was 99% Anglo?
Sure, but again,
Yes, that's
my life
point.
doesn't stop at high school. There's still university.
I know.
There's still
I know,
again.
but
when I was growing up, there were still people who had friends with who were friends with other Anglo kids from like the neighboring school.
yes, and
There were
and
still
how
Anglo
many
people who went to the shopping center next to my school. Like,
yeah, there were a couple. So
and we
the
had
thing
Anglo
is,
teachers. We had Anglo teachers.
yes, it was still
You
overall
know, like there's
like
still
it's,
this. It's not like, you know, Australian, quote unquote Australian culture is like extinguished from like the
Was there a
entirety
single-
of the school.
Was there a single non-Muslim person at your school? Because I went to, at my school, it was a Christian school, but there were many non-Christians at the school, and there were Muslims and there were Hindus.
Yeah, but that's like saying, oh, like if you go to a Catholic school, or if you go to like, you know, X or Y school, like X or Y.
I went to a
religious school,
Catholic.
Are there any...
No, but dude, I went.
So right,
I went
if you went to like a Jewish school, like
I went to a Catholic school, dude. I went to a Catholic school, and there were Muslims in my grade, and there were Hindus in my grade. We had people from different religions. Were there any people from different religions at your school?
Probably not. But again, I think
See,
that's
this is my point.
probably slightly.
Do you think that's a good? Do you think that's a good thing though?
Yeah, I think it's probably bad that we have religious schools in general, to be honest.
Do you think that? Do you see my point that if I had grown up in an environment that was 99% Greek, where everyone spoke Greek around me, where I didn't really interact with non-Greeks, that would change my approach to being Australian so much? Do you agree? Do you accept that?
Probably, but again, you're like limiting that development to just early high school.
Okay,
right?
but can you?
People still learn to develop
Okay.
after that.
Okay, how many people?
Like people still go to unis. People still go to university or like TAFE,
Okay,
where they're surrounded
okay, but
either by Anglos or
okay,
whatever.
okay.
Like my degree
Okay,
at my uni is pretty Anglo filled, right?
Okay,
Like
at UQ, there's the Muslim Student Society, and a lot of the religious Muslim students self-segregate into that society, and they do all this Muslim political activism on campus. Are they you can see my point, right? That you could literally theoretically.
And then in my uni, there's like a Catholic society, and they do Catholic shit, and they support Catholic shit.
Yeah,
right?
I'm just saying, dude. Yeah, I know, but
again,
but
like
it's
like
but
your
Catholic
point is kind of dumb.
No, my point's not dumb because, as I said, there's not really Catholic self-segregation in Australia. I went to a Catholic school, and there were literally.
But they used to be, right? Like back way back when. They used to be.
Dude, it's so different. It's so
different. These things change. My point is that these things change over time. Like
okay,
what you're essentially.
Do you think
your argument, your point, right? If you go back 150 years, would just be about the Catholics, right? Like it's not like I don't know how you.
Do you really think
that shift of Catholics being considered thing versus
okay. Let me ask you this, right? You mentioned prior to this, you mentioned in a negative way the apostasy laws in Islam, where people basically can be killed if they leave the religion, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so you are aware that there's a really strong pressure within Islam against people leaving the religion and secularizing. So do you really think it's going to be the exact same as like the Catholic experience? When there's literally
there's still pressure. Like that's a bit silly when there's still pressure in Catholics. Like if you go back, you know,
at my Catholic school,
Catholic school, I'm talking about way back when, which is more similar to like the Muslim experience nowadays. It's there's probably a lot of societal pressure.
In my Catholic grade at school, I'd say 2 kids were religious.
Yeah, but you're saying this now when like being irreligious is like the second most largest like religious, quote unquote religious group in the country. You're not exactly saying this when like the country was majority Protestant and like Catholics were a minority.
My point is this, right? My point is this: what is the evidence that
like Catholics did organize in this country?
Okay,
and like
this is my point. This is my point, correct? Dude, listen to me, please. Please
tell you about it.
Please let me finish this right. Do you really think that there's going to be the same secularization. Give me the evidence that there's going to be the same level of secularization.
Well, we can look at like Muslims in the Muslims in the US, right?
There's
like
a lot of
Muslims in the
extremists
US.
in the US. There's still
There are
a lot of extremists
Muslims
in
in the US, but if you like actually look at Pew Research, a lot of them are like 57%, from my understanding, is pro LGBTQ, which again goes against Islam.
30%. A significant portion of Muslims in the UK want Sharia law. How do you answer that problem?
Okay, but how is Sharia law defined in that case?
Like literally as the law of the land. That was the polling question.
No, but what do you
law
define by Sharia law?
They wanted Islamic religious laws to be the primary laws of the land. That was the polling
What
question.
does that mean? Which
you know
laws?
what it means. It means that it would mean that the legal system is the Sharia legal system.
Do you think that if you ask a Catholic, like someone who's devoutly Catholic, if they want like Catholic religious law, they'll probably say
different,
yes, right?
dude. It's so different, dude. It's so different. Christianity had the secularization. Christianity has been massively secularized for hundreds of years now.
What, Catholics have been massively secularized for the past hundreds of years?
Yes.
Really?
I'm not sure if you're
Catholics.
I'm not sure if you're aware, but the Pope does not currently wield an army anymore. He once did.
Again, also, can you cite the study or like the research then?
Henry Jackson Society.
All right. So Henry.
So just 1/3.
So what was the question that was asked?
I'm going to bring it up on the screen. I'm going to bring this. And you're going to try to tell me.
Says leftists pretending to understand things. Incredible.
Okay, I'm going to try to put it on the screen. 1 second.
I don't know. Like while we were getting it. Maybe I need to get them like in the future.
That's a good story, Beezus.
Thank you.
Oh, am I in? I wasn't paying attention.
Oh,
what's happening? Sorry, I was busy. The economy, you know how it is. Why is it entirely muted? Is this fucked? Anyway, this is my presentation, guys. Wait, what? What the fuck is going on? What is going on? Wait, guys, are you seeing this? It's just me.
Sorry, it was fucking up for a second. Okay. Hang on, I'm trying to put this on the screen. Okay, British Muslim and general public attitudes poll, March 2024. Almost half of British Muslims say Jews have too much power over UK government policy. This rises to 53% above male Muslims. 1 in 4 British Muslims name the Israel-Palestine conflict as the most important election issue, compared to just 3% of the public. Only 1 in 4 British Muslims believe Hamas committed murder and rape in Israel on October 7th. Only 1 in 4 British Muslims believe Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish homeland. Almost half of British Muslims feel more sympathy with Hamas than Israel. 53% of 18 to 34-year-old young...
Drew, I don't care about the fucking Israel-Palestine conflict. Go to your main point.
Okay. 57% want compulsory use of halal schools in all schools, and 52% want to make it illegal to show a picture of the Prophet Muhammad. Only 16% say that it would be bad to have a Muslim political party. Only 23% say it would be undesirable for Islam declared national religion. So like what? Like a majority think it would actually be potentially a good thing.
But then how do you square the whole of like US Muslims being having different opinions?
Well, you know what it is? It's literally because America took in much more highly educated Muslim migrants who are basically fully secular.
Right. So if your point is that education,
but it's not education.
Muslims being more educated over time not contribute to that?
No, because it's not. You would say, okay, if that was the case, then you'd see in Britain that there was going to be there was more enlightened attitudes emerging within the British Muslim community, but that is not happening.
Like I'm sure if you go back to like the 70s or 60s, which is when a lot of these like sort of like people came in, things would be a lot their views would be a lot different, no?
What do you mean? No, dude. It's the problem is, and the fundamental problem is that the Americans have taken in much more highly educated migrants who can assimilate, whereas in Britain it was just literally anyone off the boat. And Phase 66 keeps on bringing up the DLP. No one cares about the DLP, dude. No one gives a fuck. It's fucking over. Christian sectarianism is dead in Australia. No one cares anymore, dude.
Yeah, but
No
it
one
wasn't
cares.
dead at a certain point, right? Which
Yeah,
is
it
my
was dead. It's
argument.
been it's been dead for 60
It wasn't
plus years.
dead.
It's basically
my
dead for
point
60
is
years,
that you could say the same thing in probably like 100 years or like 50 years, however long it's been since the DLP has been relevant.
It's like 60
I
years.
think
It's been like
you're
70 years. Literally
you're so
70
locked
years.
in on the idea that like immigrant groups don't change, whilst like
But there's
wider
no
system-
evidence. There's no evidence that it will change when it comes to Muslim community.
The evidence would be that fucking US Muslims.
It's not even that. It's
The evidence
numbers
would
aren't
be
even that good.
that generally speaking, if you uplift like migrant, if you like uplift migrant populations to get an education, get all of this, and again, the way you do that is by having a universal sort of system, right, which affects everyone, not just migrant communities. That things would change.
Let's see. 2015. Poll of US Muslims reveals ominous levels of support for Islamic supremacist doctrine of Sharia.
Center for Security Policy. I'm sure that's got
Okay,
no
well-
bias whatsoever.
Okay, let's go to another one then. United States. A New York Times poll found that hang on, let's Americans.
Yep. So you're moving past that.
I'm trying to. No, that
You're
wasn't
moving past
polling,
that, aren't you?
dude. That was polling Americans about Muslim Americans. I'm looking for Muslim American polling. Okay, that's why I moved past it. Okay, I'm going to the polling. Unfortunately, it's not actually giving me data about their beliefs regarding culture. This is just their issue.
You can look at Pew Research. It did one about LGBT stuff. But again, if your argument is that when educated people tend to be more essentially left wing, right? Because this is what this is. Then what exactly is stopping like the children of like left wing migrants? Well, not left wing migrants.
Because unfortunately,
the children of migrants from getting an education.
Let me explain.
If you look at the history of the UK, the situation of migrants was a lot different to the situation of the United States now.
I will explain to you what doom appealed me about this issue, man. I had young, educated Uyghur Muslim friends who had literally Juris Doctor degrees from the University of Melbourne, fully secular, would drink, barely, never went to mosque in their life, were just completely secular, and then they became Hezbollah supporters after October 7th. So unfortunately, I've been very doom appealed based on my own personal interactions. I had completely secular Muslim friends who radicalized.
But there's still a qualitative difference between supporting a group versus actually like wanting those things, right? You can see, like,
No,
I would say that's
see any
probably bad.
I don't see any
Yeah,
difference.
then you're wrong in that case, right?
Okay.
In the
Tell
same
me
way
how
that
it's
you,
normal.
in the same way that
Tell
you
me how it's
support
normal.
Israel, right? In the same way that you support
there's no
Israel,
distinction.
it doesn't
This
necessarily
is-
mean
this
that
is-
you
this
want
is wrong.
Australia to be like Israel.
No, this is wrong, dude. This is wrong. Hezbollah is a terrorist organization. There is no justification for them supporting an Islamist terrorist organization that is extremely harsh on all sorts of different social and cultural measures.
Okay, what about like a white guy who supports Erdogan then?
Who?
Like, say, like there's like a white gentleman such as yourself who supports like the Jewish supremacists.
I haven't met a single white person who gives a fuck about Ergun and Lehi and don't like that stuff. That's a really good example. That's a great example for my argument. No, that's a great example for my argument.
Someone it's like an American evangelical, right? Who's supporting that. Does that mean that they want like America to become a Jewish state? No. Does that mean they necessarily agree with everything that like Erdogan or whatever does? Probably, I don't know. Probably not.
No, dude,
What that
dude,
means is that their support is
dude,
conditional
this is
on a
the
certain
problem.
thing.
Dude, this is the problem.
Like
You're-
I
you're
think
unfortunately doing
I think what
apologia
you
right now.
raise is
You're
a
doing
bad
apologia
argument.
right now.
People can have
You're-
bad political
you're-
takes all the time.
No,
People can
dude,
support
you're
bad
doing
organizations.
apologia.
That doesn't
You're doing
necessarily
apologia.
that doesn't reflect on what they want the country to be like, though.
You're doing apologia right now. Because you're going, oh, it's actually not that bad to support Hezbollah.
I'm not saying
it's
it
a-
is. I'm not saying it's not that bad. I'm just saying that your point, like
Sounds
that
like
doesn't
it.
exactly
Certainly so.
make your point.
Certainly sounds like it when you say that.
No, I know it does to you, mate.
I'm trying to favorable. Fucking hell, though, you still get up to 10% of Muslims in America justifying suicide bombing. Like, that's still a really bad number, dude. That's still really bad.
Yeah, it's really bad, but it changes over time, no? Like,
okay, but
again,
that's a
like my
big
point
experiment.
is that it changes
That's
over
a big
time.
experiment. But we don't necessarily know that.
It's not a big experiment. Like
it is because what
like
if
you
it
can
doesn't?
look at
Okay,
if your
but
argument
if it-
is that if your argument is that the religion is so fucking oppressive and like is a totality in Muslims' lives and affects everything that they do, and there's a clear counterexample where that's not the case. For example, in LGBTQ supporting LGBT plus people, for example, in the US, then that's clearly like a strike against your point.
My main argument here is based on my own personal experience. I had literally friends who were second, third generation Australian, had never gone to mosque, drunk, were just completely.
But there's
secular
white
people.
people who support Hezbollah as well, right? Like, would
But
you
it
say that the
doesn't-
white
but-
people who support Hezbollah are like Muslim?
No, but these guys did become actual radical Islamists after October 7. And that is a fucked up thing. These are the
Okay,
people.
how
that I
did they
knew.
become radical Islamists aside from
They-
supporting Hezbollah?
Because they started becoming like hardline in their religious beliefs as well. And
Oh, so
this
they
is my
stopped drinking
problem.
and stuff.
Not even just that, dude. Like just their entire approach to life completely changed. And that is a very disturbing and
So how
and
exactly?
disconcerting thing.
Okay, so how exactly does your like experience with these like what I'm assuming is like two guys, right?
Well, like because you're saying that
Well,
over time.
so it is.
Okay, your-
It's
your
right.
entire
That it is. It
No.
is just your experience with two guys.
But you don't. You
versus
you don't
something
have,
that's like shown in polling.
No,
and something
because
that's like
you're-
clearly
no,
proving your argument wrong.
No, because your
and you're like
entire
sawing
argument-
out about it.
No, because your entire argument is this. Your entire argument is don't worry, it will secularize over time. And then I've personally encountered in my own life people who were secular and then radicalized because of October 7. So how do you respond to that? How do we
So, yeah,
stop
and
that?
I've
That's a
met
fucked
and
up
I've
thing.
met people who are still anti those things after secularizing, right? Like we can say like all of these arguments at the same all we want. You actually kind of need to have like numbers based data on it. At the very least,
Okay,
or at least
what's
like
your
some
mum-
sort of like
okay, what's
some
your
at least
mum-
some sort of like proper argument beyond just like, oh, I met like these two guys who like became like
Well,
Islamists.
we were just looking. Your entire argument was look at the polling in the US. It's so much better with Muslims in the US. And then you looked at the polling just then, and it's still 10% believe in suicide bombings. And
in
that's
2011.
fucked.
I'm sure nowadays it's probably going to be a lot lower.
Okay, let's have more polling on it. Unfortunately, not enough people polling it.
Yeah, and I'll bet you that it's lower. But again, my point is that you can look at like how Muslims in the US treat LGBTQ stuff, and that's increased, right? That's something that Islam like expressly prohibits. If your argument is that Islam is a totality on these people's lives and affects everything that they do, that's clearly a counterexample on that fact. And
No,
it's an
but I don't
example
really
of like
care.
communities
But
changing.
but you still get people like Mehdi Hassan who are like, I don't know, pro-LGBT, or Hassan Piker who are pro-LGBT, but their foreign policy views are the exact same as an Islamic terrorist. So that's my problem, okay?
Yeah, but their foreign policy views.
No, I don't
aren't,
actually
like,
care.
That's
I
not a
actually don't
result
care.
of them being raised Muslim, because there's
Yeah, I
still
know,
people
but-
who support
but,
like
uh,
Hezbollah
my-
and shit
this
who
is
are
my point
white.
though, right?
And
This
they
is my
support
point.
that Hezbollah and shit because they're white,
This
because
is
they
my
have like
point.
another sort of ideological reason as to why they
Oh
do
my
so.
God. This
Right?
is
You're
my
gonna have to
point.
prove how Hassan Piker
No, this is
or Mehdi
this is my
Hassan
point too.
believe
This
in
is-
support
Oh,
Hezbollah
God.
because they're Muslim.
This is my point. I don't care if Hassan Piker suddenly says it's fine for two blokes to have sex with each other. I don't care. At the end of the day, he supports the fucking Houthis who want death to America.
But
and
does he
death to
want?
Israel
Does he?
and to
Okay,
Jews.
but is he supporting is like the United States to become a theocracy?
He supports an Islamic terrorist group that pledges death to America.
Yeah, and I think that's bad.
That's my problem.
I think that's bad.
Yeah, that's my
I think
problem.
that's bad. I think
So
people can have bad
so-
takes, but like that again,
Yeah.
to your main point was that like this sort of demographic shift is gonna like change culture, right?
Well, okay. How do we
Like-
actually like okay? this is the problem, right? This is the problem. Your theory would see someone like Hassan Piker as a model case because he's basically fully secular. He's leftist on all these issues. He supports LGBT rights. But the problem is this, right? His foreign policy is indistinguishable from a fucking Houthi terrorist. So how do we deal with that, right? I don't care.
And his foreign policy takes are indistinguishable from a white communist.
Well, a lot
so
of
you're gonna have to generate a causative link between Hassan Piker being Muslim and Hassan Piker supporting the Houthi terrorists, quote unquote.
You think there's
You'd have to generate a causative link for that, and I don't think you can because at the same time there are counter examples of white people supporting those groups as well.
Okay, so you think that there's no link between Hassan Piker being Muslim and supporting Hezbollah and Houthis?
When you look at like the rest of his life and how he like treats being a Muslim, yeah, probably not.
Yeah, that's wrong. See, this is my problem, right?
No, again, you don't have an argument against it. You can't generate a causative link.
This is the problem. This is the
like
problem.
again. So if Islam is such a totality in these people's lives, why aren't they hardline theocrats?
Because this is the problem, right?
Why? Drew, explain to me why right now.
No, but
why aren't they hardline theocrats?
Let me answer you.
If Islam is such a totality on their lives,
stop talking over me. Let me talk. Let me talk. Stop talking over me. Okay. This argument is actually bad for you because you're pointing to people who are supposed to be the most culturally assimilated, like Hassan Piker. He literally is dating porn stars in LA mansions, right?
But
he still supports Islamic terrorist groups. So that's where it's wrong. Even the most assimilated guy still supports Islamic terrorist groups. And then you just try and disassimilate.
The reason they support the reason they support those groups isn't because those people are like, bringing Islam to the masses or whatever the fuck. It's because it's
for tribal reasons. I know. I don't think
it's not tribal reasons.
It is.
It is not for tribal reasons.
For Hassan Piker, it's a tribal thing.
Can you show me a clip where Hassan Piker says that the Houthis are based or whatever because they're Muslim? It's always been.
He doesn't need to say that. It doesn't.
Why does he need to say that?
It's enough to be. It's very obviously tribal. It's very obviously tribal because
it is not very obviously tribal.
It is
because again, there are white people who support the Houthis. Are you telling me like fucking infrared or whatever who supports the Houthi? Not infrared. Fucking what's his name?
There's a difference, dude. There's a difference between self-hating white communists and Muslims who support the Houthis. Okay, there's a big difference.
No, but you can agree. You can isolate the fact that the self-hating white communists don't fucking support the Houthis because they're Muslim, but because there's a wider political thing at play, right?
But
so what exactly is stopping Hassan Piker from believing in those things?
Let me answer you this. The white leftist communists like the Houthis precisely because the Houthis are Muslim, because the white self-hating communists have a fetish for Muslims.
Could he actually prove that?
Yes, it's very obvious, dude, because they fetishize Muslims. That is white.
So then find me a fucking then find me like a substantive group of white like lefty communists who support ISIS.
If ISIS,
if they're Muslim fetishists, they'd be supporting ISIS, right?
But here's the thing, though, right?
If they're Muslim fetishists, they'd be supporting all of these Islamic groups. If they're Muslim fetishists, they'd be supporting the Shah in Iran.
Okay, two different things here, right? One, if ISIS was fighting Israel directly, yes, all these people would probably defend it. Two, a lot of these. So you agree? A lot of these people still support the Iranian revolutionary regime. Also, a lot of these people they're very clear about the fact that they see Muslims as essentially like a persecuted minority group, and that's why they support them.
Do you not think that Muslims are a persecuted minority group in the West? Generally?
No, they're not oppressed in the West.
They're not.
No, they're not at all. Not at all. Dude, in Britain.
Okay, so like the mass surveillance.
And let me explain. Yes, like dude, absolutely not. There's no oppression. There's absolutely no oppression of Muslims in the West, and I can give you the proof of this. The reason why is simple. There can be no...
You know the polling that you skipped over?
Okay, stop for a second. Listen to me. This is why I'm saying this. You can't do Palestine protests in Saudi Arabia or the UAE. They literally fucking arrest you. You can do them in Australia. There's actually more space for Islamic political organizing in Australia and the West than there is in Arab countries. So yes, Muslims in Australia have more free speech rights than Muslims in the Middle East.
But that's free speech rights. That's not exactly oppression, though.
Tell me how they're oppressed. Tell me how they're oppressed. They're not oppressed at all. How are they oppressed?
Drew, if you look into the fucking polling that you skipped over, right, you'd see that a lot of Muslims don't get jobs because of their names, right?
No,
it's
I
stuff
don't-
like that. It's a general
I
cultural
disagree.
sort
No,
of,
I disagree.
and a lot of like groups in a lot of different countries go through that. Is that not an example of like, you know,
No,
the sort
dude,
of like
there is
levels of
no
cultural
dude,
oppression that there is against Muslim people?
There is literally no cultural oppression of Muslim people in Australia. You literally went to.
Would
a
you
Muslim
agree
school,
that there's cultural?
You have
Would,
full
okay,
religious-
would you agree
you
that
have full
black people in the
religious freedom.
United States are oppressed? Right? You
There is
genuinely would agree with that.
There is racism in the United States. I don't agree that all black people everywhere are oppressed. I don't
Yeah,
believe
I
that
said
every
the, I
single
said
black
the
Amer-
United States, mate.
and yes, and I don't believe that every single black
So would you
American
think
is oppressed.
so in the
I don't
study
believe
that
that every
found
single
that
black
black
American is
names,
oppressed.
do you think that the name
Do you
like-
think that Van Jones, who earns like $20 million a year as a CNN talking head, do you think he's oppressed? He's not oppressed. There are a lot of black people in America who are not oppressed. Okay,
Yeah, but that's the exception, not like the wide mass.
I wouldn't even say that it is the majority case that the majority of black people in America are oppressed.
So what exactly
There is
your
racism,
response?
yes. There
What
is
exactly- yeah,
racism.
so is
There
that
is
not-
racism,
is that-
but that doesn't mean that they're being directly oppressed by the government or directly oppressed by the culture.
Wait, so you saying fucking ridiculous take. Jesus Christ.
It's true though.
Well, you said wait, so American culture hasn't oppressed black people or doesn't continue to oppress black
Historically-
people when there's
historically,
clearly so
historically
many
it existed.
fucking like reasons. There's so many
Historically, it existed. Historically, it did exist. We're now at the point where there has been a black president and there has been another black presidential candidate. So I don't think
So what
today
exactly-
in the year
so what
in the
exactly
year
do you
2025,
say-
I do not believe that African Americans are
So what
oppressed.
exactly do you say to the numerous massive studies that has been found that black people are unlawfully targeted in American society by
dude,
police
dude,
officers?
there
for
is
example?
racism.
What do you
There
say?
is-
Yeah. So is racism not part of that culture?
There is racism in American society, and Black Americans still do face racism. But that is separate. That is a separate question to the question of are Black Americans all oppressed? No, I don't believe that all Black Americans are.
Is
oppressed.
race is being racist is having, you know, racism lobbied at you by a
Dude,
like
I
pretty significant
get-
portion
dude,
of the
dude,
American
let me-
like the
okay, let
American
me say this,
people,
right?
not a
Let
form
me
of
say-
oppression.
Let me say this, right? Every single day, I get 20 to 30 comments from neo-Nazis who hate me because I'm not anti-Semitic. And these neo-Nazis, like the Joel Davis types, will literally go, "Oh, Drew's non-white, he's Turkish, he's brown, we're going to deport him," and stuff like that. That doesn't mean that I'm oppressed because a bunch of neo-Nazis say random racist stuff to me online. I'm not oppressed.
But that's not the same thing as like, you know, you being unlawful fucking targeted by the cops, right? That's not the same thing as like you not getting a job. That's not the same thing as you not getting a job because you have a fucking black name. That's not the same thing
that's so different.
as, you know,
That's
you
so
having
different.
like you having
No,
a higher
no,
chance of violence being inflicted against you. That's not the
no.
same thing of, you know, your people being a lot poorer than
Black
the
Americans,
average American.
dude,
Like, do
Black
you not think
American.
that like
Oh my
isn't-
God!
is-
Stop talking so I can answer you, dude. Please, you keep on talking and you never let me answer. Black Americans who face violence are statistically more likely to face violence from other Black Americans. That is a fact. There is a lot of poverty in America among the Black American community. There's a lot of terrible crime. There's a lot of cultural issues. The conditions are not good.
But do you think
there
that's-
still
that's
is
the-
racism.
do you think
There's
that's
still
the
racism.
result?
There still is racism by white people against Black people in America. Absolutely. That does not mean that there is systematic oppression of Black Americans in America today.
I just said oppression in general, not systematic.
Okay, I don't agree that Black Americans are oppressed in the year.
Okay, sure. Then there's still racism, right?
Yes, there still
You
is.
would argue
racism,
that
but
there's still racism
Racism,
against
yes.
Muslim people.
Racism exists, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're automatically oppressed because of racism.
So
Because
what about in
I got,
situations-
because I'll give you an example. I got a couple comments calling me a woke growing up, but it didn't mean that I was oppressed.
Yeah, because generally speaking, wider Australian society doesn't really treat you differently, does it?
Okay, how do you?
It's
get
not about
treated
like, you
differently?
know, having a
How do
few
you get
Nazi-
treated? How do you get differently treated?
like me as an individual.
Mm.
Yeah, I think it's probably statistically likely that I've gotten like that I'm more likely to not have like certain job opportunities because of my background.
I
Yeah,
disagree,
think that's
dude.
fair.
I disagree.
There's
I know
studies
so
that
many.
prove it.
I know. No,
There's
dude,
studies
that's
that
wrong.
prove it.
That's wrong, and I'll
There's
explain
studies
why.
that prove it.
It's
There-
wrong,
no,
and I'll
you-
explain why.
Drew, you
It's
can't
wrong,
bring up
and I'll
your
explain
fucking
why.
rando people who've gotten good jobs.
No,
There's still
that's
studies
not
that
what I'm
prove
go-
that
that's
there
not
is
what I'm gonna say.
discrimination when it comes
That's
to
not
hiring
what I
for
was
job
going to say.
hiring.
That's not what I was going to say. I was going to say that I know so many young white educated men who can't get jobs. It's a very tough problem for everybody, especially males, whether you're Muslim or not. Young males are struggling
Drew,
in the workforce.
I'm aware of that fact, right? But would you not?
I would
agree
actually,
that...
dude. I would actually say to you, you're probably more disadvantaged being a male than you are as a Muslim. Would you agree with me? That's actually probably true.
Probably not. I feel.
No, it's actually true, dude. I know so many young white guys who can't get jobs, even though they've got top grades from top universities. It's really hard. It's really hard for working
But again,
class young
so how
men
would you? How
to get on
exactly
the
would you say
ladder.
that to like studies which show that when they do job
What
interviews
studies?
with like.
You're,
Yeah, probably so.
you're just saying generic. You're just waving your hand. Oh, the studies. What studies and exactly?
Well, you're not letting me explain it, am I? Or do I?
Explain it.
Yeah. So from what I remember, there was a study done where they got different job applications to apply to different jobs with different names with the same sort of thing, right? So I'm sure you've probably heard of some study similar to that.
Yes, I've heard of these studies before. I'm aware of them.
So if you're aware of them, right? So what exactly is your point against that?
I still don't believe that one study shows that you've been systematically oppressed.
It's not. But then it's not really one study, right? It's building
You
off
just
of
don't
like
really,
other studies.
you just don't really have evidence that you've been systematically oppressed. I mean, you've gone to
I mean, if you've
Muslim
seen the
school-
studies, I would argue that the studies are more evidence, again, which you agree that you've seen or at least you're aware of, right? Then being like, yeah, my mates who like went to uni who are white don't have a job, so like therefore there's no
I
sort of racism in Australian society.
I just don't believe that one study shows that you are systematically oppressed in Australia. You have religious freedom, and you also have way more freedom of expression.
Tell me down under. I'm not blaming Drew for racism in society. I'm not blaming white people for racism in society. I just want to point that out. You're fucking stupid if you think that's the point.
Well, who's at fault for the racism?
I just think it's a sort of like natural result of systems that are in place, right? I don't really prescribe blame to like white people for racism. I think that's a bit of a silly.
That's a first.
Essentialist
That's a
saying.
first because I've seen a lot of people basically with full race resentment against white people, unfortunately.
Well, I think that's just a natural result of like how you operate on Twitter and like all these social media.
Not really.
I think it is. It's kind of like how your ideology has drifted as well, right?
My ideology,
like your ideological drift has changed because like your social media, how you act on social media affects the response you get.
No, that's literally not it. I actually had as late as 6 months ago, I wrote the MAGA Maoism article, and I had massive support from people in America on the anti-Trump left, and I still changed because my views were just different. I actually could have made more money being anti-Trump, and I just my views changed.
So are you pro-Trump now?
No, I'm not. I wouldn't even necessarily say that I'm pro-Trump. I'm just saying in general, I'm philosophically conservative.
All right. Well, it's getting late, so I'll leave it at that.
Yeah,
I hope you had a
okay.
good show. All right.
We can do
good.
How we should do a proper one with proper sourcing and proper preparation, because obviously we just both jumped in and we didn't have a proper outline of the debate. We should do a proper one where we've got a full debate outline and we've got full sourcing.
Sure, but probably not on my end, to be honest. You can probably talk to Addy or something again. I'm not really a public figure, so I'd rather not go into debates.
I strongly disagree with the idea that you've been systematically oppressed.
I never said systematic. I said just general levels of like cultural oppression or whatever.
You think you've been culturally oppressed?
Yeah, to a certain extent, probably. As like a non-white person, in this country, people probably treat me differently. People probably have different opportunities for me, etc., etc. Like
that's not true. That's not true.
It's easy to say. Again, like not to loop your argument back to you. It's easy to say that as a white guy, right?
I didn't know that I was white. I'm told you said earlier in the conversation that I was Turkish, didn't you? I didn't realize I was white.
I mean, you would be considered white in like Australian standard nowadays, huh?
I thought you were saying that I wasn't. So you've changed your mind, haven't you, over the course of the discussion?
What?
You and your mates at the start of the conversation were going, Drew's Turkish in the chat, and saying I wasn't white.
Yeah, that doesn't mean you're not white, because like again, white's
okay. I am white. Well, I'm glad. Thanks for affirming my Aryan Ubermensch status. Then I guess I'm certainly
not really what I'm saying.
I'm certainly a Nordic Aryan, of course. I'm literally Greek Levantine. Like It's very similar to Lebanese. I'm not coming around saying that I'm like the Aryan Übermensch at all. And I had people calling me Wog when I was a kid too. I just don't believe that I was systematically oppressed because of it.
Yeah, you probably weren't.
Yeah, I know, and I don't think you were systematically oppressed either.
I don't think that's necessarily the case, but whatever. I'll reach out to you when I want to do a debate and stuff. All right, peace.
All right, see you, man.
Oh, wait. Before I leave, and I know you're going to be pissed off at this.
I just removed him. He's going to just say something retarded and trolling, so I'm just going to remove him. Sorry, no, not giving you the satisfaction. He was gonna say something retarded, like just annoying me, so I was just gonna block him already. Again, I'll debate him again. I don't care. I'm happy to debate him once again, but I'm not gonna just let him. I'm just not gonna sit there and let him just use me as a punching bag. Fuck that. Him and his retarded conversation. Him and his retarded mates in the chat constantly spam me in the chat with bullshit. That was actually so bad. That was based how I just cut him as soon as he tried to. As soon as he was gonna go. He's gonna go. Oh, and by the way, you're an incel loser, and you've been broken up with, and everybody hates you. And I'm like, sorry, you can literally leave the chat straight away, bro. Sorry about that. He's gonna go like, oh, and by the way, we've all lost so much respect for you because you've abandoned the. It's like, bye. I don't care. Bye. Oh my god, these people are so fucking annoying. That was torture, dude. Torture. Just like hours of this guy talking about how he's been oppressed and how Australia shouldn't have any level of cultural continuity and Australia should not exist as a nation, blah, blah, blah. It's fucked up. Oh, that was torture, man. Thank you guys for tuning in. It's been 4 hours. I didn't think I was going to do a 4-hour live stream today. Someone says it was torture. It was like being arrested by Waleed Ali and tortured. Well said. It was actually full mental and physical torture. Do you think the anti-war movement in World War I was un-Australian? Yes, absolutely. God bless the Australian patriots. Life was good, but thank you. He says thank you. Thank you, sir. How cringe was it when he was going, I've actually been systematically oppressed because I'm not Christian and I'm not white. Just bullshit. Like, there's so much. People just, like, they love to make everything about race and just grift so much off race. It's so bad, man. Giovanni, as a Chinese Australian, I think you're a racist race baiter. Sure, dude. Sure. I'm sure that you don't like me because I've said that the CCP is bad. Good on you. The majority of the country voted against conscription in World War I, and it was led by John Curtin, the greatest prime minister we ever had. Listen, I actually don't think necessarily conscription was needed in World War I. You look at the studies and it shows that, in fact, it was actually there was such high rates of volunteering they didn't even need conscription. So conscription was a different matter, but people were still very patriotic about the war. I just hope the Egyptian suffers through 40 years of paying off a migrant inflated mortgage. Good on him. Gee, bloody hell. Torture. All right, guys. I'm going to leave it here. 4 hours of torture. It was great talking to somebody who hates white people and hates Australia and hates me for existing. Beautiful. And he doesn't want my country to exist. Beautiful. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. Torture. Fucking torture.